Chapter 2944. Night. In the surveillance room of the Psionic Team HQ. Morgan and Michael were playing games on their phones during working hours. Just one round. Morgan cursed in anger. Fuck. Michael, when did your skills become so good? You've never won a round before. Hee. I found that lucky girl today and got her to bless me. You're cheating. How'd you do it? Morgan was both angry and curious. The official members were all arrogant. Usually, they didn't even look at the people from the logistics department. How did Michael get an official member to bless him? Just then, Michael's attention shifted to the surveillance screen. Hey, don't change the topic. Your trick doesn't work. Tell me, how did you get that lucky girl to bless you? Michael ignored Morgan's question. Pointing at the screen, he said, Look, there's someone there. He's not one of us. Morgan didn't believe it. It was deep in the forest, and it was nighttime. Other than the Psionic Team, who else would come here? Wouldn't they be eaten by a cat on the way? There's really someone. Damn, this idiot. He's so troublesome, Michael said in annoyance. Morgan couldn't do anything. He could only put down the game and go out with Michael. Occasionally, someone would approach the Psionic Team HQ recklessly. Now and then, they needed to chase these unwelcome guests away. The two drove a Hummer out of a secret tunnel. When the car stopped before the person, they realized that it was an Asian. Hey kid, this isn't a place you should be, Michael yelled. Fuck off, get out of my sight, or I'll teach you a lesson. Chen Zhao looked up at the two in the Hummer. You should wear your seatbelts. Fuck, what are you talking about? There's no traffic police here to control us. No, I'm serious. If there's a car accident, the seatbelts can ensure your safety. At least you won't die. Just then, Morgan took out his electric baton. Kid, do you know what this is? If you don't fuck off, I'm gonna fuck your butt with this. Morgan, what? Can't you see that I almost scared this kid to the point of pissing his ass? Morgan, our car. Michael's voice was trembling. Morgan suddenly felt that the car was shaking slightly. Looking down, the Hummer seemed to be floating. What's going on? The two suddenly realized something and looked at Chen Zhao in fear. They clearly remembered that a month ago, there was an idiot who provoked the official members of the Psionic Team. Then, he lay in the ICU for half a month. Obviously, the two of them had made the same mistake. No matter where this guy came from, the result would be the same. Please fasten your seatbelts. You have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Terrified, the two hurriedly fastened their seatbelts. Accompanied by the two men's terrified cries, the car was suddenly thrown out. It whizzed towards the mountain wall. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly rang in the training room. Jolly Wen stopped her practice and pushed open the door to the training room. He discovered that the doors to the other training rooms were also open, and the official members were all running out. Carrie stopped Yemen, whom she had just met today. Iman was the same as her, a newcomer who had just joined. She had joined 2 weeks earlier than Carrie. The two women were newcomers, so they got along well. There's an enemy invasion. This is an enemy invasion alert. Everyone who stays in the base must go and fight. Enemy invasion? Why would there be an enemy invasion? Could it be some evil organization? I don't know, but most of the time, it's a false alarm. Of course, there was an enemy invasion alert on the first day I came, but it was a guy who recommended himself. He wanted to show his power, so he purposely appeared as an attack. It caused quite a misunderstanding. It's not a big problem, Iman said. This is the headquarters of the Psionic Team. There are more than 100 official members here, and most of them are much stronger than us. No idiot would really attack the headquarters. Okay. Hearing Iman's words, Carrie felt much more at ease. But the alarm is still there. Everyone has to rush to the scene as soon as possible. Let's go. Carrie nodded, and the two of them ran towards the exit. At the exit, Carrie's pupils constricted. The person surrounded by the Psionic Team was none other than Chen Zhao. Carrie shrunk her head subconsciously, as if she was afraid that Chen Zhao would see her. All the members of the Psionic Team glared at Chen Zhao aggressively. Clearly, no one was happy about the arrival of this uninvited guest. After all, most of the members were already asleep at this time. If not for this guy, they would be asleep already. Stop. All of you stop. Just then, Britz's hurried shout came from the rear. Britz quickly ran to the scene. When he saw Chen Zhao, Britz felt terrible. Mr. Chun, I think you need to give me an explanation. Why did you attack our psionic team for no reason? Chun Zhao had already attacked once, so Brits knew Chun Zhao's power very well. The last attack had almost broken the psionic team's backbone. It wasn't easy for the psionic team to rise from the ashes and stand up again. He didn't want this to happen again. The psionic team's rebirth made them stronger, but it wasn't enough to challenge Chun Zhao. Therefore, he had to avoid conflict. He couldn't let Chun Zhao use the same trick again and defeat the psionic team by himself. If the psionic team suffered the same setback again, they might not be able to recover. I'm here to ask for someone. Chun Zhao's gaze swept across the psionic team members. In the end, his eyes locked onto the cowering Carrie hiding at the back. What? You still don't want to come out? Miss Carrie. Brits was surprised. What was going on? Did Carrie and Chun Zhao know each other? Carrie swallowed and mustered her courage to stand out. She didn't expect Chun Zhao to attack the psionic team's headquarters so brazenly right after she said that. You Asterisk Shoal, do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm not your dog anymore. Chun Zhao was still as arrogant as ever. Who gave you the courage? Or did someone teach you to say that? Is it the psionic team? Chapter 29:45. That's right. I don't need to be afraid of you anymore, Carrie said, mustering her courage. She wasn't stupid. If she wanted to protect herself, she could only drag the team down with her. Blitz didn't feel good at all. What Jolly Win had said had put them in a difficult position. He didn't expect that he'd pulled a newcomer into the team. He didn't expect that the newcomer would be a ticking time bomb. Mr. Chun, I don't know what conflict you have with Carrie, but I hope that you can forget about it for my sake. Blitz's tone softened. It seemed like he was compromising. Chun Zhao smiled faintly. Of course. For your sake, I can write it off. But I can't just write off a debt, right? That's right. That's right. How much does she owe you? $1 billion, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Blitz's expression froze. How much did you say? 1 billion. There was an uproar. Carrie's eyes widened. The next moment, Carrie was furious. You liar. When did I owe you $1 billion? At most 100,000. It was 100,000, but because of what you said, I've decided to raise it to 1 billion. Blitz's face was filled with anger. Mr. Chun, you're making things difficult for me. An ordinary member of the team dares to offend me? I have to suspect that you guys ordered her to do this, or that you're ready for war. Blitz didn't know what Carrie had said to Chun Zhao, but it definitely wasn't anything good. At this moment, Blitz was filled with regret. Why had he dragged Carrie into the psionic team? He was asking for trouble. But now, she was a member of the team. He wanted to give up on Carrie, but there were so many members here. If he said that he was going to give up on Carrie now, the psionic team would instantly fall apart. Mr. Chun, on behalf of the team, I'm willing to pay $1 million to stop this. What do you think? Nothing. Chun Zhao rejected Blitz directly. Mr. Blitz, there's so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Yeah. Since he dares to cause trouble in our headquarters alone, he should be prepared to be taught a lesson. Blitz was frustrated. If possible, he wouldn't mind beating Chun Zhao up. But the key problem was that they couldn't beat him. Chun Zhao was too powerful. Just then, Vestana and Toddy Belster walked out. Chun Zhao sensed an unusual aura from Vestana. Powerful. It was extremely powerful. Last time, he knew that Vestana was practicing some kind of forbidden secret art. It seemed that the forbidden secret technique had succeeded. Mr. Chun. Vestana stared at Chun Zhao. There was a hint of eagerness in her eyes. Miss Vestana, you seem to have changed a lot. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that weak girl to have grown to such heights. Indeed, even I am surprised. The corner of Vestana's mouth curled up into a smile. I know what happened. Why don't we make a bet? What kind of bet? Mr. Torty and I will join hands to fight you. As a senior, you shouldn't mind us joining hands, right? If you win, you can take him away. Chun Zhao was obviously happy to accept. He didn't plan on defeating the psionic team right now anyway. But what if Mr. Chun loses? If I lose, I don't think you'll let me go, so it's meaningless for me to take out any chips now. Come, let me see how you've changed. In fact, not long ago, Toddy Belster had told him that Vestana's secret technique was close to succeeding. Mr. Torty, Vestana said in a low voice. Cover me. Of course, happy to help. Toddy Belster lifted a hand, and a magic array appeared on the ground. Two huge terror demons crawled out of the magic formation and charged at Chun Zhao. The terror demons' gigantic bodies and the terrifying aura they exuded caused most spiritualists to feel shocked and terrified. They all knew that Toddy Belster was the high-level consultant of the psionic team. He was second only to Chun Zhao and above everyone else. As for exactly how strong he was, no one could say for sure. Only some of the older members knew that Toddy Belster's strength was said to be above everyone else. Now that they saw the two terror demons, they more or less understood how terrifying he was. However, the older members knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg of Toddy Belster's true strength. Chun Zhao lifted his right arm and pressed it down slightly. The two terrifying terror demons were pressed to the ground in an instant. The ground had caved in to form two pits, and two unlucky terror demons were struggling in the pits. Chun Zhao stomped and raised his fist, charging at Toddy Belster. Just then, Vestana moved too. She was extremely fast. Her arm seemed to be flowing with lava. Flames flickered in her veins, emitting scorching heat. Bang! The two fists met. Chun Zhao stood where he was, and Vestana didn't retreat either. Vestana laughed. I used to think that Mr. Chin's fist was unstoppable, but now I realize that I overestimated you. Chun Zhao laughed too. The next moment, he suddenly exerted force. Bang! Before Vestana could show any more emotions, her body was already smashed into the mountain wall. The mountain wall was smashed into pieces, burying Vestana. Looks like you're hallucinating, Chun Zhao said calmly. Chun Zhao said calmly. Toddy Belster hurriedly stepped back. Stop, stop, stop. I surrender, Toddy said hurriedly. I don't like close combat. Even if he was acting, he didn't want to be beaten up in public. Out of everyone present, he was the only one who knew how terrifying Chun Zhao was. His ability to summon demons was given to him by Chun Zhao. Therefore, he had no chance of winning against Chun Zhao, especially since he was a survivor of the Demon Island battle. He knew that Chun Zhao's terror had no limit. Boom! Just then, Vestana lifted the gravel covering her body. She returned to the battlefield aggressively. It seemed that she hadn't completely accepted her defeat. Ms. Vestana, that's enough. Stop, Toddy Belster said. Toddy Belster said at the right time. You are not perfect enough now. It is not rational to challenge him with your imperfections. I didn't lose, Vestana said, gritting her teeth. Miss Vestana, you've lost. Brits could also see that Chun Zhao was overwhelming. At least, it was still too early for Vestana to face Chun Zhao. Chapter 2946. The moment the fists clashed, Vestana had already felt that she had lost. However, she couldn't back down now. She just made such an arrogant statement, yet she was taken away by Chun Zhao. She felt embarrassed. She'd had a sliver of hope. Her forbidden secret technique wasn't complete yet, but it was 80% complete. Her current combat strength could be said to be very terrifying. So, she felt that even if she couldn't beat Chun Zhao, she could at least fight back. The moment the fists clashed, she was overjoyed. She felt that Chun Zhao's power was only SOSO. But the next moment, Chun Zhao crushed her hopes. It was still that unparalleled power, so strong that it was terrifying. But this time, Vestana quickly calmed down. There was some hope in her unwilling eyes. That power didn't seem to be unconquerable. She wasn't that far away from that punch. If she could take that punch, it was the same as taking all the attacks. Vestana looked forward to the next time she could ascend. She looked forward to the next real, face-to-face battle with Chun Zhao. And next time, she wouldn't fail again. Vestana could feel it. That day wasn't that far away anymore. Carrie was about to pee her pants. Couldn't she even hide here? Couldn't the psionic team protect her? Chun Zhao looked at Carrie with a smile. Look, I said that no one can protect you. Fuck, if you want to take Carrie away, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Just then, Carrie's only friend, Iman, stood before Carrie and roared. Sure. Chun Zhao raised his hand and aimed it at Iman instantly. Iman felt like death was coming. Stop. Suddenly, Toddy Belster yelled. Immediately, a huge demon appeared behind him. The demon's entire body was enveloped in terrifying hellfire. The demon's wings were spread to the maximum, more than 10 meters wide. The demon's body emitted terrifying waves. These waves were completely different from normal aura suppression. This was the demonic domain that only big demons could master. This kind of power caused everyone present to turn pale with fright. Only now did they understand how terrifying and powerful Toddy Belster was. Even Vestana was astonished. What kind of power was this? Just by feeling it, and not even as an enemy, the other party felt an immense pressure. In fact, this could no longer be called terrifying but grand. Everyone felt how insignificant they were. In front of Toddy Belster, in front of the huge, fiery demon behind him. Smiling, Chen Zhao took 2 steps back. Fine, fine. You win. I only want her. I won't touch anyone else. Toddy Belster played along with him. Of course, Chen Zhao had to play along with Toddy Belster. As the high-level advisor of the psionic ability team, he had to display his authority and strength. This was the only way to consolidate his position. Chen Zhao lifted his finger, and Carrie was lifted into the air. Chen Zhao turned and left, disappearing into the darkness in a few seconds. The others were now enveloped by the demonic domain of the great demon behind Toddy Belster. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Only Chen Zhao could come and go as he pleased. Seeing Chen Zhao leave, Toddy Belster looked at Chen Zhao. Suddenly, he half-knelt on the ground like a deflated balloon. At the same time, the great demon behind him disappeared. The suppression of the demonic domain was also released. Mr. Toddy, why didn't you stop him just now? You can definitely do it. Westana was shocked by Toddy Belster's terrifying power. She felt that Toddy Belster could definitely stop Chen Zhao. He might even be able to defeat this invincible enemy. But Toddy didn't do that. Instead, they could only watch as Chen Zhao led their people away. Blitz went up to help Toddy Belster up. Even though Westana was their boss, Blitz said unhappily, "Miss Vestana, you'd better show some respect to Mr. Torty. I think he's done more than enough." Blitz said with dissatisfaction. Toddy Belster stood up tiredly. Looking at Westana, he said, "You think I don't want to? I've only just come into contact with this level of power. As you can see, it's already very difficult for me to maintain it. Mr. Chun, on the other hand, isn't suppressed by my power at all. This can only mean that he also has this power and is more skilled than me. If we fight, I'll definitely lose, so I can only control my power and scare him away. As for defeating him," Toddy Belster looked at Westana seriously. "For now, I can't do it alone." Bullshit. Toddy Belster was bullshit. Summoning demons wasn't difficult for him at all. The demonic domain wasn't released by him either. It was by the great demon. So he didn't have to use any energy at all. He didn't even need to do anything to summon the demon. He was just acting until the end. However, Vestana showed a look of remorse. "Sorry, Mr. Toddy, I was impulsive. I apologize." Westana apologized sincerely. But it was also because of Toddy Belster's unimaginable power. His position in their hearts rose once again. It was unimaginable power. Toddy Belster was the same. So was Chen Zhao. "Mr. Toddy, let me help you in." Blitz helped Toddy Belster in a friendly manner. Vestana followed. She wanted to know everything she could about that power. Perhaps, in the next war, this kind of power would become the absolute key. "Mr. Toddy, what exactly is that power?" "Domain." Toddy Belster answered weakly but firmly. "My understanding of domains isn't complete yet. I've only come into contact with it recently. It's the talent and power that only true experts have. Different from me. That man has a complete domain. Have you seen him use it before?" Both shook their heads. They couldn't help but look even more worried. The situation wasn't as optimistic as they'd imagined. In the 2 battles, Chen Zhao had defeated them without even using his domain. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrifying that man was. "How can we obtain this power? Does everyone have a chance?" Blitz asked. Toddy Belster couldn't help but look at Blitz. "Theoretically, everyone has the right, but reality isn't theory." Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 29:47. Carrie was so scared that she almost peed her pants. How could this happen? Didn't they agree to be each other's angels? Carrie knew that the psionic team was helpless too, but helplessness didn't mean she could accept it. On the other hand, Chun Zhao's dominance made her panic. Then Carrie was tossed to the ground. Don't be rash. Killing is against the law. Carrie jumped up from the ground. Don't be reckless. Murder is against the law. Carrie jumped up from the ground. Go in. He pointed at a small building behind Carrie. Carrie looked at the building. It was dark inside. She couldn't see anything. Jolly Wen looked at the small building. It was dark inside, and she couldn't see anything. Carrie stared at Chun Zhao in fear. Shut up. Chun Zhao waved his finger, and Carrie was sent flying into the building. Shut up. Chun Zhao waved his finger, and Carrie flew backward, falling into the building. As soon as Carrie stood up, a huge force came from behind and sent her flying. She felt as if all the bones in her body were about to fall apart. Wretched bastard. Carrie cursed. Carrie, it wasn't that man who attacked you just now. It was an evil spirit. What? Evil spirit? He wants an evil spirit to kill me? That evil spirit alone shouldn't be able to kill you. What about the ones on the other side? Carrie suddenly panicked. There was something that looked like a beehive embedded in the opposite wall. It was so densely packed that it made one's scalp go numb. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they'd probably go into shock. Actually, it was a beehive formed by countless evil spirits. They'd emptied the wall and stuffed themselves into it, forming holes. Huwu's tone changed too. Spirit nest. No matter what it was, a quantitative change would result in a qualitative change. The conditions to form a spirit nest were more stringent. An evil spirit at the level of a calamity had to die. Moreover, the spirit didn't dissipate or get rid of. Then, other evil spirits discovered it and used it as a nest. As time passed, the weaker evil spirits didn't devour the spirit. Instead, they were bound by the spirit and became a part of the nest. The evil spirits that were fused with the spirit nest still retained some consciousness, but they were more like the neurons of the spirit nest. If one evil spirit discovered its prey, all the evil spirits would discover it. Oh no! Yuan Wu obviously realized that something was wrong. Over 100 evil spirits screeched at the same time. The surrounding walls were crumbling. What should I do? Think of something. I don't want to die here, run. The only thing you can do now is run. Carrie fled frantically. Just as she reached the door opened. She saw Chun Zhao standing far away. The moment she rushed out, Chun Zhao tapped lightly. Carrie was shoved back into the building. Half an hour later, Carrie was covered in blood. Dragging her broken right leg, she staggered out of the building. Carrie felt like she was going to die. She also did not know how she had destroyed the spirit nest. In short, she won. No, it should be said that she survived. Carrie suddenly stopped and saw Chun Zhao standing outside. Carrie didn't know how Chun Zhao would deal with her. Without saying anything, Chun Zhao turned and got into the car. After a few seconds, he said coldly, "Get in the car." Carrie didn't have the courage to fight Chun Zhao anymore. She obediently got into the car. "This isn't the way to my house," Carrie said. Chun Zhao didn't say anything. He ignored Carrie's doubts. Carrie was even more terrified. She was afraid that the next destination would be like this. Just now, when she faced the spirit nest, both she and Yuan Wu had used all their strength to destroy it. If the next destination was still like this, she might as well just die. The car stopped in front of a house in a residential area. Jolly Wen looked around. It seemed like someone lived here. It didn't seem like a creepy place. "Get out." Carrie got out of the car, trembling. Chun Zhao walked to the door and knocked. The door opened. Xiaoyi saw Chun Zhao standing outside. Behind him, there was also Carrie, who was covered in blood. "Mr. Chun, she'll be your roommate from now on," Chun Zhao said. With that, Chun Zhao turned and left. Xiao He and Jialuan were left behind, looking at each other. Xiaoyi didn't have time to ask. She hurriedly helped Carrie into the house. Carrie was frightened tonight. She really felt like she was going to die. "Are you okay?" Xiaoyi looked at Carrie, who was curled up on the sofa. "Very," Carrie said. "Who are you to that man?" "I'm not related to him. He saved my life, but I don't have much contact with him," Xiaoyi said. "What about you?" "Slave." Xiaoyi looked at Jolly Wen with a strange expression and asked, "In what way?" "I owed him money. Then, I found a backer and thought that I could avoid that man. In the end, that man found my backer and beat him up. He dragged me out and made me like this. He's so cruel. Xiaoyi didn't know the whole story, so she started to imagine it. You need to wash up. I'll find some medicine for you, Xiaoyi said. After Jia Liwen showered, Xiaoyi lent her clothes to Jia Liwen. She also helped Carrie deal with her wounds. She didn't need to talk about the bruises. There were also many bite marks from evil spirit claws. These are from evil spirits. You too? You too? Yes. He threw me in front of spirit nest. Damn, I almost died there. Xiaoyi exclaimed, Spirit nest? You faced a spirit nest alone? That thing is very difficult to deal with. Back then, my father had to bring 12 disciples to deal with a spirit nest. You're a loose cultivator? Or a family one? Me? I count as a loose cultivator, Carrie said. Then what do you plan to do next? I don't know. I don't even dare to run now. He's a demon. His power covers all of Los Angeles. No, all of California. You can't escape from Los Angeles, Xiaoyi said. In other words, I have nowhere to run? Will the police protect me? Xiaoyi glanced at Carrie and shook her head. It's useless. If he wants to kill you, unless you hide in the White House, you won't be able to escape. Is there no other way? I can't help you, Xiaoyi said. By the way, maybe I can teach you some spells. If you face danger next time, you might be more relaxed. Can you help me defeat him? I don't know how powerful he is. Top. Chapter 2948. Xiaoyi had never seen Chen Zhao fight. However, from her interaction with West had said that Chen Zhao was very powerful. As for exactly how powerful he was, Xiaoyi didn't have a clear idea. However, she knew that West was powerful, because she had run into some trouble once. Coincidentally, West had come to see her. Then, he had helped her solve the problem. He had done it easily, too. To make West say that Chen Zhao was very powerful. This meant that Chen Zhao was really powerful. Perhaps much more powerful than the two of them. I know someone. He worked for that Chen. He's my uncle. I'll ask him tomorrow, Xiaoyi said. Don't. You said that your uncle works for that man. If you ask, won't you expose my inner thoughts? She was still afraid. It's okay. I won't ask directly, Xiaoyi said. Then be careful. Don't expose me. Right now, Carrie's fear of Chen Zhao had reached its peak. It wasn't just that Chen Zhao had mistreated her. Before that, Chen Zhao had faced more than 100 people in the psionic team alone. However, his aura alone was able to suppress more than 100 people in front of him to the point of suffocation. If not for Mr. Toady, the psionic team would probably have been defeated by Chen Zhao alone. Uncle West, are you busy? Yes. I'll treat you to lunch. Okay, give me the address. West could actually feel that he was still a little guarded against him. Thus, after arranging Xiaoyi's accommodation and the procedures for her to study abroad, he rarely went to find her. He kept a safe distance that Xiaoyi felt comfortable with. However, West didn't expect Xiaoyi to treat him to lunch. This surprised and delighted him. When West arrived at the restaurant, Xiaoyi was already one step ahead of him. Xiaoyi, this is for you. Xiaoyi took West's brocade box. The moment she opened it, a dense wave of magic surged out. It was a small and exquisite pendant. It's a gadget made by our alchemists. Everyone has one, so I took one. No, it's too expensive. Xiaoyi couldn't tell what the red gem in the middle of the pendant was, but it was definitely not an ordinary magic material. This kind of top-grade magic material could easily cost tens of thousands of dollars, and most of the time, it was measured in grams. Don't worry, this thing is the least valuable in our world. Worthless? How is that possible? Xiaoyi felt that West had purposely said that so that she would accept the gift. That's the truth. We have too many of these things. If it weren't for stabilizing the market price, I'm afraid we would have sold them all long ago. Now that we have them in our hands, it's not convenient to sell them, so we can only use them for ourselves. How is that possible? It's impossible for there to be a large supply of such top-quality magic materials, right? This is refined from the blood of some magical creature. Even if it's the blood of a large magic creature, there won't be much left after it's been refined, right? We found many of these magic creatures. No one else has found them yet, So they're exclusive to the supernatural organization. West shrugged. Indeed, the blood of a giant dragon had been refined and concentrated 100 times. But even if it was 100 times more concentrated, it was still quite impressive. A giant dragon could produce 2 tons of dragon blood crystals. This meant that the supernatural organization had more than 20 tons of dragon blood crystals. And this was when they had only refined 1/3 of the giant dragon's blood. The market price of dragon blood crystals was $2 million per kilogram. It was worth far more than gold of the same weight. However, the market demand for dragon blood crystals was much lower than gold. Therefore, if the supernatural organization put the dragon blood crystals on the market, the price of the crystals would probably plummet 100 times. Therefore, the supernatural organization's current strategy was to keep the crystals flowing. But even if they couldn't put the dragon blood crystals on the market in one go, it would still bring them a considerable amount of income. Even without the financial support from the higher-ups, the supernatural organization still had a lot of capital. And this was just the income from the dragon blood crystals. There were other things like dragon horns, dragon balls, dragon scales, and dragon eyes. As long as there was a small supply, they would be sold out the moment they went on the market. Hearing Wes' words, Xiaohe reluctantly accepted the gift. Wes had given her the pendant mainly because as an elder, it wasn't suitable for him to give her accessories like bracelets, rings, or necklaces. A pendant was more suitable. Uncle West, who's the most powerful person in the supernatural organization. Our president, of course. Is he as powerful as you? That's for sure. When we asked him to be our president, we liked his abilities. He's also stronger than we expected. He's probably the strongest and most suitable president since the supernatural organization was established. Even I can't find any problems with him. What level is he? Level? It doesn't matter what level it is. He can probably deal with any kind of supernatural threat. Xiaohe ignored the second half of West's sentence. In her opinion, West was blowing his own trumpet and exaggerating. She didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could deal with all supernatural threats. After all, she was the former mistress of the God Refinement sect. There were also many books in the God Refinement sect that recorded some events in the Huaxia supernatural world. Therefore, Xiaohe guessed that West's vision was limited. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, North America was the weakest supernatural region. Chun Zhao's strength was certain. But it definitely wasn't as exaggerated as West said. If I want to surpass him, can I do it? Air. West looked at Xiaohe with a strange expression and then shook his head silently. To the members of the supernatural organization, Chun Zhao was basically invincible. That was an impression accumulated through battle after battle and many powerful enemies. Now, it was very difficult to be shaken by others. Therefore, Xiaohe said that she wanted to surpass their president. From West's point of view, it wasn't just a slim chance. It was practically impossible. Xiaohe, if you want to practice more advanced magic, you can join the supernatural organization. We still have many powerful people there. You should set your goal more realistically. You shouldn't set your goal on defeating the president from the start, Hansen said. Chapter 2949. Reiko, Kaha-chan. The two arranged to meet at the amusement park. Xiaohe and Nagasaka Reiko kept in contact more often. Basically, they belonged to the category of best friends. The two often shopped, ate, and shopped together. Occasionally, they would also be in the same class. The two of them interacted the most in school. They were all international students from the Los Angeles branch campus. Of course, Nagasaka Reiko's results were not very good. However, this couldn't be helped because Nagasaka Reiko would skip 2/3 of her classes every semester. On the contrary, Xiaohe's performance was quite good. The two girls were having fun in the amusement park. When he was tired, he sat on a bench in the amusement park and ate ice cream. Reiko, you skipped class again yesterday. Professor Andy is very angry. It's okay. My family donated a lot of money to the school. I won't be dissuaded. Nagasaka Reiko said disapprovingly. Xiaohe rolled her eyes, feeling a little envious and jealous at the same time. Did you have a mission yesterday? Sort of. Nagasaka Reiko vaguely replied. In fact, she had entered the Tower of Trials yesterday and he had finally passed the second level and entered the third level. The third floor of the Tower of Trials was where the top fighters of the supernatural organization were. Due to the sudden arrival of the spirit tide, everyone's strength seemed to have improved significantly. This was especially true for the few top-notch combatants. Their growth rate far exceeded that of the others. Although everyone was on the third floor, the difference in combat power was still very obvious. Is it difficult? It's all right, Nagasaka Reiko said. We followed the captain to deal with a few spirit nests. Halfway through, we received a call from the president. He even told us to leave one spirit nest behind. The sudden arrival of the spirit chi tide had significantly increased the strength of the supernatural organization. But at the same time, it also increased the incidence of supernatural incidents. Take yesterday's mission, for example. According to the investigation, those spirit nests were formed in the last 10 days or so. Under normal circumstances, the journey to the spiritual nest would take at least a few years. The formation of the spirit nest was so short that everyone could only attribute it to the spirit chi tide. Xiaohe was a little speechless. It seemed that the spirit nest they had left behind had been used by Jia Liwen in the end. The last spirit nest was taken care of by your president, right? Are you kidding me? The guild leader had to personally deal with a spirit nest? How much do you look down on our guild leader? Are those spirit nests qualified for your president to take action? Nagasaka Reiko rolled her eyes at Xiaohe. Spirit nest? As an official member, he could easily take care of a few of them. Can this thing be used as a standard to measure our guild leader? Don't look down on our guild leader. All right. Originally, Xiaohe wanted to get something from Nagasaka Reiko that was different from what Wes said. Xiaohe felt that Nagasaka Reiko came from Japan, and Japan was an area with a lot of supernatural activities. She should be more knowledgeable than West. But in the end, Nagasaka Reiko's tone was almost the same as West's. That matter-of-fact tone, that kind of pride and arrogance when questioning others. Our guild leader is the #1 expert in the world. This time, it was Xiaohe who rolled her eyes. Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and their children were all on the train to San Francisco. In order not to let his child disturb others, Chun Zhao specially booked a carriage. It was a 2 to 3 hour journey, and taking the train was more comfortable than flying. When the train arrived, Chun Zhao and his family boarded the double-decker bus that Portia had prepared beforehand. Only the double-decker bus had enough space for Chun Zhao's children to be noisy. Chun Zhao had to bring his family because Morguri really didn't have many friends, especially friends who could tell him their identities without worry. So, Chun Zhao could only bring his family to support Morguri. After all, if the groom didn't have any friends or relatives during the wedding, it would be a pity for the wedding and the groom. Morguri, who was wearing the groom's suit today, went up and hugged Chun Zhao excitedly when he saw him get off the bus. Then, a group of little demons rushed out of the car. As the main character of the wedding, he would never reject lively children. The wedding wasn't held in a church. Instead, it was held in an empty field outside the town. Not many friends and relatives came. Including Chun Zhao's family, there were only about 30 people. Chun Zhao's family took half of them. During the wedding prelude, the bride's father held the bride's hand and solemnly handed her to Morguri. The bride's father said a few words. It was the bride's second marriage. She mentioned the misfortunes of her first marriage and her first husband's bad deeds. The bride's father hoped that Morguri could change his impression of his son-in-law. Then came the appearance of the wedding witnesses. It was a traditional ceremony. With the vows of husband and wife, the wedding ceremony was finally completed. Then, it was like a normal family party. Everyone walked around each other. Morguri brought the bride to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai. Andre, you're so handsome today. Chun Zhao punched Morguri's chest. Chun, are they all your children? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. I didn't expect you to have so many children. I'm so envious. Allie didn't ask much. She could tell from their skin color that most of them weren't biological. You can have them too, but it'll take some time. The newlyweds definitely couldn't stay by Chun Zhao's side all the time. There were still many friends and relatives that they needed to greet. When Chun Zhao went to get the fruit salad, he suddenly felt someone's gaze. Following the feeling, he saw a black-haired woman. Beside her stood a tall, fat man who looked like a bodyguard. The woman also noticed Chun Zhao's gaze. Then, the woman walked over. "Same kind?" she asked straightforwardly. Chun Zhao nodded. "Do you always look at ordinary people like this?" "Professional habit," the woman said disapprovingly. "I just didn't expect the man's friend to have the same kind." "Then he's just an ordinary person," Chun Zhao said immediately. He didn't know who the woman was or what she would do. However, he didn't want to cause any trouble for Mordery. Just then, Ali came over again. "Amada, when did you come?" "Ali, congratulations." The black-haired woman smiled, which was rare. After exchanging greetings, Ali introduced the black-haired woman to Chun Zhao. She was her cousin. "Where are you from?" Amada asked Chun Zhao. "Los Angeles," Chun Zhao said. "Really? I'm going to LA in a few days too." "What a coincidence. If you have time, call me. I'll treat you to dinner." "Ah, no need for dinner. I think you won't want to see me then." Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. Amethyst's tone was rather unfriendly. It seemed that she didn't have good intentions going to LA. "I'll give you a piece of advice. In the next 2 weeks, you better go traveling. Don't go back to LA. Chapter 2950. "Sorry," Chun Zhao replied with a smile. "Traveling isn't in my plan." "Okay," Amada said. "Then you better hide at home and don't come out." Chun Zhao didn't know where Amada came from. However, she seemed to be hostile toward Chun Zhao. Nevertheless, at this wedding-themed party, the two still gave each other some dignity. Amada looked at Chun Zhao's back. "Investigate who that man is." The tall and fat bodyguard beside her said in a low voice, "Miss, I've already investigated. He's a rich man in L.A. with over $10 billion. He's been in this country for less than 3 years. He's suspected to be a spiritualist." "No need to suspect," Amada said. "He's definitely one." "Then will our actions conflict with him?" "I hope not," Amada said. Amada said, "After all, the impact of killing a billionaire is too great. However, if he must participate in the process of her conquest, then try to make it as clean as possible, or make it look like an accident." At the wedding party, Chun Zhao and Amada didn't interact anymore. Although they occasionally met, they acted like they didn't know each other and gave their blessings to the two main characters of the wedding. Under Ellie and Mordery's guidance, Chun Zhao also greeted their friends and family. Everyone would greet each other in unfamiliar, yet passionate ways. Of course, compared to the complexity of adults, children were much simpler. They loved this kind of festive and lively atmosphere. After the wedding, Chun Zhao didn't return to L.A. immediately. Instead, he stayed the night in San Francisco. At night, Chun Zhao went to the forest. There was a faint aura in the air. Chun Zhao found Victoria. At the moment, Victoria was like a small mountain. No creature in the forest could threaten her. Of course, even humans. Unless it was an army, they wouldn't be able to threaten her. Victoria also recognized Chun Zhao. Or perhaps he recognized Chun Zhao through smell. They were as close as ever. Victoria nudged Chun Zhao with her big head. Chun Zhao wrapped his arms around Victoria. He couldn't even hug Victoria's head. She was really too big. Due to her barbaric growth, she was even bigger than Chun Zhao's princess. Chun Zhao took out the demonic crystal. It was Victoria's favorite food. Maybe it wasn't just food to her. Chun Zhao also thought about taking Victoria away. However, after some consideration, he gave up on this idea. Victoria didn't belong to him, but it was also Mordery's family. Chun Zhao came quietly and then left quietly. The forest was huge, and under normal circumstances, Victoria's city would be safe. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. As long as there was human activity, it could not be said to be absolutely safe. The next day, he brought his family back to Los Angeles. Bang, bang. Xiaohe and Carrie were startled awake. They ran out of their respective rooms. What happened? I don't know. Was it a knock on the door? Xiaohe pulled open the curtains of the living room and saw a car parked by the roadside. Chun Zhao was standing in front of the car. The loud noise was clearly caused by him. When Carrie saw him, her face paled. Seeing Jia Liwen's expression, Xiaohe immediately said angrily, "Don't be afraid of him. I'll teach him a lesson." As she spoke, Xiaohe strode to open the door. "Are you crazy? Do you know what time it is? Call Carrie out. I'm going to bed. If there's anything else, we'll talk tomorrow. As the daughter of a broken family, you don't seem to have any intention of going back. This won't do, so I've decided. You've decided what? Chun Zhao hooked his finger, and Xiao He was pulled out. The next moment, Xiao He heard the sound of a window breaking behind her. Carrie also broke out of the window. Chun Zhao threw the two girls into the car. What are you doing? I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid. Chun Zhao ignored the two women's panicked warnings and continued driving. Xiao He was so angry that she wanted to fight. But Chun Zhao's next words chilled her heart. You two better behave. My car is worth more than both of you combined. Before you fight, you better think about whether you can afford it or not. The pauper duo immediately behaved themselves. Xiao He had heard from Carrie that she had accidentally shattered the glass of Chun Zhao's cafeteria. Then, Chun Zhao dared to ask her for $1 billion. If they scratched even a bit of his car, he would skin them alive. Soon, Chun Zhao stopped the car. Get out. After the two women got out of the car, they discovered that there was a house in front of them that was immersed in darkness. The two women instantly felt a gust of chilly wind. Mr. Chun, I have class tomorrow. Xiao He admitted defeat. Why did he have to stand up for Carrie? He had no money, no manpower, and no strength. Why was she so stupid? There's an evil spirit inside. Destroy it and you can go home. Just one evil spirit? Xiao He asked. Yes, it's just an evil spirit. What level? Is it disaster level? If it was just a ferocious spirit, Xiao He felt that it was still possible. But it couldn't be disaster level. Of course, it was unlikely. It was almost impossible for a disaster-level evil spirit to appear in such a densely populated area. No, not disaster level, Chun Zhao said. So it's only disaster level? Chun Zhao nodded. It's a little stronger than disaster level. Destroy it and we can go. Yes. Yuan Wu. We're disaster level. It's a classification for evil spirits or magical beasts. Disaster level is the highest. It's as hard to fight against as a natural disaster. It can cause great damage in a certain area. Disaster level is second. It can cause a certain amount of damage in a small area. Disaster level is a huge threat to a family. Below that are normal evil spirits. What level is the spirit nest? Disaster level. In other words, that fellow said that I can deal with the disaster level evil spirit inside. Theoretically, yes, but what? Level doesn't represent reality. Never mind. Let's see what kind of evil spirit it is. Yuan Wu was worried that Chun Zhao had prepared a spirit nest for Carrie 2 nights ago. It wouldn't be weakened this time, so Yuan Wu was worried that there was something fishy about the evil spirit inside. What are you waiting for? Go in. Chun Zhao kicked Carrie's butt, and she flew into the room. Carrie was angry at such ungentlemanly behavior, but she didn't dare to say anything. She muttered as she followed Xiao He into the house. Chapter 29:51. Xiao He and Jia Liwen both wanted to finish as soon as possible. After entering the house, they saw a twisted, evil spirit with only a pair of legs but 6 upper bodies. This evil spirit didn't avoid them. Its 6 crooked heads looked at Xiao He and Jia Liwen. The 2 girls had seen a bit of the world. There was nothing to be afraid of for a mere evil spirit. Don't be afraid. Go up and fight. Xiao He made a hand seal and chanted in a low voice, Summon blood god, my venerable spell. The next moment, Xiao He slapped her forehead. A golden red mark that looked like a fire pattern appeared on her forehead. Xiao He took a horse stance. That evil spirit had already rushed up. Its 6 upper bodies bared their fangs and pounced at Xiao He. Xiao He moved and dodged the attack of the 12 sharp claws. She turned around and slapped one of the evil spirit's upper bodies. A scorching flame power burst out of Xiao He's palm. In an instant, the upper body that was slapped exploded. One down. Xiao He took 2 steps back. She looked quite relaxed. Impressive. Jia Liwen was very surprised. She didn't expect Xiao He to be so powerful. That's nothing. She's just using a force-borrowing spell. What force-borrowing spell? It's a spell that borrows the power of gods, ancestors, or nature. There are many similar spells in both the East and the West. Pu Wu said disapprovingly. Looking at her hand seal and chant just now, she should be borrowing the power of the fire spirit. Then isn't borrowing the power of gods the most powerful? Of course not. With the same magic power, borrowing the power of gods is the least because the requirements for borrowing the power of gods are very strict. On the contrary, the power of ancestors is the easiest to borrow. You can borrow more power with a relatively small amount of magic power, and the price is very small or even no price. Moreover, the power of ancestors and the caster have an extremely high compatibility, so it's easier to use. What type of spell did you give me? It's not any type. It's just a simple circulation method. Combined with some simple breathing and releasing, you can compare magic power to fuel. Some powerful spells can be compared to a highly efficient engine. The breathing method you know now is to directly use fuel to spray others. Hearing Huwu's words, Carrie was instantly disappointed. So the things I know are so low level. Why don't you teach me something more advanced? No, I'm a divine beast. How could I know a human's cultivation technique? Don't you cultivate yourself? You won't be able to understand my cultivation method. Telling you more is just a waste of my breath. Then I don't have a place to look. You can ask Xiao He and see if she is willing to teach you her cultivation method. But you'd better not have too much hope. Her cultivation method has obvious traces of being passed down in her family, and it is estimated that there is also a bloodline requirement. Even if she is willing to teach you, you may not be able to practice it. At this moment, Xiao He was concentrating on dealing with the evil spirit in front of her. In the blink of an eye, another upper body was destroyed. Just when Xiao He was about to say something arrogant, she saw that the upper body of the first one that was blown up actually started to recover. Xiao He's countenance changed. Oh no, it's the root link spirit. The so-called root spirit was a spirit body with an extremely strong regenerative ability. As long as it was not instantly destroyed, even if there was only a small part left, it could still regenerate. Just like the legendary Hydra, as long as it had one head left, it could be reborn. Xiao He had never seen a root spirit with 6 bodies like the one in front of her. However, this was clearly not an ordinary calamity evil spirit. But to say that it had reached the level of a calamity, it was not. Jolly Wen, don't be in a daze. Attack it with me. Jolly Wen hurriedly joined the battle. However, the two of them clearly did not have enough attack power. From a certain point of view, this root spirit was even more difficult than the spirit nest from the day before. The two of them had put in a lot of effort, but in the end, they had only destroyed the upper body of the root spirit. Moreover, if they could not quickly deal with it, it was very likely that their previous efforts would have been in vain. Do you have a more ferocious attack? Jolly Wen asked Yuan Wu. Right now, the two of them clearly did not have enough attack power. This Lian Jin spirit was too difficult to deal with, even though its own strength was nothing to worry about. Although its own strength was really nothing to worry about, its regenerative ability was truly despairing. Without enough attack power, it was impossible to deal with. Cooperate with me. I'll attack, Yuan Wu said. All right, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Raise your chi, exhale, and press your palm against your dantian. This is the position, right? How many times have I taught you? Point your navel downwards. All right, is this the right position? All right, here it comes. Yuan Wu burrowed out of Jia Liwen's body, its claws suddenly tearing apart the root spirit in front of it. Xiao He could not see Yuan Wu, but she could clearly feel a powerful aura surging out from Jia Liwen's body. Immediately after, the root spirit was torn into strips by that thing. Phew, it's done. Jia Liwen's legs suddenly went soft, and she lay on the ground. However, before the two of them could even catch their breath, a scene that made them despair appeared. Each strip of the root spirit that had been torn into strips began to extend new limbs, 6 new bodies. Xiao He and Jia Liwen were dumbfounded. The two of them looked at each other and shouted, "Run!" The root spirit in front of them had turned into dozens of upper bodies like the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Not only had its shape changed, but its aura had also become more than 10 times stronger. Boom! The two of them were thrown out of the house and landed right in front of Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at the root spirit that had squeezed out. Amazing! This is the first time I've seen a spirit purge that can level up an evil spirit. You can raise a disaster level evil spirit to disaster level. You're really amazing. The two of them looked at Chun Zhao, flustered. Chun Zhao actually wanted them to continue. But the thing before them had clearly surpassed their limit. It was the same level as the spirit nest yesterday, both at the disaster level. But even at the same level, there were different levels of combat power. This thing was much stronger than the spirit nest. Nearly 100 evil spirits with half-bodies surged out like a tide. They seemed to want to drown the three of them. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed. The root spirit was instantly squeezed into a ball. Zhao Liwen's and Xiao He's eyes almost fell out. That's it. That's it. What happened to the 300 rounds of battle? The two didn't talk when they were running. However, it was very obvious that he was trying to divert the trouble. It would be best if Chun Zhao and the root spirit died together. That would be the most perfect ending. Even if it didn't work, at least Chun Zhao would have to use a lot of effort to finish off the root spirit. Then, the two of them would be able to reap the benefits. But what kind of script was this? This wasn't the script they wanted. Chapter 2952. Take this manual. There's a surprise waiting for you tomorrow. Chun Zhao glanced at the two girls. Their faces were already pale from fear. Tomorrow? That was going to cost their lives. Did he have to risk his life fighting with these repulsive people every day? Chun Zhao's gaze suddenly landed on Yu Wu, who was behind Carrie. If you look at me like that again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Yu Wu froze. You can see me? Do you think it's hard for me to find one or two monsters that escape from the beast steel with my abilities? Yu Wu stopped talking. Chun Zhao was telling the truth. With his abilities, he might not be able to catch all the monsters that escaped. But it would be a joke if he said he couldn't find a single one. Chun Zhao looked at the bead he'd made with the root spirit. The bead was almost weightless. After all, the root spirit was a spirit. He flicked it to Carrie and turned to get in the car. Wait, you're just going to leave us here? Can't you get in the car yourself? For Carrie and Xiaohe, this was just the start of their suffering. Every night after that, Chun Zhao would bring the two girls out. Nevertheless, Carrie's abilities improved day by day, especially after Yu Wu ate the bead made with the root spirit that night. His abilities more than doubled. Regular spirits didn't improve his abilities at all, but the root spirit was a disaster-level evil spirit. This wasn't something that could happen every day, even if there was a second disaster-level evil spirit in front of them. Even if they had the ability to defeat it, they might not have the chance to devour it. At most, they would just take a few bites of the leftovers. There weren't many arrays that Chun Zhao could make into beads like the other night. The second was the cultivation technique manual that Zhao Liwen had obtained. This was what Carrie lacked the most. However, it wasn't something that could be learned in a day. Therefore, Carrie's own improvement wasn't fast. Fortunately, Yu Wu's improvement was also reflected in her. Chun Zhao focused on finding all kinds of enemies for them. He was strong, and his attacks weren't restricted to the norm. It had to be said that their combat experience had increased significantly in the past few days. Blackie returned. He suddenly appeared when Chun Zhao and his family were having dinner. Chun Zhao glared at Blackie annoyed. He stopped Blackie and told him to wait for the family to finish their dinner. After dinner, Chun Zhao entered the space crevice. How is it? Did you find anything? I've been venturing deep into the core of the feathered serpent god's world. When I got close to the core, I found a huge underground cavern. I can sense something filling the entire cavern. Perhaps it's the soul of the world you're looking for, but I can't be sure. I've never seen such a huge spiritual body before. I even suspect that it's a spiritual body. Chun Zhao's eyes hardened. Looks like I was right. Your guess? My current realm has always been lacking, but I've always been thinking about where I'm lacking. The circulation of my inner world is already quite perfect, and I can't find any flaws. Therefore, I'm thinking, since humans have souls, does the world also have souls? If a world has a soul, then what my inner world lacks to transform into a small world is a soul. In that case, let's go and take a look at the so-called world soul. Chun Zhao and Blackie moved immediately. He arrived in the world of the feathered serpent god. The cavern was near the center of the earth. If it was a normal person, even if they knew that there was something there, they could only look at it and sigh. Chun Zhao didn't have such worries. He directly went down. The ground and rock layers were no different from tofu to Chun Zhao. The closer they got to the cavern, the more Chun Zhao could feel the aura that could be described as vast. When Chun Zhao and Blackie arrived at the cavern, they felt that they were in this aura. No consciousness. Chun Zhao and Blackie glanced at each other. This thing didn't have any desire to attack them. Or rather, they didn't even feel any emotions. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. His inner world revolved wildly, sucking the huge soul into it. But as soon as Chun Zhao did so, the soul actually fused into his inner world. What's going on? Wait, why is it so easy? Even a normal spiritual body would struggle when it's absorbed, let alone a world soul. Chun Zhao didn't feel any resistance. On the contrary, the spiritual body was very obedient and cooperative. Chun Zhao absorbed more than half of it effortlessly. No, this isn't a complete soul. It's a fragment, Blackie said. How is that possible? Such a huge soul fragment? How big is the whole thing? Chun Zhao could feel that the soul was at least as big as a city. But it was just a fragment? Under normal circumstances, an ordinary spirit body would be blasted into at least a few dozen pieces when it was shattered. The original body of the soul might have been shattered long ago, Blackie said. Maybe you broke it. That was possible. Chun Zhao thought back to the battle. In the end, he'd used a super meteor to hit the surface. It was very likely that the attack had shattered the world soul. It was because the world soul had been shattered. That was why he could easily merge with the fragment of the world's intent and steal the foundation of the world. Moreover, he had the majority of the initiative. The remaining part didn't attack Chun Zhao either. Everything made sense now. That strike had already shattered the world soul. The world's intent was gone. Because of this, the fragment of the world soul would see him as the original body when he absorbed it. Instinctively got close to him and cooperated with his absorption. Simply put, Chun Zhao now represented the world's intent. The entire fragment was completely absorbed by Chun Zhao. In the inner world, the soul fragment was melted, disintegrated, and then reconstructed. Chun Zhao didn't even need to interfere in this process. The inner world seemed to know what to do instinctively. A blurry figure appeared in the inner world. It was very blurry and the face couldn't be seen clearly, but one could tell from the outline that it was Chun Zhao's image. Blackie looked at Chun Zhao as if he could see some changes in Chun Zhao. How is it? Yes, I can feel that the inner world is becoming complete, but to make it complete on its own will probably take hundreds or thousands of years. I need more soul fragments. Feel it hard, Blackie said. It's a part of you. You should be able to find the other fragments more easily than me, as long as they still exist in this world. Chapter 29:53. Feel it with force? Blackie's choice of words was exquisite. Actually, he was using his own soul power to spread it out. It was like using a huge magnetic field as the source. Soul magnetic fields would attract each other. Moreover, Chun Zhao was blessed by the heavens here. The entire world belonged to him. Chun Zhao's consciousness spread across the mountains and rivers, crossing the vast ocean. He jumped into the abyss and crossed the endless plains. Found it. Chun Zhao retracted his consciousness. He sensed about 7 huge soul fragments. The soul fragment Chun Zhao had absorbed was the largest one hidden deep underground. The others weren't small either. Apart from the remaining 7, there were also hundreds of smaller ones scattered in every corner of the world. Chun Zhao had a thought. Instantly, he appeared before the second largest soul fragment with Blackie. With a thought, Chun Zhao and Blackie appeared before the second largest soul fragment in an instant. This soul fragment was hidden deep under the sea. It was even smoother than the first time. The moment Chun Zhao appeared, the soul fragment burrowed into his body. The moment the second soul fragment fused with the inner world, the figure in the inner world became clearer too. The third soul fragment. He could already see the face of the figure in the inner world. The fourth soul fragment. The inner world had truly transformed. The fifth, the sixth, the figure in the inner world was actually shrinking slowly. No, it wasn't shrinking. It was becoming young again. From 30 to 20, 20 to 10, and then to a baby. Then the baby became an egg. The energy in the inner world started pouring into the egg. The egg started hatching, and the baby crawled out. The eggshell was refined by the baby and then reversed. It became a teenager, a young man, a strong man, an old man, and finally it decayed. After decaying, the energy returned to the world. The world was reconstructed and formed a new egg. This happened repeatedly. Egg, baby, teenager, young man, strong man, old man, decay. Each cycle was extremely perfect. The inner world seemed to be nourished. The inner world actually produced spiritual qi. Chun Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had truly ascended. A perfect ascension. His colleagues also had a perfect inner world. Chun Zhao no longer needed the outer world to absorb the spiritual qi. His inner world could produce spiritual qi on its own. At this moment, Chun Zhao had truly transcended. Blackie had been following beside Chun Zhao silently. He felt Chun Zhao's change. Did you succeed? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Do you need the remaining fragments of the world's soul? Don't you need it? Chun Zhao thought for a moment and said, there's not much point. If I absorb the remaining soul fragment, I can become stronger to a certain extent, but it's a waste. Then leave it to me. I want to study the world soul. I will also collect the small fragments scattered everywhere. Chun Zhao nodded. The world soul fragment could be said to be a supreme treasure. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't share it with outsiders. Blackie, on the other hand, was one of them, and he played a huge role in finding the first fragment of the world soul. By the way, if you swallow this thing, can you become an existence like the Grim Reaper? Blackie thought about it and shook his head. This thing is too big. It will take a long time to swallow. I'm not sure if I can transform. Blackie had already transformed once, from a soul-bringer to a death-bringer. But in essence, Blackie hadn't changed. His duties and functions hadn't changed. The only change was that Blackie could appear in front of ordinary people as long as he wanted. Of course, Blackie had never done that before. Chun Zhao was also curious. If Blackie transformed again, could he evolve into the legendary Grim Reaper? Or something else? Here, Chun Zhao could do many things. He could teleport to any corner of the world instantly. This was just one of the skills Chun Zhao had discovered. No, it shouldn't be called a skill. It should be called a power. But Chun Zhao was still very unfamiliar with it. Chun Zhao didn't know what else he could do. Anyway, he had a long way to go. He didn't need to rush. When he returned to Earth, Chun Zhao realized that 3 days had passed. It wasn't because the time flow was different between the two worlds. It was because Chun Zhao had been immersed in the transformation process. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. The world soul in his inner world basically went through a transformation cycle every 24 hours, from new life to decay, and then from decay to new life. Amada walked on the tree-lined path. This road had been around for 300 years. From the moment their family moved to this continent, from the moment their family settled in this country, this road had been built. Their family was the Felix family, an ancient and mysterious magic family. But they also had an illustrious name, a 1,000-year-old family. Before they moved to this land, they were a prominent family in Europe. There were big nobles in the world of ordinary people. The Felix family was the royal family of the magic world. There were only a few families that could compare to the Felix family. In their most glorious time, the Felix family had almost controlled the magic world of Europe. But their most glorious time was also their most painful time. The Felix family was overthrown. With the Scarlet Church as the main force, the Allied forces led by the 20th Blood Mary became the culprit of the Felix family's death. The Felix family suffered a crushing defeat. From the top combat power to the bottom structure, the 20th Blood Mary and her allied forces completely defeated the Felix family. The Felix family's divine artifact was sealed. Their top combat power died in battle. The remaining family members left Europe under the lead of the eldest son of the family leader at that time. To avoid being targeted by their enemies, the Felix family remained silent for 300 years. A whole 300 years. Even their former enemies had forgotten about the Felix family's existence. But they didn't disappear. The Felix family never disappeared. They still existed. They were just waiting for an opportunity. Finally, the opportunity came. Not long ago, the sleeping family woke up. The first sign was the awakening of the family's powerhouses that had been sleeping for hundreds of years. The second sign was that the sealed family's divine artifact had been unsealed without any warning. And many ordinary members of the family suddenly awakened their bloodline. All the signs pointed to the return of the Felix family. It was like a beautiful note drawn by fate. All the signs indicated the arrival of a new era. Every awakened would remember the humiliation their family had suffered in the past. Their hatred was passed down from generation to generation. Amma was the representative of the new generation. She had a noble bloodline, strength, and the hatred of the past. Now, she was going to carry out the first order given by the family with the other new generation. Her mission was to conquer California. Yes, to inform the spiritual world of California. The other family members more or less received the same mission. When the whole family controlled the entire North American spiritual world, the family would have enough resources to deal with their past enemies one by one. Chapter 2954. Through the forest path, they came to a meadow. Dozens of the new generation of the clan were training here. Unlike Amma, who had awakened her magic at a young age. Most of them had awakened less than 3 years ago. Some of them had even awakened recently. Amma is here. Amma, our big sister. Amma was proud. She could be proud. Facing the new generation, Amethyst's strength had almost reached the upper limit of the new generation. She even surpassed many of the older generation. She was synonymous with genius. Of course, there was no shortage of geniuses in the Felix family. Amma was just one of them. On the second night of awakening at the age of 5, she had broken the record of the Felix family. She had already received all the attention and training. Of course, Amma did not disappoint those expectations and training. A trainer came up to her. "Miss Amma, why are you here?" "I'm here to choose some people," Amma said. "What about these little guys?" The little ones that Amma spoke of were actually many older than her. But no one objected to Amethyst's words. Even the eyes of the new generation were filled with eagerness to try. "Amma, choose me. I will help you take care of all your enemies," a burly young man said. His gaze towards Amma was filled with fanaticism and adoration. Amma did not agree immediately. "That depends on your performance. Don't let me down." The trainer said, "That's the Wick, a guy who has tempered his body to the extreme. If he goes all out, he can even take a tank's bombardment." "Oh, that's strong?" "Yes, with the blessing of his secret method. It doesn't last long, but almost no one can hurt him during the duration of the secret method." "Then count him in," Amma said. "DeWitt, come here. Do you have any other recommendations?" The trainer introduced the new generation one by one, explaining in detail what they were good at and their level of strength. Amma was very satisfied with the selected new generation. It seemed that during this time, everyone's strength had improved at an alarming rate. "Jalanash, I need your help." "Sorry, I can't help you." Jalanash refused NAR's request without hesitation, even when Nelson was looking at her with big, watery eyes. "No, only you can help me." "No, I can't help you." Jalanash rejected expressionlessly. "If you don't help me, I'll sell this Dragonbone ring. This Dragonbone ring should be worth a lot of money. If you sell it, you won't get any more magic tools," Jalanash said. "You can't be so cruel." "I don't think I'm cruel. On the contrary, I'm kind enough," Jalanash said nonchalantly. "Why do you think you're still here? If it wasn't for my protection, you would have been dragged back by your family. Then help me one more time, one last time, the last time this year." And AR hugged Jalanash, trying to soften her heart this way. "I just want a dress. It's only $3,000. It's this year's latest style. I'm only short of $1,000 right now. I only need you to lend me $1,000. For you, it's not even enough for a single cultivation session. The money I spend on training will become my safety during missions." "That dress won't do," Jalanash said. "If you need to buy magic materials for training, I'll be happy to support you, but you're buying a dress. Then just pretend I'm doing it for training." "No, you're not. And AR threw himself onto the sofa and waved his arms, crying and yelling like a child. If you need money, you can join the Supernatural organization. Even if you're just an outer member, it'll be enough for your expenses. No, I won't waste my best years on those boring missions. If the Supernatural organization is really sincere, then your chairman should come personally to ask me to join and give me an official member status and a high salary. You can tell our chairman what you want. I don't want to. He'll beat me to death. Rolling her eyes, Jalanash walked away. Where are you going? Back to my room. Also, I have a mission tonight. Good night. And AR bounced up from the sofa. Mission? I'll help you, and you can share some of the money with me. Jalanash was about to refuse, but then she thought about it. It might be a good chance for NAR to train. After NAR had run away from the family, he'd been by her side. Jalanash knew her family's harsh environment. Back then, she hadn't been outstanding enough, so she'd been sent out or exiled. Nar's talent was much better than hers, but her personality was too undisciplined. If she returned to the family and didn't improve, she'd be slandered and humiliated in the future. To her, however much praise she'd received in the past would be how much slander and humiliation she'd suffered in the future. Sure, Jalanash said. What's our mission tonight? On a road into L.A., an unknown magical beast appeared. Looks like a crystal reindeer. What's a crystal reindeer? It's a magical beast. Is it strong? How strong is it? If it's a reindeer, it should be tame, right? Beasts that cannot be communicated with are dangerous, especially magical beasts that possess mana and magic. Crystal reindeer is on the list of dangerous magical beasts. Although they don't eat meat, it doesn't mean they won't attack humans. How strong? Disaster level, or I hope it's only disaster level. What do you mean? Could it be that it can still grow? Crystal reindeers are one of the few magical beasts that can evolve. Once it evolves, it might evolve into a disaster reindeer. Disaster reindeer? Disaster level? Yes, but the chances are low. There were about 300 crystal reindeers discovered in the past 100 years, and only 2 of them evolved into disaster reindeers, so the chances are low. Jalanash, you know how to tame magic, right? Why don't you tame this crystal reindeer? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Jalanash glanced at an AR. You can't even feed yourself. How can you feed a magical beast, especially a crystal reindeer that feeds on magic crystals? Taming magical beasts wasn't an exclusive secret. Apart from the super professionals, many families or organizations had mastered several types of magic to tame magical beasts. But taming magic wasn't easy and could even be considered cumbersome. Chapter 2955. Most people couldn't even tame ordinary wild animals, much less magical beasts. Like in the novels, taming powerful magical beasts to become stronger wasn't unheard of in reality, but it was very difficult. Is it still your team this time? No, it's just me and you. Nair had gone on a few missions with Jalanash, or rather, to join the fun. So, she was quite familiar with Jalanash's team members. Why are you going on a mission alone this time? Don't tell me you took on a private job. 2 missions are overlapping, so our team will split up. I'll be in charge of the Crystal Reindeer mission, and they'll be in charge of the other mission. Are you sure you can do it alone? No, it's 2 people. You've left yourself out. Nair was speechless. Actually, she'd been with Jalanash for a few months now. She'd long known the difference in power between her and Jalanash. Jalanash, who'd been exiled by her family because of her talent, had long surpassed her, a genius of the family. And not just a little bit, but completely. It wasn't that Nair hadn't thought about joining the supernatural organization, but she also knew that she'd have to return to her family sooner or later. So, she hadn't really joined the organization, although no one would stop her from going to the organization's headquarters. But there must be some things in the organization that she hadn't come into contact with. Of course, Nair didn't want to explore other people's secrets, just like how her family had secrets too. Who didn't have a few hidden stashes? Sitting in Jalanash's car, they arrived at a road outside the city. Jolene Nash made a phone call and temporarily closed that section of the road. Nair, put on the dragon bone ring. Also put on this too. What's this? A magic item made of dragon blood crystals. It can provide you with a large amount of magic power in a short time. Keep this for yourself. You're more useful than me. Expressionlessly, Jalanash fished out a handful of dragon blood crystals from her bag. Nair looked at Jalanash speechlessly and silently hung the pendant around her neck. That magical beast's aura is very strong. It should be nearby. It's not disaster level, but close, Jalanash said seriously. Cast a magic shield on yourself first. Jalanash, why are you using your magic shield so early? It will consume too much mana for me to maintain the magic shield. I won't have any extra mana to help you in a battle. I gave you the dragon blood crystal to replenish your mana. Judging from your aura, no matter how much mana you have left, you won't be able to participate in this battle. It's not like I haven't met calamity-level opponents before. Don't underestimate me. Jalanash glanced at Null. There are differences in the level of disaster, too. The difference between the strong and the weak can be more than 10 times. What we're facing now is an extremely dangerous magical beast that's close to disaster level. It's worlds apart from the so-called disaster-level beasts you've encountered before. You're only slightly stronger than me, Null said stubbornly. Actually, she knew that Jalanash was not just a little stronger than her. They were not on the same level at all. Only when you can maintain the magic shield and mana balance at the same time will you have the right to say that to me. Nair no longer argued. Strength was the best explanation, and it was useless to say more. Suddenly, a violent aura hit them in the face. Null almost lost her footing, and a magic shield on her also rippled. Jalanash frowned. This extremely violent aura was really not like a crystal reindeer. It was more like a carnivorous magical beast. It seemed that the intelligence was wrong. It shouldn't be a crystal reindeer. Jalanash suddenly stood still. Here it comes. That thing is approaching. A red figure appeared 100 meters in front of Jalanash and Nair. It was a reindeer. It was indeed a reindeer. But most of its skin had fallen off, revealing the red crystals inside. And its horns were no longer in the shape of antlers, but spiral demon horns. Its eyes were crimson, and when it opened its mouth, it revealed a mouthful of fangs. Jalanash sucked in a sharp breath. Oh no, that's a mutant. There were mutants in magical beasts, too. The appearance of mutant magical beasts was always the case where the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. For example, the mutant crystal reindeer in front of them. The crystal reindeer was already very strong, and after the mutation, it had surpassed the habits of its species. Its mouthful of fangs was the best proof. That mouthful of sharp teeth was definitely not prepared to be eaten by vegetarians. The crystal reindeer used to be pure white crystals. But now, the crystal exposed by the mutant was like a burning flame. Jalanash immediately raised her arm, and a several-meter-tall frost spirit appeared in front of her. I am Winter. The frost spirit let out a cold and low roar. Go, freeze everything, Jalanash ordered. Nair, on the other hand, was shocked. Frost spirit, a branch of the water element, advanced ice magic. There were a few elders in the family who could cast it, but they needed a long time to chant and prepare before they could barely summon a frost spirit. How could it be so illegal? No chanting, no preparation, and just a raise of the hand to summon one. The frost spirit was covered in ice armor, and inside the armor was a swirling ball of cold air. With a powerful blade, it charged toward the mutant crystal reindeer. Freeze, living thing! The frost spirit rushed to within 10 meters of the mutant crystal reindeer, raised its arm, and shot out an extreme cold air. The mutant crystal reindeer stepped on the ground with its front hooves. In an instant, a circle of hot flames spread out, dissolving the cold air. Then, the mutant crystal reindeer charged forward. Clang! The steel-like ice armor was instantly shattered. In the next instant, the frost spirit's body seemed to have been buried with countless grenades, and it kept exploding. In the end, the frost spirit completely shattered, leaving behind a pile of debris that quickly melted. So strong, Nair exclaimed. Jalanash frowned. So strong. This mutant crystal reindeer seemed a bit too strong. The frost spirit she summoned was also disaster level, but in the blink of an eye, it was killed by the mutant crystal reindeer. It really was a bit too strong. But the strength of the mutant crystal reindeer also ignited Jallanash's fighting spirit. She spread her arms, and a pair of wings formed by cold air appeared on her back. Looks like I have to go all out. Jallanash also released a powerful aura. Chapter 2956. Dozens of fireballs suddenly appeared around the mutant crystal reindeer. Jallanash immediately covered herself with a layer of ice armor. "And AR, back off. I don't have time to protect you now." And AR didn't say anything like, "I'll stay and help you." That would make her look even more stupid. She decisively backed off. Although she couldn't help Jallanash with her current strength, she didn't want to be a burden to her. At this time, the mutant crystal reindeer attacked. Dozens of fireballs were shot at Jallanash. Jallanash waved one hand, and an extremely cold air swept across. The dozens of fireballs all turned into ice lumps and fell to the ground. Jallanash grasped in the air, and a pair of ice swords appeared in her palms. Then she shot the ice swords at the crystal reindeer. The demon horn on top of the crystal reindeer's head shot out a red light, shattering one of the ice swords. But the second ice sword followed. Hiss! The ice sword slashed across the demon horn, leaving a scratch on the side. Jallanash was a bit disappointed, but not surprised. However, Jallanash's attack had enraged the mutant crystal reindeer. The mutant crystal reindeer's breath became more violent. Jallanash grasped in the air, and a dozen spikes suddenly drilled out of the ground around the crystal reindeer, intertwining with each other. They locked the crystal reindeer's body tightly. The crystal reindeer suddenly howled. The howl wasn't loud, but it was unusually sharp. The sound seemed to have a certain frequency. The fire elements in the air seemed to be ignited. Flames began to appear in the air. "Blizzard!" Jallanash yelled. The temperature within 1,000 miles instantly dropped. The original flames disappeared and were replaced by the cold temperature. Jallanash raised her arms and slowly rose into the air. "Icy meteorite!" Whoosh! An ice ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky. Boom! The crystal reindeer didn't back down. Even hotter flames burst out from its demon horn, instantly shattering the falling ice ball. But Jallanash's move was a big one. There was more than one icy meteorite. More and more icy meteorites fell through the blizzard. The mutant crystal reindeer was shocked and hurriedly dodged a falling ice meteorite. However, Jallanash seized the opportunity and reached out to grab the mutant crystal reindeer as it dodged. Ice chains shot out from the snow and bound the mutant crystal reindeer tightly. Although a few of the mutant crystal reindeer managed to break free, there were even more ice chains binding it. Then, another icy meteor smashed into its head. Then the second, the third, the fourth, the violent fire elementals in the surroundings had calmed down. Jallanash let out a long sigh of relief. The consecutive big moves just now had given her quite a bit of pressure. In just a dozen minutes, 60% of his magic power had been consumed. Jallanash sensed and found the location of the mutant crystal reindeer. With a grasp of his palm, the mutant crystal reindeer was lifted into the air, but it was completely frozen. It wasn't completely dead. Jallanash could still feel its presence. However, it was now completely restrained and couldn't move at all. The ice that sealed it was not an ordinary ice block, but a pure frost aura of extreme cold. Its main function was to suppress the fire elementals. Even if the mutant crystal reindeer could still cast magic, the frost would also block its resonance with the fire elementals. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, there was a round of applause in the blizzard. Beautiful, so beautiful. Hearing the applause, Jallanash couldn't help but frown. She didn't sense the other person's presence at all. No, how did Nar's presence disappear? Did she die from the shockwave? Jallanash waved her hand, and the blizzard stopped. Not far away, a few people were standing. The leader was a black-haired woman in her early 20s. Behind her were a dozen equally young people, and Nar was being carried by one of the men. However, Nar was unconscious at the moment. "Who are you people?" "I'm Amma. Guys, if it's convenient, can you return my friend to me?" Jallanash looked at Amma and the others. Of course. Amma smiled back. But can you give that little guy to me? Jala Nash glanced at the frozen mutant crystal reindeer. The little guy you're talking about isn't easy to deal with. It's fine. Didn't you already freeze it? I have to say, you saw the big problem for me. Amma smiled. Its mutated form and its strength both exceeded my expectations. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have to spend a lot of effort to solve this problem. If you want to take it to claim the bounty, I won't object. It's useless to me anyway. But can you return my friend to me first? But Amma shook her head and maintained her smile. She seemed to be chanting some kind of incantation. Jala Nash was immediately alerted. The woman in front of her gave her a dangerous feeling. She didn't know anything about the background of these people. But what was certain was that they were definitely not friends. Suddenly, the ice sealing the mutant crystal reindeer vibrated. Hum. This vibration was accompanied by a certain frequency. Hum. The frequency increased. The next instant, the ice suddenly exploded. Jala Nash hurriedly dodged, and the magic inside the mutant crystal reindeer began to grow wildly. It was growing at a frightening speed. Jala Nash was about to suppress it. But the next moment, a murderous aura pressed toward Jala Nash. Little girl, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, your companion will die even faster. Jala Nash's brows showed a hint of darkness. What did you do? Jala Nash asked, pointing at the mutant crystal reindeer. Metamorphosis. I made it metamorphose. It hasn't gone through metamorphosis. Jala Nash was shocked. She had thought that the mutant crystal reindeer had mutated because of an accident during its metamorphosis. She didn't expect that its mutation wasn't caused by metamorphosis. It was already terrifying enough. With its current strength, it was close to the peak of calamity. It was just one step away from calamity. If it metamorphosed again, it would definitely surpass calamity or even reach an even more terrifying level. What are you trying to do? Amma kept smiling. Don't you understand? It's my pet. Coldness flashed in Jala Nash's eyes. In other words, you purposely placed it here to cause trouble? According to the information they had, the mutant crystal reindeer had already caused more than a dozen casualties. Yes, Amma replied calmly. Chapter 29:57. Jala Nash's hair stood on end in an instant. A magic circle appeared behind Jala Nash. These magic circles were arranged in the air from top to bottom. There was some order in the chaos. Amethyst's pupils contracted slightly. Jala Nash's strength was really beyond her imagination. She thought that the battle with the mutant crystal reindeer was her limit. She didn't expect that she could release such amazing magic. But Amma didn't panic. Her mouth outlined a confident arc. If you want to kill your companion, just do it. I have to say that your companion's strength is really bad. Maybe you should take this opportunity to change to another companion. It seems to make sense. Jala Nash nodded. What? In the next instant, all the magic arrays burst forth with countless spells. All kinds of elemental magic were shot out as if they were free. Water element, ice element, fire element, earth element, lightning element, wind element. Jala Nash's magic covered the entire area. Every magic circle behind her was like a continuous firing battery. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was covered and attacked. Not good. Defend. Amma finally couldn't maintain her elegant calmness. There were roars everywhere. Smoke and roars were wantonly destroying and destroying. Dewick quickly avoided a magic attack. But the next moment, he suddenly saw Jala Nash rushing in front of him. Dewick's face couldn't help but show a grin, even though he was carrying Nar with one hand. Elemental magic like Jala Nash was his most troublesome enemy. It was difficult for his strong body to resist this kind of elemental attack. But he didn't expect Jala Nash to approach him. It was not a wise choice. Dewick roared. His right arm suddenly turned black and smashed straight at Jala Nash. Jala Nash also raised her right arm, but her right arm turned into ice crystals. She directly took Dewick's punch. Dewick felt a piercing pain. Jala Nash's right arm was stained with a little blood. It was Dewick's blood sacrifice. Compared to his strength, you were really weak. Jala Nash's left hand curled up and rolled Nar into her hand. Dweck didn't expect that he would lose to an elemental enemy in close combat. Dwyko roared, and his whole body turned black. "Do it, get away. You're no match for her." The situation was too chaotic. When Amada realized Jallanash's intentions, it was already too late. The only hostage was in Jallanash's hands, and it could be seen from Jallanash's methods and strength. This girl, who looked to be younger than him, had astonishing combat strength and combat experience. Such an opponent, if given sufficient preparation, would definitely be a huge threat. How could Dwyko listen to the words of others at this moment? Dwyck ran headlong into Jolene Nash. Jallanash's right arm suddenly turned from ice to lava. He waved his hand at Dwyko. Bang! In a violent explosion, Dweck was thrown more than 10 meters away by the huge impact, and his body was covered in burns. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura spread out from the center of the battlefield. The crystal reindeer had awakened. It had completed its transformation, and its entire body had turned into a red crystal. It was like a perfect work of art. It was so pleasing to the eye and so full of danger. Jallanash instantly felt a huge pressure, and her body fell from the sky uncontrollably. Perfect! Flame Treader. Kill her. Amada finally regained her pride. Jallanash's face changed. She felt the pressure from the crystal reindeer. She was not unfamiliar with this kind of pressure. This was a domain. Jallanash knew that she could never defeat an enemy of this level. The mutant crystal reindeer moved at an extremely fast speed. When Jallanash reacted, the crystal reindeer had appeared in front of her. Whoosh! Jallanash looked down at her abdomen, which had been pierced by the crystal reindeer's horn. Jallanash spat out a mouthful of blood. Jallanash grabbed the crystal reindeer's horn. Freeze! In an instant, a terrifying frost poured out from Jallanash's palm. In a very short time, the crystal reindeer was frozen into ice again. But soon, cracks appeared on the ice. It was obvious that this move could no longer seal the crystal reindeer. But even though it was only a few seconds, it was enough. Jallanash grabbed Nar and leapt into the air. Amada obviously wouldn't let this enemy escape. She raised her palm and aimed in the direction Jallanash escaped. But in the next moment, a terrifying explosion occurred where Amada was standing. Amethyst's heart jumped, and she quickly retracted her hand to ensure that she wouldn't be affected by the impact. When she looked at Jallanash again, she had already disappeared into the night sky. Damn! Amethyst's face darkened. That woman was too strong, and her experience was terrifying. She really didn't know how this person was trained. Even in such a short and dangerous situation, she could still analyze calmly and arrange a backup plan. She knew that she was the biggest threat, so before escaping, she had secretly placed a time bomb next to her. When she tried to stop her, she detonated this time bomb. Although she had the Flame Treader, that girl would still be a threat to her mission. Graham, find out who that girl is, Amada said. Amada was already worried about Jallanash. If she didn't have the Flame Treader on her side, they would probably suffer heavy losses. She alone was enough to suppress her side. In fact, before this, she had already fought against the incomplete Flame Treader. If she was at her peak, Amada wasn't confident that she could beat her alone. They both come from the Tylos family, once European nobles. They moved to the American continent 100 years ago. One of them is a genius of the Tylos family, and the other was banished because of her mediocre talent. Now, one of them is a member of the Supernatural Organization in Los Angeles. It's an international organization. Amada nodded. I didn't expect the Supernatural Organization to be something. No, Graham said. They're not famous in the supernatural world. They're even a joke. An organization that even the supernatural community can't deal with. How is that possible? That's the truth. In addition, the powerful woman just now is an exiled member of the Tyros family. The other girl we control is the genius of the Tyros family. Amethyst's eyes widened. She turned to look at Graham. Do we have a misunderstanding about the definition of genius? This is all the information I can find for now, Graham replied. Chapter 2958. We can't give them a chance to react, Amada said. It doesn't matter if a supernatural organization is really powerful or just one or two of them. Also, That woman must have escaped back to the organization. We'll wipe out their base. Amada said. She was not acting blindly. They didn't lose much, or rather, not much. Everyone maintained a certain level of combat power. Amada was confident that even in a head-on fight, they wouldn't lose. Plus, one of the enemy's strongest fighters couldn't fight anymore. Plus, with the sudden attack, they wouldn't be able to organize an effective defense. Help! In a daze, Aduz heard someone call for help. The next moment, he suddenly woke up and jumped up from his bed. Outside the metal door, an AR was supporting Jalanash, who was covered in blood. Shocked, Aduz hurriedly opened the door and helped an AR support Jalanash. What happened? Aduz asked. How did this happen? I don't know. I don't know what happened, an AR said and suddenly broke down in tears. Nar herself was also very confused. She still didn't understand what was going on. She only remembered that Jalanash and the mutant crystal reindeer had fought. Then she told her to stay away, and she'd done so. After that, she didn't know what had happened. When she woke up again, she'd been dragged into the air by Jalanash. Then she'd fallen with Jalanash. Luckily, Anar had woken up and didn't cause any problems. Then she'd stumbled back to the headquarters. Luckily, she still knew the way here. Anar explained with tears and snot all over his face. Aduz felt a headache coming on. Wait, I'll call the others. Aduz was a normal person. So, he didn't know how to deal with the current situation. He didn't know how to save people either. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew. Pamela appeared first. What happened to Jalanash? Why is she so badly hurt? Aduz and Nar couldn't tell either. Pamela's head hurt too. Forget it, Aduz. Tell the others. I'll stabilize her injuries. Pamela pulled back Jocelyn Nash's shirt. Jocelyn Nash had a horrible wound on her stomach. Pamela spat out a mouthful of cold air at Jallanash's wound. Mr. West, Jallanash is hurt. She's badly hurt, and we don't know what's going on. Should you come take a look? All right, I'll be right there. Do you need me to inform the guild leader? Not for now, West said. Help me inform Gaia, Halleys, and Elite. West regarded Chan Zhao as a nuclear weapon. They couldn't just deploy the nuclear weapons without knowing anything, right? Gaia glanced at the time. 3 in the morning. All right, although I don't really want to wake up at this time. But from what Adu said, the situation seemed urgent. Gaia quickly washed himself to wake up. He immediately drove the car out of the garage. The phone rang again. It was Halleys. Hey, Helios, did you get Adu's call too? Yes, I'm already on the road into the forest. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Just then, a beam of red light suddenly hit Gaia's car. A fireball sent Gaia's car into the sky. Then it crashed heavily onto the ground. Gaia stood up from the flames. He was still holding the phone in his hand. Okay, maybe 10 minutes isn't enough. I'll hang up first. Gaia tried to hang up, but the screen had already cracked. Helpless, Gaia crushed the phone that he had used for less than 2 months. 3 people appeared on the side of the road. We're so lucky. We actually caught 2 big fish. Duick laughed wildly. Fuck! Gaia suddenly sprinted and appeared before Duick at an astonishing speed. Watch out! Duick's companions exclaimed, but their warning was too late. By the time Deadwick reacted, a fist as big as a casserole was already in front of him. Bang! Duick's face was deformed by Gaia's punch. But to Gaia's surprise, the man in front of him didn't fall. Under normal circumstances, that kind of deformed head would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But this man was still standing. What surprised Gaia even more was that Duick's deformed face was constantly returning to normal. What great strength, what a heavy fist. Duick was also amazed by Gaia's terrible punch. Not dead? Is it because I just woke up in a bad state? Gaia looked at Duick doubtfully. Female T-Rex. I won't make the same mistake a second time. It seems that I need to show my true strength. As he spoke, Duick's body turned black again. Duick also sprinted and punched. Gaia moved the joints of her right hand. Looking at the oncoming Duick, she raised her fist to meet it. Bang! Duick's whole body was sent flying. Gaia didn't move. Dwiko's 2 companions saw that Dwiko was defeated by the opponent. They immediately launched an attack on Gaia. One of the blonde men put his palms together and shouted, "Condemnation!" Gaia's neck and arms were suddenly shackled, a shackle made of pure energy. Judgment! The other man also shouted loudly. A beheading axe made of energy fell from the sky and landed directly on the back of Gaia's neck. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The blade of the beheading axe cut half an inch into the back of Gaia's neck. The beheading axe also shattered. Gaia staggered 2 steps and touched the back of her neck. Her hand was covered in her own blood. The injury wasn't serious, but made Gaia scared. If the opponent was just a little bit stronger, she would have been beheaded. Damn, even Judgment couldn't cut off his head. Gaia took out a dragon blood crystal and stuffed it directly into her mouth. The other people in the supernatural organization used the dragon blood crystal as a magic tool to restore magic. Gaia was different. She could eat it directly, so the effect was obviously several times better than the others. It even had an amazing effect on her injuries. Soon, Gaia felt the wound on the back of her neck begin to heal and stop bleeding. Let's go. The 3 saw that Gaia was recovering very quickly and knew that they couldn't handle it. Gaia still couldn't move her neck freely. She was afraid that she would lose her head after 2 steps. She could only watch the 3 disappear into the dense forest with hatred. Damn bastards. I'll skin you alive sooner or later. Who are you going to skin? Black Liz's voice came. When did you arrive? Black Liz. I just arrived and saw you let those 3 go. Why didn't you stop them? Chapter 29:59. I sensed a powerful aura in the forest. I'm worried that it's an ambush, Eyes said calmly. Plus, even you, the top fighter of the supernatural organization, suffered a loss. I don't dare to take the risk. Those guys are very strange. Gaia laughed angrily. She believed Eyes' first sentence. However, the latter sentence was obviously mocking him. On the surface, she was the top fighter. In fact, among the top 5, an elite, Harold, Jalanash, Norma, and himself. Apart from Jalanash, who was slightly weaker, none of the other 4 dared to say that they were stronger than each other. Plus, the 4 of them were good at different things. Therefore, unless they really fought to the death, it would be very difficult for the few of them to determine who was stronger. Then, the 2 arrived at the headquarters. An elite was already there. When he saw Gaia covered in blood, an elite was shocked. Gaia, what happened to you? I was attacked on the way, Gaia said angrily. Where's the enemy? He ran away. Gaia was even more annoyed. After a while, Wes Carr arrived. Damn, I was attacked on the way, Wes said with a dark face. This is war. War. Wes was actually as strong as anyone in the organization, but he wasn't good at attacking. After knowing that Gaia had been attacked and was injured, Wes was suddenly not angry. At least he wasn't hurt and his car wasn't damaged. Thinking that Gaia's Hummer was ruined, Wes felt much better for no reason. At the thought of Gaia's Hummer being scrapped, Wes felt a lot better for some reason. After a while, Norma arrived as well. More accurately, she was attacked. But before the enemy attacked, she put them to sleep. However, before the other party could launch an attack, she put him to sleep first. Of the 5 captains, except for the seriously injured Jalanash, the other 4 were all there. West, do you know who they are? West shook his head. I'm afraid only Jalanash knows something, but she's unconscious. I came into contact with them and injured one of them. That person is an enhancer. His strength is only average, but he has an amazing regenerative ability. I don't know if it's because of his unique magic or if it's because of some other reason. Also, 2 of them are using very special magic. It feels very similar to the Cross Church, but I don't feel the power of holy light. There's a very terrifying existence among them. I sensed a faint aura just now, Eyes said. Really? Gaia asked in surprise. Harold looked at Gaia. Do you think I'm joking? All right. Wes couldn't help but frown. What's the level of that terrifying aura? I don't know. It's possible that he has reached or is close to the level of Kong Mosa, who once besieged us. So strong? That's what I feel from the aura alone. As for the specifics, I can't say for sure. We'll have to fight to find out. Norma looked at everyone's solemn expression and said, if it's an enemy like this, can a few of us deal with it? Aren't we going to inform the others and the president? Wes pondered for a moment. Forget about the others. If it's an opponent of this level, it'll be very difficult for them to help. Also, the president in the battle a year ago when we faced Kong Mosa, we couldn't do anything. In the end, the president could only turn the tide alone. In this year, I feel that I've grown a lot. Lai said calmly. I want to see if I have the right to participate in this battle. Although Lai's tone was calm, there was an uncontrollable excitement in it. Although I don't really want to fight, I also want to test my growth, Norma said, changing from her weak personality. Before the battle, do you want to buy insurance? Elite asked. Didn't you already resign? Although I resigned, if you need me, I can contact my former colleagues. I can even take a commission. I was almost beheaded just now, Gaia said, gritting her teeth. I won't make the same mistake twice. Count me in. Pamela appeared like a ghost, along with her Banshee army. As soon as they appeared, the temperature in the conference room dropped to freezing point. No matter how high you are now, remember that the president isn't here. No one will back us up, West said solemnly. Since they dared to attack us, it means that they're not to be underestimated, West said sternly. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Gaia is a good example. A few lads who are much weaker than her nearly beheaded her. West, can you not use me as an example? Gaia felt that the previous attack was likely to be a black mark on her life. Dedwick, Longsa, Davis, the three of you failed? Yes, we met a big woman. The first time Dedwick fought with her, he was forced out of his incarnation. Davis and I jointly released Judgment of Crime. She actually took our attack head-on and didn't die. Then she took a potion to quickly suppress her injuries. We could only retreat, Longsa said. How strong is the big woman compared to the previous elemental witch? It's hard to compare. That big woman probably didn't use her full strength. She probably can't compare to the elemental witch. Amada frowned. It seems that the supernatural organization is more unfathomable than expected. They can still escape unscathed from the three of you. At this moment, 3 more people came back. The 3 of them supported each other, and their expressions were quite bad. When they returned to Amada, the 3 of them knelt on the ground, exhausted. What happened to you? Did you also encounter a counterattack? Big Sister Amada, we saw a car coming. We were about to stop it, but for some reason, we fell asleep. When we woke up, we felt as if we had gone through a huge battle. Our stamina, mana, and energy were all exhausted. Amada went forward to check on the 3. Their magic was indeed very overdrawn. This made her a little puzzled. What kind of magic did they use to make them like this without a sound? From the information they had so far, it could be seen that the information Groom had obtained was not accurate. Or rather, the difference was too great. With the strength that the supernatural organization had shown, how could they not even deal with a supernatural community? Unless the community was full of evil spirits above the calamity level, how could they not be able to deal with it? Chapter 2960. Amada started to doubt herself, whether this operation was the right decision. This had never happened before. Amada was an extremely confident person. She never doubted any of her decisions or actions. Although her subordinates all claimed that Amata's decision was very decisive. But once the action failed, being decisive would only become rash and impulsive. Damn, why would she have such a thought? So what if the other side had a few more elemental witches? She had a few trump cards in her hands. Any one of them was enough to turn the situation around. She was the genius of the Fellner family. A mere Los Angeles couldn't possibly stop him. Now, the new generation of the clan's leaders were constantly reporting the situation of the war to the clan. Most of the new leaders brought back good news. Amada felt that she was better than the new generation, since they could easily gain an advantage. There was no reason for her to be stopped by a small supernatural organization. Amethy's gaze suddenly focused into the darkness. Then she relaxed her brows. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about it anymore. The other side was here. The arrow was knocked on the bow. For both sides, there was no way out. West, Gaia, Helis, an elite, Norma, and the Banshee army led by Pamela. There weren't many of them, but their aura was shocking. In an instant, the new generation of the Fellner family, led by Amada, were like frightened birds. They had never really interacted with the spiritualists from the outside world. Other than Amada, Most of them were just noobs with abilities. Silence. Alma scolded with a frown. She had to admit that compared to the supernatural organization's imposing formation, their side was indeed a bit messy and uncoordinated. But Alma wasn't worried. She had her trump cards, and the new generation she led didn't lack strength. They just lacked experience. Perhaps this battle could transform them. Remember what you learned in the family. Those things can help you survive and defeat the enemy. Wes walked out slowly. Young man, you definitely don't know what you're facing. That's not good. Alma sneered at West. You don't know what you're up against. The last guy who used his seniority to talk to me like this has been burned to ashes. One arrogant young man. West, I think we should make a move now. Your opening speech has made us feel inferior to the little guys on the other side. But before West could give the order for an all-out war, Alma couldn't hold it in any longer. Kill them. These were the new generation of Felix. When they heard Amethyst's extremely arrogant words, their blood was already boiling. At this moment, they could not hold back their soaring fighting spirit. At Amethyst's command, they all rushed to the battlefield. West and the others looked at each other. West said quietly, "Which one of you want to do it?" Hallies took a step forward. She looked younger than everyone present. She seemed to be underage. Alma was a little uncomfortable with the goth girl in front of her when she saw Helith walking forward. He didn't know why, but he just felt uncomfortable. But on second thought, this goth girl was so young. How strong could she be? Hallie slowly raised her right arm. The darkness in the forest started to awaken. The unclean dead were awakened. They had rotting or decaying bodies. Green flames of the netherworld burned in their eye sockets. Hallie's was like the Lady of Death. The aura of death turned into her wings and lifted her into the air. The army of death had gathered and was just waiting for her order. The new generation of Felix, who had been burning with fighting spirit just a moment ago. Now they were like ducks that had been caught by the throat. The clamor and cheers came to an abrupt halt. Alma widened her eyes and looked at Hallie's in shock. She looked at the endless army of death around her. Necromancer. The goth girl wasn't just a necromancer. She was also a terrifyingly powerful necromancer. Compared to Jalanash, this was even more shocking. "Let these little guys become one of you," Harold coldly ordered. Alma finally could not sit back and watch. She had thought that her subordinates were strong enough. They just lacked experience. But now she understood. Compared to the guys on the other side, they were indeed not strong enough. They were indeed lacking in strength. Compared to those fellows on the other side, they were still too far behind. The new generation struggled to resist the army of death. The first wave of skeleton soldiers didn't pose much of a threat to them, but it still gave them a lot of trouble. They couldn't advance or retreat. They could only keep smashing the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers couldn't cause them any casualties. They could only consume their magic power. Alma took out a cane and raised it high. She shouted, "Source Awakening." From the sapphire embedded at the top of the cane, a light wave bloomed. The light wave didn't have any killing power, but it instantly restored the magic power of the new generation that was touched by the light wave. "Hallies, looks like your consumption plan didn't work," Gaia said. Hallie shrugged. She didn't expect this move to decide the outcome. She was just testing the other side's strength. In the past, this Death Kingdom could be considered her ultimate move. Now it was basically a second-line move. Gaia took a step forward. Alma noticed Gaia's action immediately. She remembered that DWYCK and the other two talked about the big woman they met. It should be this woman. How would she attack? She should be an enhancer, right? Gaia suddenly launched a charge. Sure enough, it was an enhancer. But Gaia's body suddenly changed halfway. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the forest. Amethyst's pupils suddenly shrank. Dragon. A giant dragon. Although it looked like a young dragon. But it was enough to make people's scalp tingle. DWYCK, Longsa, and Davis were busy dealing with the skeleton soldiers around them at the moment. When they saw Gaia transform into a giant dragon, they almost peed their pants. They actually went to snipe a giant dragon. Furthermore, he had almost beheaded the dragon. If they had succeeded in the end, it would have been enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. But now they were only glad that they ran fast just now. Otherwise, they would never be able to leave. After Gaia transformed into a giant dragon, she rushed directly towards Davis. Obviously, Davis had almost beheaded her just now. Gaia couldn't take this matter to heart. Amada was completely speechless. What was going on with them? Why were there so many top combatants? This was North America, the weakest region in the supernatural world. Chapter 2961. But Amada didn't have time to think. If she hesitated for one more second, Davis would die under Gaia's claws. Pointing her wand at Gaia, a purple light burst out. Gaia seemed to sense the threat. It immediately turned its head and spat out a dragon breath. The breath collided with the purple light. In an instant, it was as if the stars had shattered. Everyone lost their vision in an instant. Amada also lost her sight temporarily. But she didn't panic. Instead, she stayed vigilant. At this moment, she suddenly saw a ball of green flames ignite not far away. Alma was shocked. She saw it clearly. It was two nightmare beasts descending from the sky, and the two nightmare beasts were being held by one hand. Norma was riding on a carriage, riding on the two nightmare beasts. Amethyst's expression became even more serious. It was a rare encounter. Today, all of them had gathered together. All kinds of monsters had gathered together today. The sound of hooves in the sky was crisp and pleasant. It was clearly the sound of hooves, but it sounded like some dreamy music. Amada felt her eyelids getting heavier. Not only her, but the younger generation of the Felix family was the same. They all started to feel sleepy and tired. Suddenly, Amada felt a surge of power in her hand. Amada woke up in an instant. How could she lose so much magic power? Even the wand in her hand transferred magic power to her. If she wasn't holding the wand of origin, she probably wouldn't even realize that her magic power was gone. Fear rose in Amethyst's heart. This nightmare beast was too terrifying. It had silently hypnotized her. Amada hurriedly raised her wand and chanted, "Wake up, brothers and sisters. If you don't want to sleep forever, wake up." The wand in Amethyst's hand released even more magic power, which instantly flowed into the bodies of the younger generation. All the younger generation woke up from the dream. West looked at the wand in Amethyst's hand from afar. "That thing is a divine artifact, right?" Ungalit nodded. "It should be. Even from so far away, I can feel the majestic magic power on it. We have to find a way to restrain that thing. Otherwise, this battle will be difficult." Ungalit began to warm up. He jumped on the spot and danced as if he was doing radio gymnastics. Amma had actually been paying attention to Ungalit. Ungalit hadn't made a move yet, but since he could stand with the other top forces, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, Amada noticed that Ungalit had disappeared. That person made a move? Where is he? Amethyst's eyes swept across the battlefield. No, he's not there either. Where is he hiding? In the next instant, Amada suddenly felt her hands empty. The Wand of Origin? English had returned to West's side. He had already stolen the Wand of Origin. How do you use this? Can you use it? Ungalit tossed the Wand of Origin to West. West fiddled with it for a while and shook his head. "I can't use it. I guess I'll need a unique incantation or special magic to activate it." Amethyst's hair stood on end. That guy's speed was too fast. She had never seen a spiritualist so fast. In the past, she had also met enhancers who specialized in speed. But there was absolutely no one who could be mentioned in the same breath as that person. He was like a bolt of lightning. Losing the Wand of Origin meant that she had lost a trump card. The new generation of the Philly family saw that Amethyst's Wand of Origin had been taken by the enemy. They couldn't help but pale with fright. Amethyst's face was clouded over. Clearly, the supernatural organization was far more powerful than she had imagined. She really didn't understand what kind of person could gather so many top experts. Amada couldn't help but look at West. That old man hadn't made a move yet. Perhaps his strength was the strongest. In other words, he was also waiting for an opportunity. Amada didn't panic. Although the enemy had taken the Wand of Origin, he didn't know how to use it. And her trump card wasn't just the Wand of Origin. Amada took out 3 gems. The first one was red. Amada flicked her finger. The moment the red gem landed on the ground, the surrounding air instantly became scorching hot. Flame Treader. Wrapped in flames, it charged over. At the same time, it had a powerful domain. The appearance of the Flame Treader caused the expressions of everyone in the supernatural organization to change. The demon horn on the Flame Treader's head suddenly shot out a beam of red light. The next instant, dozens of extremely cold frost shot out. Pamela and her Banshee army had attacked. Alma frowned again. She had to admit that she had encountered too many surprises tonight. She had thought that Pamela and the others were just ordinary evil spirits, perhaps at disaster level. She hadn't expected these spirits to be so strong, especially Pamela. When she didn't attack, she was nothing special. But when she attacked, she was at the limit of disaster level. The strength of the other spirit bodies hovered around calamity level. These spirits were all of the ice element, which countered the Flame Treader. And the Flame Treader's domain wasn't very effective against the spirits. The scorching flames and extreme frost collided. For now, there was no clear winner. Amethyst's expression grew darker and darker. The second blue gem landed on the ground. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew past. A huge feathered serpent god appeared on the battlefield. It was also a disaster level. Plus, it had a huge body. As soon as it appeared, the situation was completely unbalanced. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the distance. A huge shadow descended from the sky. Sabonis appeared. Without a word, it charged at the feathered serpent god. The two beasts were about the same size, but Sabonis was clearly stronger. His Firebird domain also countered the feathered serpent god. Alma turned pale with fright. What was going on? Why did the supernatural organization have such terrifying combat power? Even a dragon had appeared. And this dragon wasn't Gaia's baby form. This was a real dragon, and an adult one at that. That extremely strong body. The Firebird domain was even more oppressive than the Flame Treader's domain. And the dragon breath, which proved that dragons were invincible. Even the feathered serpent god could only be pressed against the ground against Sabonis. Sabonis was an earth element giant dragon, and his body was larger than other elements of the same element. And he was also the most powerful among the other elements. In addition, during this period of time, he had more or less eaten a few Dragon Balls of the same species. Although it didn't give him a qualitative leap, his strength had increased a lot. Amada knew that she couldn't wait any longer. The opponent's big boss hadn't made a move yet, and the current situation was very unfavorable for her side. Not only was there a clear difference in strength between her little brother and the opponent, but his experience was also far beyond the opponent's. Both the Flame Treader and the Feathered Serpent God had met their match. The Flame Treader had the upper hand, but it was difficult to win. But that dragon had a huge advantage against her Feathered Serpent God. It probably wouldn't be long before it was completely defeated. Amada threw down the third gem. Top. Chapter 2962. The third gem glowed with a blue light. Lion head, lion body, dragon horns, eagle beak, eagle wings, eagle claws, and scorpion tail. A 10-meter-long griffin appeared in front of them. The griffin also released a powerful domain, another disaster-level creature. It was even more powerful than Flame Treader and Quetzalcoatl. It was said that griffins had dragon blood. However, they feed on dragons. Just by looking at its size, an adult griffin would be more than 10 meters long. An adult dragon was 100 meters long. The two were almost disproportionate. But griffins were the natural enemies of dragons. The griffin's claws could easily tear through dragon scales. The scorpion tail was also highly toxic and could paralyze dragons. Sabonis bristled as soon as the griffin appeared. He also felt a great threat. At this moment, West finally made a move. In fact, he hadn't done anything earlier because he wanted to intimidate the enemy. But he couldn't hide in the back anymore. Seeing West's movement, Amethyst's heart tightened. Was the enemy's big boss finally going to make a move? The griffin tried to attack Sabonis as soon as it appeared, but West clenched his fist. Instantly, the griffin froze in midair. Amethyst's expression changed. He was indeed strong. He could control the griffin's movements. West gritted his teeth. He was going all out. Indeed, it was too much. West wore 5 rings on his other hand. Magic power recovery, magic enhancement, spell enhancement. casting acceleration, and magic power amplification. Amethyst suddenly sensed danger. Clang! Amethyst's magic shield had just been set up when it exploded. An elite appeared not far away from Amethyst. An elite dropped the dagger that had lost a corner and drew a similar dagger from his waist, the dragon tooth dagger. Amazing! What kind of defensive spell is this? Amethyst was also shocked. She had the Immortal's protection. What was an immortal? It was literally an unbreakable protection. In the past, a powerful spiritualist called the Immortal had created this spell. This Immortal had been competing with defensive magic all along. He knew how to make his spells indestructible. The Immortal's protection was his proudest defensive spell. Of course, it was not that the Immortal's protection could not be destroyed, but it needed to be more than 10 times stronger than the spellcaster to shatter it. But the other party had actually destroyed the Immortal's protection with a single strike. How could Amada know that an elite was strong? But what really worked was the dragon tooth dagger in Angelite's hand. However, the dragon tooth dagger was also damaged. But an elite didn't feel bad about it all. They had plenty of dragon fangs. On the other side, West was under the most pressure. Although the griffin was temporarily restrained, it was not a problem. However, the difference in strength between West and Griffin was huge. Suddenly, the griffin's figure flashed more than 10 meters away. This was the griffin's innate ability, blink. Amada knew that it looked like a draw. However, the collapse of any single point could affect the entire battle. At the moment, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. It all depended on whose point would collapse first. Amada once again raised the protection of the Immortals. This was the 4th time she had invoked the protection of the Immortal. Angelite's super speed made her unable to retaliate. He didn't know how to fight back. An elite was too fast. Of course, apart from breaking the shield, an elite couldn't take Amada down immediately. His weak point in attack power was also revealed. Amada was more dangerous than he thought. An elite wasn't in a hurry. He started strolling around Amada. Amada also felt the danger an elite was in. Hey, fast guy, how about we talk? If you join me now, I can give you anything you want. Of course, I won't ask you to help me deal with your former companions as long as you leave now, Amada said. But I don't dare. I'm afraid our boss will twist my head off and kick it like a ball, an elite teased. I can protect you. No, you can't protect me. I alone have already rendered all of you powerless. Even your boss can barely control my baby. Isn't that enough to prove my strength? You seem to be mistaken. West isn't our boss, an elite said with a smile. Oh, he isn't? Amada grasped the key point. But it doesn't matter. Whether your boss comes or not, it can't change anything. Even if he comes, he can't change the fate of failure. When you say that in front of my boss, you'd better prepare some life-saving trump cards. Then your boss better bring more people, too. Otherwise, there won't be enough for me to kill. Amada suddenly took out 3 different colored gems. Angelite's pupils constricted. The 3 gems Amada had thrown out earlier had summoned Flame Treader, Serpent God, and Griffin. The situation was barely balanced now. If Amada summoned 3 magical beasts of the same level, she wouldn't fight anymore. Then stop fighting and just raise your hands to surrender. He had to admit that Amada was powerful. She was basically one of the top fighters in the supernatural organization. Even the equipment that she carried with her was extraordinary. Basically, they were either relic or close to it. Although Ruan Faxpin said that the magic tools and equipment he made were all at the level of relic. But the reality was that compared to real relic, the difference wasn't just a little bit. Alma pondered for a moment and did not throw the 3 gems out. Instead, she put them back. Why aren't you summoning the 3 magical beasts? Is there not enough magic power? An elite heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if Amada really summoned 3 disaster-level magical beasts, there would really be no way to fight. No, I have a better idea. Amada put away the 3 gems, but took out a bracelet and put it on her right wrist. An elite immediately became vigilant. A smile appeared on Amethyst's face. Griffin, come. Suddenly, the griffin under West's control disappeared. What's going on? Wester relaxed and looked around. Where's the griffin? In an instant, Amethyst's body emitted the aura of a griffin. Amethyst's figure flashed and appeared 100 meters away. Oh no! An elite saw it. The bracelet that Alma had just put on could borrow the power of demons. However, what puzzled an elite was that Alma wasn't going to help her man. Her movements were a little unfathomable. Wait, that direction was their headquarters. Elite, go after her. West reacted first. Alma was heading for their headquarters. Chapter 2963. The idea of loving Martha is simple. Looking at the situation tonight, it seemed that her wish would not be fulfilled. And if they missed tonight, the supernatural organization would definitely be on alert. The next time they started a war, it would not be as easy as today. In any case, tonight's operation was doomed to fail. But Amada was not satisfied. Since he couldn't defeat the supernatural organization in one go, he would give them an unforgettable wound. Amada flashed a few times and arrived above the headquarters of the supernatural organization. Suddenly, Amada sensed something beneath the headquarters of the supernatural organization. There seemed to be something good down there. Amethyst's heart jumped. These people from the supernatural organization were so strong. Did he discover some kind of treasure? Amada flashed again and appeared in the underground of the supernatural organization headquarters. Amada found that there were many glass-enclosed rooms. There were people locked inside. Those people also looked at Amada with very surprised eyes. Amada drew a line in the air with her finger and directly broke the glass. You're free. However, no one came out. All the prisoners were still in their rooms. Aren't you coming out? At this moment, an old man opened his turbid eyes and looked at Amada. I look forward to you becoming one of us if you're still alive. Ha! So it's a bunch of cowards. I've already defeated the supernatural organization, and you don't even have the courage to step out of the prison. What a bunch of pathetic losers. You defeated their president. The president you speak of doesn't even have the courage to appear. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be my enemy. Amada said arrogantly, forget it. The door has already been opened for you. Whether you leave or not is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Amada flashed downwards again. She could sense that there was an immense amount of magic down there. At this time, Amada saw huge heads. Amethyst's pupils suddenly contracted. Most of them were giant dragon heads. A few of them were the largest, even though they were already dead. However, it still emanated a terrifying aura. There were also 2 dragon horns. The length and size of these 2 dragon horns were quite astonishing. All the dragon heads, added together, were not as big as these 2 dragon horns. There were still bloodstains on it, and it looked like it had just been plucked. The hair on Amethyst's body stood on end. Why were there so many dragon heads hidden here? Amada hesitated, then blinked down again. Hidden below were piles of Dragon Balls. Too many. How could there be so many Dragon Balls? Who killed so many giant dragons? The people from the supernatural organization? That was impossible. Putting aside the Earth Dragon, even if all of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat a dragon. Not to mention killing so many giant dragons. Amada suddenly thought of the prisoners on the upper floors. They seemed to be quite afraid of the president, whom they had never met before. Amethyst's heart tightened. It can't be. It can't be. He was just a coward who didn't dare to show his face. No one had ever been able to kill so many dragons. Perhaps it was just a collection of some ancient faction. Love Martha tried to convince herself. But the bloodstains on the dragon heads and dragon balls already explained everything. It was not some ancient collection. They had all been dissected not long ago. There were still remnants of the dragon clan's aura on it, as well as their unresigned resentment. You'd better run now. Run away from here. Run away from Los Angeles. Run back to your family and seek shelter from your people. Angelite's voice came. At some point, he had already appeared at the entrance of the lower storeroom. Amma turned to look at Elite. You think I'm scared? You should be. But that doesn't scare me. My family also has the ability to hunt dragons, Amada said stubbornly. Then inform your family and quietly wait for the day of your clan's extermination. I'll wait. Wait for you and your president to come. With that, Amada blinked and left the underground storeroom. Amada fled. Yes, she knew she was on the run. She could feel that an Elite wasn't joking. He wasn't trying to scare her. He was stating a fact. as if the outcome had already been decided. Amada didn't know why the president was so strong. Why didn't he appear tonight? Maybe he wasn't in Los Angeles. She was lucky or unlucky. Amada couldn't care less about the new generation of her race. The new generation was cannon fodder, targets that could be sacrificed and abandoned. But Amada still felt uneasy. The scene she had seen in the supernatural organization's headquarters. It was like a nightmare that kept haunting her. She couldn't get rid of it. Even though the sky was bright, she still couldn't get rid of the uneasiness. Amada changed her appearance and even temporarily sealed her mana source. She made herself look like an ordinary girl. President, something happened at the headquarters. Do you have time now? Huh? What happened at the headquarters? The prisoners broke out? I didn't, Wes said awkwardly. Last night, the few of them were extremely confident. Each and every one of them was flying high. No matter who came, they would take care of them. And then they were almost taken care of. If Sabonis hadn't joined the battle, they would probably have been beaten up. They said that they didn't need Chun Zhao, but Sabonis was actually one of Chun Zhao's forces. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was that they lost, even though they didn't suffer any real losses, even though they had captured many people. Even so, they still felt that they had lost. What they needed was a mental and physical victory. Of course, their opponent last night was indeed abnormal. Those treasures and divine artifacts had all been taken out like they were free. They had lost because of their opponent's wealth. But no matter what the reason was, in conclusion, they had still lost. It wasn't a complete defeat, but at least they had been humiliated. They couldn't accept it. Very much so. So this time they had to get back at them. But they probably wouldn't be able to get back at them for the rest of their lives. They had no choice. Their opponent was too strong. It was useless no matter how strong they were. They had thrown divine artifacts at them casually. Amada wasn't that strong. At least any one of them was confident that they could beat her. But Ametha's divine artifacts made them helpless. So they could only ask Chun Zhao for help this time. They didn't want to defeat Amada. They wanted to defeat Ametha's family. Chapter 2964. When Chun Zhao arrived at the headquarters, he realized that West, an elite, Gaia, Hallease, and Norma were all injured. What happened? Chun Zhao and the other members who had just arrived at the headquarters were all confused. They had no idea what was going on. We were attacked. Who? Psionic team? Not the psionic team. West shook his head. Just then, Gaia carried someone out. It was Duick. Gaia kicked Duick's calf. Duick knelt on the ground, but he still stared at everyone stubbornly. Who is he? Our captive. That means we won last night's battle, right? No, it's a draw. More accurately, we lost. Gaia's straightforwardness was unacceptable to West. He'd wanted to modify it and explain in a roundabout way. In the end, Gaia had completely embarrassed them. Your failure is just the beginning. Soon, the lady will come back for revenge. You, none of you can escape. Duick pointed at Chun Zhao in the end. Don't be like this. Actually, I don't want to fight. Can I go to your family and apologize? If we offended you in any way or did something wrong, we're willing to apologize. We can compensate anything as long as we can stop this war. The others stood at the side expressionlessly. His guild leader was acting like a drama queen again. No need to apologize. You just have to wait for death. Duick didn't have the self-cultivation of a captive at all. Moreover, he really thought that Chun Zhao was begging him. Shouldn't you show that you're willing to give me a chance? Introduce me to the leader of your family, and then bring me to the headquarters of your family, where you will fall out with me, humiliate me in public, and kill me without an intact body? President, there's no need to be so troublesome. The captives have already confessed. They're from the Fellner family. Their headquarters is in Seattle. They call themselves a millennium-old family. Then why do they attack us? Your existence is the reason, Duick said coldly. Why does this kid always say such stupid things? Chun Zhao asked, pointing at Duick. A family-style brainwashing education. West said, You've already captured her. How are you going to lose? Chun Zhao was even more confused. Hearing that, West's face turned bitter. Looking at the crowd, he sighed and said, We didn't lose, but we didn't win either. The key problem is that the other party suppressed all of us with just one person. Chun Zhao more or less understood what West meant. It's fine, Chun Zhao comforted. Actually, we didn't lose to that woman. You lost to her divine weapon. It's not a big deal. You could take revenge later. Dwiko felt that this group of people were sore losers. He still firmly believed loving Martha is just a strategic retreat. Soon, she would regroup and come back. At that time, he could even work together with Alma. However, Chun Zhao really didn't know how to comfort people. In any case, West and the others looked as if their fathers had died. Why don't we go and deal with that Felix family today? Zhao and Ash is still unconscious. I'm sure she wants us to wait for her. Jolene, is Nash badly hurt? Very. Take me to see her. NAR stayed by Zhao and Ash's side the whole time. He had been worried for the entire night. Chun Zhao came in to check on Zhao and Ash's injuries. NAR stared at Chun Zhao with wide eyes. Mr. President, how is Zhao and Ash? She's pretty badly hurt, but it's not life-threatening. When will she wake up? If you keep crying here, you'll probably wake her up. Ah, then I won't cry. I'll go out and cry for a while more. Tell me what's going on. NAR stuttered for a long time, but couldn't explain clearly. She didn't know what was going on either. It was mainly because she was too weak. Last night, Zhao and Ash told her to stay away. In the end, Alma then knocked her out. She was even a hostage, but she knew nothing about it. Whatever. Pretend I didn't ask. Keep crying. Patting NAR, Chun Zhao turned and left the room. Chun Zhao called West and walked around the man-made lake. Did you find the woman who escaped? No. Forget it. It doesn't matter where she hides. We'll find her family in the end. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Have you heard of that 1,000-year-old family? Do you know what's going on? I've heard a little. It's a name that appeared in the Middle Ages. It usually refers to families that have been around for hundreds or thousands of years and have a deep history. Have you heard of this Felix family? No, I've never heard of it. Nowadays, there are only a handful of millennium-old families left in Europe. There's no need to investigate them. For those families, this title is glory and wealth. Of course, it's also pressure. However, there's basically no family that would deliberately conceal their identity and hide in order to reduce the pressure. So, this Felix family probably has some tricks up their sleeves. You're saying that this Felix family isn't an ancient family in Europe? President, how long has it been since the American continent was discovered? The real Great Immigration Era is even shorter, so there can't be a 1,000-year-old family in America. Even South America doesn't have one. So, if this Felix family is really a 1,000-year-old family, it must be from Europe. But didn't you say that the 1,000-year-old families in Europe can be counted on your fingers? I didn't say that they came recently. Now, the biggest possibility is that they came decades ago or even hundreds of years ago. Maybe they were hunted in Europe or their clan was exterminated, so they fled to the American continent and hid their identity. This is the most likely possibility. This is the only way to explain why I have never heard of this 1,000-year-old family. Chun Zhao thought about it and said, I'll go find a professional and ask about it. Chun Zhao walked a few steps and turned back. If something like this happens again, I hope you can inform me immediately. West nodded. This time, he didn't argue. It was because of his blind confidence and arrogance. It had almost led to a disaster. Of course, this battle had made him realize, right now, the top combatants of the supernatural organization were still not the best. At the very least, they were helpless against enemies like Amada, who had exquisite equipment all over her body. Chapter 2965. Mary, can I ask you something? Do you know about the Felix family? Chun Zhao called 23rd Blood Mary. Felix family? Where did you hear about this old family? Not long ago, a group of people calling themselves the Felix family attacked the supernatural organization. At the time, my subordinates thought that they could solve the problem, so they didn't inform me. In the end, there were some losses. I don't know if you're unlucky or if they're unlucky. They tried to take control of a country and use it to conquer all of Europe. As you can imagine, they violated a taboo and were defeated by the Allied forces led by my great-grandmother. In the following few years, they completely disappeared from the European continent. I didn't expect them to hide in the American continent. Maybe it's because of the spiritual energy tide. They probably want to take control of the North American spiritual world and then attack the European continent or take revenge on their past enemies. So, if I kill them, there won't be any negative effects, right? The Felix family is very strong. You want to remind me to be careful? No, I want to tell you that they're very strong. I don't understand. 300 years ago, before they were defeated, they once swept through more than a dozen countries in Europe. Through robbery and theft, they plundered a large amount of magical materials and magical tools. The Bloodmary family is also a 1,000-year-old family, but compared to the Felix family, we are as poor as beggars. Chen Zhao took out a cigarette. I have plenty of people. Chen Zhao finally understood the 23rd Blood Mary's intentions. She wanted a piece of the pie, but the meat was delivered to him. It was meat in his bowl. Why should he share it? I reckon that a large number of the members of the Fellner family are currently scattered outside. If my guess is correct, I reckon that those scatter members are carrying some important magic tools. Even if you go to their headquarters, you'll at most kill them to vent your anger. As for how many items you'll be able to obtain, I'm afraid it'll be a disappointing number. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. What do you have? It's very simple. As long as I spread the news that the Scarlet Church is going to wipe out the Felix family, I believe they will immediately become nervous. They will definitely recall their clansmen who are out and prepare for war with the Scarlet Church. 10% at most. You don't even have to do anything. It's free for you. How's that? Am I generous enough? Although the 23rd generation Blood Mary's body had turned into that of a baby, it didn't mean that her mind had degenerated. I want 50%. Forget it. It's the same if I go to Old Zhang or Zhang Tianyi. Their asking price won't be as harsh as yours. I can also send someone to help. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. You sound like I can't handle it. Mary, the 23rd Blood, would never doubt Chen Zhao's strength. After all, Chen Zhao was the first Ascendance-level powerhouse in history. Moreover, Chen Zhao was different from others. He was a pure battle maniac. Back in the Shangqing territory, he possessed unparalleled battle prowess. Now, he had become an Ascendance realm expert. His combat strength would probably reach an unimaginable level. Sometimes, Mary, the 23rd generation Blood Mary, even regretted it. She had become a deity, but she was still a dabbler. Her combat strength didn't drop, but she didn't dare to use her full strength because she was a dabbler. Instead, Chen Zhao found a way to break through Shangqing after she became a deity and successfully reached the upper limit. Although she could use some of the theories and experiences Chen Zhao had provided, she couldn't improve completely according to Chen Zhao's path. But this thought only flashed by. Mary, the 23rd generation Blood Mary, had thought about the decision to become a deity carefully. No matter how bad it was, it could at least extend her life. But if she didn't become a deity, she definitely wouldn't have the chance to reach Ascendance realm according to Chen Zhao's method. In this situation, the choice wasn't so difficult. The Felix family might still have some power. However, it was impossible for him to preserve his peak strength. So, the result of fighting Chen Zhao was obvious. Even a Felix family at their peak, they probably couldn't fight against someone of another level even if they gathered all their power. Just how strong was Chen Zhao? Mary, Zhang Tianyi, and Bifla had all guessed before. But before seeing Chen Zhao in action, they couldn't imagine it at all. Bifla isn't famous and might not attract the Felix family's attention. Celestial Master Zhang is too famous. He's not called the top person in the spiritual world for nothing, Mary said. The 23rd generation Blood Mary said, if Zhang Tianyi was allowed to spread the news, I reckon that the Fellner family wouldn't gather their forces to fight back immediately. Instead, they would immediately disperse, just like they did hundreds of years ago. It's also possible that they would lie dormant for hundreds of years. There's only me and the Scarlet Church. Back then, the Blood Mary family and the Scarlet Church were the main forces against the Felix family, so the Felix family must have a deep-rooted hatred for us. If I announce that I'm going to fight the Felix family here, I think the Felix family won't run away no matter what. They'll definitely use this opportunity to fight me. He had to admit that what Mary said made sense. Chen Zhao thought for a while. If it was just revenge, it didn't matter. It was the same with or without Blood Mary. But when he heard that the Felix family was very rich and had a deep foundation, Chun Zhao was tempted. West and the others had also said this before. The woman who attacked them. She threw out all her divine artifacts like they were worthless. She didn't even treat them like they were divine artifacts. Just a junior of the Felix family. She had so many divine artifacts on her. How rich was the entire Felix family? Chun Zhao had never been someone who treated money as dirt. Moreover, there were many things that money couldn't buy. Revenge didn't stop plundering. The Felix family had been conquering North America with the attitude of plundering. Now that Chun Zhao treated them with the same attitude, he naturally wouldn't have any psychological burden. 20%, Chun Zhao said. No more. 40%. If you don't agree, forget it. 20%. Blood Mary, don't forget that you still need my help. 30%, but I hope you can do your best for that. Fine, 30%. Chun Zhao still accepted the cooperation. 30% was his bottom line. Chapter 29:66. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, everything seemed to have calmed down. Amma had been maintaining her disguise. She wasn't in a hurry to go back. She was worried that the supernatural organization would guard the main roads or the hubs out of the city. So, she had been hiding in Los Angeles. She had prepared this hiding spot in advance. No matter how confident she was, she would arrange an escape route for herself. This was her responsibility for her own safety. If possible, she hoped that she would never have to use it in her life. However, she also did not expect that she would have to use her hiding spots so early. Of course, she didn't go out at all. That would only make her stand out. She went shopping and to the supermarket every day, as usual. At the same time, she observed the situation in Los Angeles. She didn't feel anything different from usual. Los Angeles seemed very peaceful. Of course, it might also be because her information collection wasn't complete enough. But she really didn't feel any changes. It was as if the supernatural organization didn't do anything. But the more it was like this, the more panicked Amada became. She didn't even dare to contact her family. The new generation of those families must have been captured. Some of them must have leaked information about their families. Her information would definitely be leaked too. Perhaps even his phone was being monitored by the other party. It was possible. After all, the Felix family had such methods too. The supernatural organization was the local tyrant here. They even had a government background. It was very easy for them to get help from these communication operators. So, Amada even lost her phone. But without her phone, she couldn't contact her family. In order to maintain their secrecy, their families had a special way of contacting each other. If she could contact any random, unknown number, then the Felix family would have died long ago. Amada had been thinking about how to leave Los Angeles for the past few days. In the end, she decided to take a plane. LAX had a lot of people. There were hundreds of thousands of people coming and going every day. She wouldn't go to Seattle directly. She would fly to another area first, and then go back to Seattle. That way, she wouldn't be tracked down. No news at all? No. That woman seems to have disappeared from Los Angeles. She probably escaped, Chun Zhao said. But never mind. I have to find her family anyway. She can run, but she can't escape the temple. President, when do we act? Jolene, how are Nash's injuries? She's awake, but she can't get off the ground. She also told us what happened that day. We received a request for help from the road administration. There were traces of magical beasts on one of the roads leading out of the city, and because of the magical beast attack, it caused a bus to roll over. 4 people died, and more than a dozen were injured. Jalanash accepted this mission, but the magical beast was probably kept by that woman. She probably placed it there for some kind of ritual and transformation. He should be able to jump around in 2 days. Then he went to check on Jalanash. Jalanash's injuries were serious, but not fatal. Moreover, she had also performed emergency treatment after the incident, coupled with the timely rescue and Chun Zhao's personal treatment. Jolene Nash was clearly one of the impulsive Avengers. Therefore, in this revenge mission, no one would be missing, but she would not be missing. Of course, apart from her, all the members of the supernatural organization were excited. Even Aduz had said that this operation couldn't be done without him. Even Ruan Faxi was enthusiastic about his work. After all, the magic tools he'd made were actually inferior to others. How could he accept this? But there was nothing he could do about it. There were many materials in the warehouse of the supernatural organization's headquarters, but they were rather simple. Most of them were parts of the dragon's body. Dragon balls, dragon scales, and dragon horns were all materials for making divine artifacts. But they weren't the only materials. Thus, Ruan Faxi could only make some supreme magic tools at most. He couldn't make real magic tools. Secondly, Ruan Faxi's personal ability. Although Chan Zhao had provided many alchemy books from hell, skills couldn't be improved in a day. Moreover, divine artifacts couldn't be made by one person most of the time. Moreover, it would take a long time. It was very unlikely to make a divine artifact in a short time and put it on the assembly line. Moreover, the time span was relatively long. The possibility of creating a divine artifact in a short period of time and moving it to the assembly line was very small. However, Ruan Faxi's hard work couldn't make it in time for this operation. When Chun Zhao arrived at Ruan Faxi's workshop, he was mixing a mixture. When Chun Zhao arrived at Ruan Faxpan's workshop, he was mixing a mixture. What kind of concoction is this? Chun Zhao picked up a concoction that had already been made. It was golden and looked quite pretty. Golden mixture. This concoction is extracted from the blood of the Quetzalcoatlus. After drinking it, a gold-like substance will form on the surface of the skin, giving it strong physical and magical resistance, Ruan Faxpan said. Chun Zhao drank it, but then he felt the mixture break down in his body. Guild leader, this toy is useless against you. Okay, Chun Zhao had expected this. Guild leader, do you remember what I told you last time? What? Chun Zhao had forgotten. It's about me recruiting an apprentice. Oh, about that. How is it? Has anyone chosen? There's a candidate, but that person is not easy to recruit. What's wrong? Was he asking for too much? Or does he have a special identity? He's a spiritualist from a declining family. He still has the attitude and habits of a noble, but his talent is unquestionable, Ruan Faxi said. He asks for better treatment than everyone in the association. Secondly, he doesn't want to leave his residence. He said that he's used to the environment and won't respond to any of our orders. Secondly, he wants us to provide him with large amounts of magic materials every month. At the same time, we can't interfere with his alchemy experiments or ask him to make magic tools outside of his plan. He can only make magic tools that he wants to make. Chun Zhao frowned. Are you sure he's looking for an apprentice? Not for Grandpa. Ruan Faxi smiled bitterly. Also, he wants us to help him deal with a local supernatural force. Chapter 2967. The person you like is drunk, isn't he? If Chun Zhao hadn't made so many requests, he would have made the request after Chun Zhao joined the supernatural organization. Then, they would definitely agree. But Chun Zhao seemed to think that Chun Zhao was the boss. Such a request would only make Chun Zhao hate him more. Ruan Faxpan was helpless too. Forget about this person. This world lacks many things, but it doesn't lack geniuses. Ruan Faxpan nodded. He also knew that this guy wasn't suitable to join the supernatural organization. Or rather, even if he was suitable, no one would agree to his request. Chun Zhao glanced at Ruan Faxpan's workshop. What potions are these? Ruan Faxpan explained everything one by one. He was speechless at the president. Chun Zhao dared to stuff all the good and bad things into his mouth. His suggestions were also very unreliable. Can you add some strawberry flavor? President, I'm quite busy right now. Oh, go ahead. I won't disturb you. Ruan Faxpan risked being beaten by Chun Zhao. President, you'll disturb me if you stay here. Fine. I'll leave. Chun Zhao walked out of Ruan Faxpan's workshop. His phone rang. It was Bader. Mr. Chun, can we meet? Do we still need to meet? Mr. Chun, I'm sincere. I won't lose anything if we meet. Right? Fine. Where do we meet? Actually, Chun Zhao was already mentally prepared for Bader's meeting. It had only been less than a week, and Bader had called again. Bader asked Chun Zhao to meet at a restaurant on the coastline. The scenery here was even better than the restaurant at the top of the building last time. When Chun Zhao arrived, Bader was already there. Is this your restaurant too? Yes, to be precise, I bought this place after I sold that restaurant. Why? That restaurant's turnover shouldn't be low, right? Bader smiled, but didn't answer Chen Zhao's question. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. Bader was afraid that Chen Zhao would take revenge. Mr. Chun, I came with sincerity this time. What do you think about my request last time? Not much, and your reason for refusing is very strange, so I can't help but suspect that you have ulterior motives. Bader sighed. Well, to tell you the truth, I was bragging last time. Odin's treasury isn't as rich as you think. Are you kidding me? That's the king of Pantheon's treasury. I'm afraid there's no other place in the world that's more valuable than his treasury. I'm serious. Bader looked at Chen Zhao awkwardly. During the Battle of Dusk, the gods fell. Odin had to take out his collection from his treasury to increase the gods' power or to reward the gods with outstanding battle achievements. But you know the end result. The gods still failed in the end, and the eternal night descended. Now, there's less than 10% of the treasures left in Odin's treasury. If you bring your companions, even if you win in the end, there won't be enough to split. Bader paused and said, also, just like how you don't trust me, I don't have absolute trust in you either. Chen Zhao shrugged and did not deny it. In any case, everyone was wary of each other. This was everyone's consensus. There was no need to explain anything. I'm very sincere in this cooperation, but there's also a risk, Bader said. Bader said, if it's just you, even if I can't defeat you, at least I have the ability to not be killed by you. But if your friends are here, they might not be able to kill me, but they definitely have a way to seal me. Everything Bader said made sense. But this could not convince Chen Zhao. It was just like what Bader had said. He didn't trust Chen Zhao. Similarly, Chen Zhao didn't trust him either. In a battle, it would be very dangerous if you didn't have a reliable teammate by your side. This meant that you couldn't go all out when facing the enemy. You had to reserve some power at all times to guard against your teammates. Moreover, Bader wasn't asking him to deal with just any random person. He was the king of gods in Norse mythology. According to Bader, the king of gods was only left with a remnant soul. But whoever dared to underestimate the king of gods would die a horrible death. How about this? Bader said, I can promise you that I'll give you 5 chances to choose the spoils after this is done. Chen Zhao still shook his head. He didn't care what Bader promised. No matter what Bader promised, he couldn't change his mind. Seeing that Chen Zhao was still unmoved, Bader began to panic. I can give you a treasure in advance, Bader said. At the same time, he took out a bottle of medicine. What's this? Blood of gods. It can make a baby god evolve into a mature one. I think your friend really needs this, right? Chen Zhao didn't comment. He still didn't accept or reject. Bader sighed and gave in again. I can give you a spot. You can bring along a friend you can trust. Bader, if there's nothing else. I'm leaving, Chen Zhao said, standing up. Wait. Bader stopped Chen Zhao again. Is there anything else? God of Light. 2. Bader said with a dark expression. Bring 2 people, whether to help you fight or to guard against me. It should be enough. No, 3, Chen Zhao said firmly. And I want 10 chances to choose the spoils. You're asking too much. You know that there are only a dozen treasures left in the treasury, but now you want more than half. You're too greedy. I'm very curious. Is it Odin's treasury that you want? Or Asgard? If you want Odin's treasury, I'm afraid I'm not a good partner. Just like you said, I'm just that greedy. If you want Asgard, you should be prepared to pay the price instead of bargaining with me here. Vader's expression was one of indecision. Chen Zhao drank his wine unhurriedly. It wasn't because he didn't want anything. It was because Bader had made his decision long ago. If he wanted to reject, he would have done so already. He wouldn't be hesitating here. Chen Zhao still didn't trust Bader. This included his every move, every look, every action, and even his current hesitation. Finally, Bader sighed and raised his head to look at Chen Zhao. Fine. I hope you and your companion can keep our agreement. I don't want to fight you. Believe me, I might not be able to beat you, but I can definitely create a disaster. You definitely don't want me to do that. Chapter 2968. That's basically what he said. After separating from Bader, Chen Zhao went to find Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and 23rd Blood Mary. He told the three of them about his conversation with Bader and asked them to help him analyze it. Let's make a hypothesis, Biflis said first. Let's say that Bader has evil intentions. Of course, it's very likely. Everyone nodded and waited for Bifla to continue. Let's say that his target was Chun Zhao from the start. No matter what, it's him, Bifla said, pointing at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao rubbed his nose. I don't think so. Apart from beating him up, I didn't do anything else. Bifla continued. Destroying Odin's soul and obtaining Asgard might be real, or it might just be a pretense. Perhaps he hopes that both of you will be injured so that he can reap the benefits. But the possibility of this is very small. Why is it small? Chun Zhao retorted. I think it's more likely. Bifla shook his head. If destroying Odin's soul is his main goal, he won't reject us because our participation will greatly increase the success rate. On the other hand, if he rejects us, the success rate will decrease. So, Bader's goal isn't to destroy Odin's soul and obtain ownership of Asgard. Chun Zhao finally understood Bifla's logic. So, it's most likely that he's targeting you. Is this guy really that narrow-minded? Chun Zhao was confused. It's fine if he's petty, but he's taking a huge risk. Do you think it's possible for him to take such a risk to take revenge on me? He might have some secret weapon to deal with you. Of course, as a person who values benefits, if it's just your past grudges, there's really no need for him to deliberately deal with you, unless there's some benefit in dealing with you. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Bifla continued. Think about it carefully. What exactly do you have that he wants? Or what did you take from him unintentionally? Chun Zhao didn't understand, and the others were even more confused. He rejected us in the beginning, but now he accepts our participation. Why is that? Does he have a way to deal with all four of us at once? Chun Zhao felt that only an idiot would deal with all four of them at once. Even Chun Zhao's head would explode if he had to deal with two of them, not to mention the four of them. Bader was not at this level. With his intelligence, it was impossible for him to make such a stupid decision. He doesn't have to deal with all four of us at the same time. Bifla said, if he had a helper, he could have stalled the three of us first, and then he would have used his secret weapon to finish you off in the shortest time possible. Do I look that easy? Chun Zhao asked helplessly. The seal can be considered a weakness, Bifla said. If that's the case, there's no need to worry too much. With Chun Zhao's current strength, it's almost impossible for him to be sealed for a long time. Even if he finds a few people of the same level and uses a large number of god artifacts, they'll only be able to suppress Chun Zhao for a short period of time at most, Zhang Tianyi said meaningfully. Chun Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi. He seemed to have noticed something. Did you gain something recently? I've officially reached Ascendance level now. You didn't really enter it before? Bifla asked in astonishment. It's not that it's not Ascendance level. It's perfection. That's what it means. What's the difference? My strength is about the same. There's a slight improvement, but it's nothing compared to my original strength, Chun Zhao said. The real improvement is that I've perfected my internal and external worlds. Now, I no longer need to absorb spiritual qi from the outside world. My internal world will produce spiritual qi on its own. Everyone gasped. They couldn't help but look at Chun Zhao more seriously. Of course, they knew what this change meant to a cultivator. To a certain extent, Chun Zhao had truly achieved an inexhaustible supply of magic. That's why I said I can't suppress you anymore, Zhang Tianyi said. How did you know? Chun Zhao asked in astonishment. I've just formed my internal world not long ago. Chun Zhao was also the first to discover the cultivation method of his internal world and share it with the three of them. Now that Zhang Tianyi was the first to form his internal world, no one was surprised. Instead, it was reasonable. Chun Zhao nodded. No wonder. Zhang Tianyi probably felt that his aura was different from his own through his internal world. That was why he made such a guess. The specialty of a seal was to seal the spiritual qi in the world. The seal person would no longer be able to absorb the spiritual qi. In the end, the sealed person would run out of magic because they couldn't feel the spiritual qi anymore. Or they would seal themselves and wait for the day they could see the light of day again. But Chun Zhao couldn't be sealed now. Because the spiritual qi was sealed, Chun Zhao's power couldn't be cut off, unless there were a few beings at the same level as Chun Zhao who kept maintaining the seal. Otherwise, Chun Zhao would break the seal sooner or later. Therefore, most seals were useless against Chun Zhao. Of course, the scariest thing about intelligent beings was that they could come up with all sorts of unimaginable methods. Chun Zhao wasn't sure if there would be a new method to seal Ascendant's powerhouses in the future. For example, Zhang Tianyi would be the second person to reach Ascendance. Zhang Tianyi was undoubtedly the most likely person. Therefore, Chun Zhao didn't doubt that he would develop a new sealing spell. Perhaps the purpose of this sealing spell was to restrain him. If Balder has a detailed plan to deal with all of us, then Chun Zhao will be the trump card to turn the situation around. I have an opinion about this operation, said Mary, the 23rd Blood Mari. Everyone couldn't help but look at Blood Mary. To be honest, she was the one with the highest risk in this mission. She couldn't use her full power, and she was weaker than when she was at her peak. Secondly, she wasn't that familiar with her power. It was also possible that Bader had a specific counter to the 23rd Blood Mary. Blood Mary glanced at the three. Maybe I know what the God of Light wants to do. What does he want to do? You know, I'm not sure, but I think my guess might be right. Then tell me, what does he want to do? Not him, it's them. Chapter 2969. The point of having companions was that when you weren't confident, your companions would back you up. With the help and advice of the other three, Chun Zhao was confident. However, it was only a temporary cooperation with Bader. Bader hadn't told Chun Zhao when it would be implemented. Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry. He guessed that Bader still needed to prepare. Chun Zhao naturally had to prepare as well. After all, he was facing a god, and there might be more than one. So, Chun Zhao had to be more careful. Even though he was already in the Ascension realm and was known as the strongest in history. But Chun Zhao didn't have a right to be arrogant and ignore everything. The Felix family, the upper echelons, were currently gathered together for a family meeting. Dear family members, I have a piece of unfortunate news to tell you. Chief Tabby Phillimore stood up. The upper echelons sitting on the two sides were still minding their own business, whispering in groups of 2 or 3. Most people didn't take the chief's speech to heart. It wasn't that the chief wasn't dignified. To them, this was just a routine family meeting. The content of the discussion was basically the same old stuff. They said that the training of the new generation had to be done quickly, or that those on missions outside had to be careful, or that someone in charge of transporting resources had made a mistake and said that they would be held accountable according to the family rules. Tabby Fair's lowered gaze swept across everyone present. Not long ago, there was news from Europe that the Blood Mary family and the Scarlet Church they represent are going to declare war on us. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Tabby Felix in shock. What? The Blood Mary family is going to declare war on us? Why? Why are they waging war on us? Damn, are their eyes and ears so accurate? We've been hiding for 300 years, a whole 300 years. We've just come out and they can't wait to declare war? Shut up. Tabby Felix slammed the table heavily. I didn't gather all of you here to listen to your ruckus. President, what do we do now? Tabby Felix looked at the pairs of terrified eyes. He was somewhat disappointed in them. As expected, the rise of the clan couldn't depend on them. Since the Blood Mary family wants to start a war, let's start a war, Tabby Felix said calmly. Clan leader, we can't start a war. Yes. Chief, we've been lying low for the past 300 years. Our family's power is no longer at its peak, but the Blood Mary family has been expanding with the help of the Scarlet Church. We can't defeat the Blood Mary family. Shut up. Have you all forgotten the hatred of 300 years? At this moment, a rough voice sounded. The one who spoke was Tabby Felix's younger brother, Tintuk Felix. Tintuk Philip was his elder brother's staunchest supporter. The two brothers could be considered the perfect combination. Tabby Felix was good at strategizing, but his strength had never been the best in the family. But it was precisely because of his brother's support that Tabby Felix was able to become the clan leader. Tintuk Fuller was the strongest of his generation in the family. It could even be said that he was the most outstanding genius in the last 300 years. However, His personality was straightforward and violent, so there was no need to talk about schemes. Most of the time, he couldn't even be bothered to listen to a complete sentence. To him, when he could fight, he would try not to talk. At the same time, the brothers were unswervingly pro-war. But the difference in strength is obvious. Someone raised a different objection. On the contrary, perhaps the current Blood Mary family doesn't understand our family's strength at all. Perhaps even you don't understand our family's strength. Our Fuller family has never been weak, and now we're stronger than we were in the past 300 years. We're even stronger than when we were the enemy of Europe 300 years ago, Tabby Felix said. The Blood Mary family thinks that after 300 years of dormancy, we've long been weakened beyond recognition. They think that we're pushovers and want to strangle us in the cradle, so they might not send out all their strength. They don't know that our family has only been asleep for 300 years. Now, we're more energetic than ever before. The war 300 years ago brought hatred and humiliation to our family. First, we'll destroy the vanguard team sent by the Blood Mary family, then take advantage of the situation to kill our way back to Europe and once again establish the glory of our Fuller family, Tintuck Fuller said excitedly. Of course, he couldn't say these words himself. His elder brother, Tabby Fuller, taught him to say them. I object. We haven't even purged the supernatural world in North America. It's a very unwise choice to rashly start a war with the Blood Mary family. You should know that this generation's Blood Mary is a very powerful spiritualist. She's known as the strongest Blood Mary since ancient times and the current #1 spiritualist in Europe. She'll definitely be involved in this war. However, in the next instant, a bloody mark suddenly appeared on the neck of this opposing clansman. His head slowly slid down and rolled on the conference table. Everyone's hair stood on end in an instant. Who was it? Who dared to commit murder in a family meeting? And they even killed a high-ranking member. Just then, a cloud of black gas surged out of the ventilation duct. The black gas gathered together, and a person walked out of the black gas. This person was tall and had a seemingly youthful face, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This person carried a sword alone, and his gaze swept across everyone present. Tabby Fuller immediately walked in front of this person with aged steps. Great-grandfather. Yes, you've done well, this person said calmly. At the same time, his cold gaze swept across everyone present. The Fuller family doesn't need cowards, and we definitely don't need weaklings. This person was the one who had migrated the Fuller family to the American continent back then. He was the golden generation of the Fuller family, and the eldest son of the Fuller family 300 years ago. He was known as the Golden Genius Gunter Fuller. After he turned the tide and saved the family, he fell into a deep sleep together with a group of Golden Generation members at the same time. And it was precisely because of the ancestral teachings that he had left. When they woke up again, it would be the beginning of the War of Revenge. Since then, the Fuller family had always followed his instructions and kept a low profile. If you don't even have the courage to face your enemies, then you don't even have the value of existing, Gunter Fuller said coldly. Chapter 2970. Jalanash, how's your recovery? We can leave any time, Jalanash answered. Leave that woman to me. Are you confident? Chen Zhao asked. You know, she suppressed all our captains by herself. I accidentally broke through. Oh, Chen Zhao studied Jalanash up and down. If Jalanash hadn't said it, Chen Zhao really wouldn't have noticed her change. But now that Jalanash said that, Chen Zhao could vaguely feel that something had changed in her. Territory? No, not yet. I seem to have grasped something important. This should be the territory you mentioned, but it's too vague. Jalanash had gotten the first step, but she hadn't really touched it yet. She wasn't even half a step into Shangqing now, but she was undoubtedly one step faster than the others. Chen Zhao didn't expect that Jalanash would be the first to touch Shangqing, or rather, close Gaia, Norma, Hallies, and Ungalit were strong, but they still hadn't felt the territory. Jocelyn Nash definitely counted from the back of the group, but she was the first to feel it. This surprised Chen Zhao greatly. Confident? No. That woman has too many divine artifacts. Shun Zhao couldn't do anything about it. After all, the supernatural organization didn't have a strong foundation. They didn't have any divine artifacts. No, there was actually one. It was the Tower of Trials. It could actually be used to smash people. But no one but Shun Zhao could move it now. Do you want it to help you get rid of her divine artifacts, and then you can have a fair fight with her? Jalanash shook her head. If the president fights, there won't be any fairness. The supernatural organization chartered a flight. In less than 3 hours, the group arrived in Seattle. Seattle was still in the rainy season in April. As soon as they got off the plane, they were greeted by a downpour. West pushed Uiko and the others onto a big bus. The Fellner captive's main purpose now was to lead the way. Right now, a pair of eyes were watching the supernatural organization's arrival. Amada. She had just returned to Seattle from another area. However, the moment she got off the plane, she noticed the people from the supernatural organization. And he brought Dwiko and others with him. Are they here? Had they finally come? Amethyst's eyes were deep. He felt uneasy. No, I have to rush back to the clan as soon as possible and pass on the news. Amada dared not delay. Right now, the family still did not know that a powerful enemy was approaching. However, when she returned to the family encampment, Amada realized that the atmosphere was a little strange. Amada, you're back. I heard you were in California. How is it? Is everything going well? The one who welcomed Amada was Amethyst's childhood playmate, Audrey, who was also a genius like Amada. Audacy welcomed them warmly, but Amada did not look happy. Where's the patriarch? I want to see the patriarch. Patriarch is in the front hall. Wait, I'll go with you. Audacy followed Amada. She could tell that Amada seemed to have something very important to do. Otherwise, he would have the time to exchange pleasantries with her. Tabby Fellner was entertaining the guests. Amada waited outside the hall for a while. Amada waited until the guests had left before entering. Amada, you're back, Tabby Fellner said. I've been contacting you for the past few days, but it's as if you vanished into thin air. Not only you, but even the team you led has disappeared. Patriarch, the California operation failed, Amada said. My people were all captured. Huh? Tabby Fellner's first reaction was not to be angry or criticize Amethyst's incompetence. Instead, she raised her head, her eyes filled with doubt. As far as I know, there are no powerful organizations or individuals in California. Yes, there's an organization that the intelligence team overlooked. It's the Supernatural Organization, a very powerful organization. I fought with their top experts. I almost used up all my trump cards, but I still could not suppress them, Amada said solemnly. Amada said seriously, also, the leader of the Supernatural Organization didn't show up. When I broke into their headquarters, I found a lot of dragon remains that had been slaughtered. Their leader has the power to slay dragons. When I rushed back, I found them at Seattle Airport. They must be here for revenge. Don't panic. Just then, Gunnar Fellner walked in. The Fellner family is invincible now, Gunnar Fellner said calmly. All the clansmen who went out have returned, and the sleepers have woken up. The divine items that have been covered by time will see the light of day again. The revenge of a small organization is not worth mentioning to the family. Gunnar Fillmore said indifferently. Gunnar Fellner was very confident, but Amada could not relax. We should at least prepare. Maybe they'll come tonight, Amada said. All right, Tabby Fellner said. You don't have to worry about this. After persuading Amada to leave, Gunnar Fellner said, they might have heard about the war between the Bloodmary family and the Fellners, so they're here to take advantage of us. Don't give them any chances. Yes, Great-Grandpa, I understand. I know what to do. Bring some of the younger generation along. Fight well and cheer up the emotions of those children. Recently, those children have been a little depressed. Bring Amada along as well. She is one of the few children who have inherited my bloodline. However, she seems to be a little frightened by this operation. This battle can ease her emotions. Gunnar Felix paused for a moment, then said, the other party has the ability to slay dragons, which means that their combat power is not weak. With victory as our priority, it would be a good choice if we could recruit them under our command. If our family wants to stand at the peak of the supernatural world again, just relying on the people in our family is not enough. We need more resources and manpower. If there are powerhouses who are willing to submit to us, then we can also welcome them with open arms. Great Grandpa. Then I'll bring that thing and show them that I'm strong enough. Yes, I don't need to teach you how to do it. Just do what you want. Gunter Fellner looked outside. The rain did not seem to be stopping. Instead, it was getting heavier and the sky was getting darker. Chapter 2971. Nature surrounded them with green mountains and clear waters. What a nice view. Chun Zhao looked at the beautiful forest before him. If the weather was better, we could make this a tourist spot, Gaia said. But this damned world ruined our trip. The person who'd chosen this land must be a feng shui expert. Chun Zhao didn't understand feng shui, but he could feel the spiritual qi here. Wind and clouds gathered, and dragons and tigers roared. Chun Zhao shook his windbreaker and continued walking into the forest. Stop! This is private land. Who are you? You don't look like normal people. Just then, a figure walked out from behind a tree. Chun Zhao glanced at the person who'd stopped him. He was very weak. He was probably an outer member of the Fellner family and was only in charge of security. Uncle, I found more than a dozen suspicious people in the forest south of the family's territory. After reporting, the Fellner family member looked at Chun Zhao's group warily. Did you notify them? You better behave. Our family will be here soon. Pop! The next moment, the person's head exploded. The nameless corpse lay in the forest in the rain. No one cared about him. It was as if he'd never appeared. Chief, someone in charge of patrolling the area, went missing. Before he went missing, he reported that a group of strangers entered the area. Tabby Fellner's eyes flew open. They're here? You're brave. Chief, should we inform people to stop the intruders? No, let them in, Tabby Fellner said. Go get Amma and the others. A while later, Amma and the others arrived. Chief, yes, outsiders have entered the family area. They'll probably be here in half an hour. The young people were all rubbing their palms. Only Amma was unusually calm. After walking in the forest for more than 20 minutes, they finally saw a building before them. Just then, a group of people blocked their path. Tabby Phillip looked down at Chun Zhao's group with a condescending gaze. Stop! Chun Zhao pulled down his rain hat. Everyone from the supernatural organization did the same. Amethyst's pupils constricted. It was the man who had appeared at Ellie's wedding. Chun Zhao also saw Amethyst. Calm down, Amethyst. Tabby Felix sensed Amethyst's panic. To us, this is just a group of ordinary enemies. In your future life, you will meet many, many enemies like this. You won't even remember their faces and magic. Amethyst took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Chun Zhao lifted his hand and waved it forward. An unprecedented sense of danger welled up in Amethyst's heart. Be careful, Amethyst cried out in alarm, at the same time maintaining the protection of the immortal. Then she saw countless raindrops breaking free from the shackles of gravity. It was like a real hail of bullets shooting towards them. Oh no! Tabby Farrell looked down at the large bloodstain on his chest. Looking around, he saw 7 or 8 outstanding youngsters lying in pools of blood. Amma only felt that the rain made her feel cold all over. Her immortal protection shattered in an instant. In just an instant, the other party's terrifying strength had already been displayed. I'm going to kill you. Roaring, Tabby Farrell suddenly pulled out a silver sword. Terrifying power surged from the sword into Tabby Farrell's body. In that instant, Tabby Farrell's aura increased tenfold, 100-fold. However, a thug grabbed Tabby Farrell's face at that moment. Under everyone's gaze, Tabby Farrell's head was crushed. Under everyone's gaze, Tabby Farrell's head exploded. Chun Zhao picked up the silver sword. Looks like this is a divine artifact. Chun Zhao pointed his sword at the remaining geniuses of the Felix family. Apart from her, you can go back now. Tell your leaders and higher-ups that we're here for revenge. The supernatural organization is here for revenge. They are here to destroy your Felix family. You have 10 minutes to prepare. The geniuses of the Felix family looked at each other. They didn't know if they should tell the enemy before them. Tabby Farrell, whom he'd just killed, was their leader. But in the end, no one spoke. Everyone was running away from the intruder. Looking at the fleeing figures, dozens of black balls appeared in Chen Zhao's palm. In an instant, he caught up with those who were running away. They didn't expect that the intruder who'd asked them to inform them would suddenly attack them from behind. Why did he launch a deadly attack at their backs in the next moment? Seeing her playmates, her family, and her siblings die before her, Amada finally couldn't keep calm anymore. Why? Why did you do that? I suddenly feel like it's stupid to ask the enemy to inform us, Chen Zhao said casually, shrugging. President, the commotion you made just now was enough to alert everyone. Let's see if there's anything valuable on those kids. Chen Zhao didn't forget that he wasn't here for revenge. He was also here to rob the Farrell family. The others all went to pick up the corpses. Only Jalanash didn't move. She looked at Amada calmly. Amada seemed to have sensed Jalanash's intention. Without wasting time, 3 gems landed on the ground. Flame Treader, Quetzalcoatlus, and Griffin were summoned. I'll be the judge. Chen Zhao glanced at the 3 disaster-level magical beasts. 2 black balls shot toward Quetzalcoatlus and Griffin. In an instant, the heads of Quetzalcoatl and Griffin exploded. The 2 gems in Amethyst's hand shattered. Okay, I'm a fair and just judge. Chen Zhao had an approachable smile on his face. Jalanash, have fun. Amada didn't criticize anything. Fairness never existed in this world. It was just like when she and her subordinates had attacked Jalanash. She had so many artifacts, but Jalanash was just one person. It was the same logic as when a hostage was in Amethyst's hands. Now, Jalanash was Chen Zhao's, so it was natural that Chen Zhao would help her. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt many unbelievably powerful auras descend from the sky. Is the master here? Chen Zhao looked up at the sky. The higher-ups of the Farrell family were all here, as well as the golden generation of the Farrell family. It was still the same condescending attitude. The same condescending attitude. Chapter 2972. Brother. Tintuck Felix let out a sorrowful howl. Tabby Felix's head was crushed by Chen Zhao. However, Tintuck Philomore still recognized the corpse as his elder brother. Who did it? Who killed you? Tyantuk Philomore's eyes were bloodshot as he glanced at everyone present. In the end, he locked his gaze on Chen Zhao, who was holding the silver holy sword. It's you. It's you, right? Tintuck Felix's entire body was emitting violent elements. His hair became like a blazing flame. His pupils were bursting with lightning. Powerful wind elements kept rippling from his body. He controlled water and fire with his palms. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Tintuck Felix roared and charged at Chen Zhao like a wild beast. Chen Zhao reached out and sliced. Half of Tintuck Felix's body fell. His expression froze. Along with him, the trees on the dozen acres of land before him were sliced off. Gunner Felix looked down at Chen Zhao. Tintuck Felix's death didn't seem to affect him too much. Sir, who gave you the courage to kill people in the Felix family? If you can kill others, others can naturally kill you. Isn't this a very simple logic? You think you have the right. Chen Zhao smiled. What do you think? I admire your courage, but you picked the wrong opponent. Gunner Felix looked at Chen Zhao coldly. He lifted his arm and revealed a golden glove. You don't understand what you're facing. Now, offer your knees and then use 100 years of servitude to exchange for the Felix family's forgiveness. With that, Gunter clenched his golden glove. A terrifying pressure smashed onto Chen Zhao's head. Kneel. Offer up your fear and submission. However, Chen Zhao didn't move. He looked at Gunner Felix in the air and sneered. Are you done with your juggling? No. How is that possible? Suddenly, Chen Zhao appeared before Gunner Fuller. Gunner Felix's combat skills were really good. His reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately tried to retreat. But Chen Zhao was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already grabbed Gunner's wrist. Gunter's gold-gloved right hand was ripped off. Chen Zhao casually tossed the severed arm away. He picked up the golden gloves and put them on. Looks good, Chen Zhao said, admiring himself. Gunner Felix's expression was very ugly. No one knew if it was because of Chen Zhao's humiliation or the pain from his broken arm. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him at all costs. Bang! A bolt of lightning landed on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at the woman who was flirting with him. In the blink of an eye, the woman's chest had been pierced by his fist. The supernatural organization had already started a war with the Phil family. However, most of the experts were attracted by Chun Zhao, but the supernatural organization still did not have the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, there were simply too many experts in the Felix family. So the situation didn't seem too optimistic for the supernatural organization. However, the recent victories and defeats would ultimately be decided by the high-end battlefields. And as the battle became more and more intense, the Felix family had no choice but to send more people. Sleepers kept falling from the sky. Chun Zhao could no longer stop. Right now, his eyes were bloodshot. Almost all of his attacks drew blood. No matter what kind of attack it was no different from tickling him. The higher-ups of the Felix family also realized this. The invader this time wasn't some random cat or dog. It wasn't some clown either. It was a true maleficent existence. This meant that they could only keep using powerful divine artifacts. They tried to use divine artifacts to turn the situation around. After Gunner Felix fought Chun Zhao and suffered a huge loss, he had been pacing around the edge of the battlefield. Suddenly, he realized that Chun Zhao was intentionally distancing himself from his subordinates. Gunner Felix suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Don't let him leave the battlefield over there," Gunner Felix exclaimed. But just then, hundreds of small black balls suddenly appeared around Chun Zhao. "Go!" Chun Zhao was waiting for someone to leave his side. Only in this way could he unleash a wide area of effect killing move without any restrictions. In an instant, the surrounding buildings collapsed. Half of the Felix family surrounding Chun Zhao disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining half looked left and right in disbelief and confusion. Gunner Felix was about to vomit blood. How could a guy of unknown origin have such terrifying combat power? After all, the family had gathered a force to deal with the Blood Mary family. However, the main character hadn't even arrived yet. Instead, an inexplicable person came and actually crippled their family. Just then, two old men suddenly entered the battlefield. "Gunter, step back. Leave this to me." These two were also sleepers. They were Gunner Felix's uncle and grandfather. They were survivors of the war. In particular, Gunner Felix's grandfather had been the strongest person in Europe 300 years ago. Back then, they'd also fallen into a deep sleep, but it only slowed down the loss of their life force. It didn't make them truly immortal. Now that Gunter Felix's grandfather had woken up, his life force had reached its limit. 1 or 2 battles would drain him of his life force. Originally, he'd save his life force to deal with the Blood Mary family. But now, he couldn't sit around and do nothing anymore. Chun Zhao looked at Gunter Felix's grandfather. "Interesting old guy. I've never heard of you before." His opponent was very strong. Chun Zhao even felt that he wasn't weaker than Blood Mary. Also, what was with his exuberant combat power? Chun Zhao seemed to recall the night when Blood Mary had become a god. She'd burned her original power like crazy. This old man seemed to be doing the same. Was he planning to become a god too? The other was also very strong. He looked slightly younger and was also in the enchanting state. But the oldest one was still the strongest. The old man's clothes were almost torn apart by his muscles. Terrifying power seemed to be gushing out of his soft body. The other, who was slightly younger, was surrounded by thousands of magic balls. "Young man, leave. This war ends here." The old man panted like a bull, his eyes bloodshot. "I said I'd kill your family, so I'll keep my word. Die." In that instant, the old man seemed to have become 100 years younger, becoming a tall and sturdy man. It was a very simple punch, a punch that was casually thrown out. Chun Zhao was much more casual. He also raised his arm and punched. Chapter 2973. The old man stared at Chun Zhao in shock. His right arm was dripping with blood, hanging limply on his shoulder. It was completely useless. However, the old man didn't seem to mind it at all. After all, he wouldn't even be able to survive after this battle. So, it didn't matter if his arm was useless. What he really cared about was the power he'd released in that instant after burning his life force. It was more than 10 times stronger than his peak. He was even confident that he could kill a dragon father with his punch. But facing the man before him, he felt that Chun Zhao was as tall and majestic as a mountain. His punch that he'd put all his strength into couldn't even test Chun Zhao's strength. Father! The slightly younger old man saw his father's tragic state. The elemental balls around him shot wildly at Chun Zhao, but the balls dissipated the moment they got close to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao clenched his hand, and a dark red neutron star condensed in his palm. The two old men immediately sensed danger. Kabul! The older man charged at his son. Like an old dog that knew his destiny, he instantly understood where he belonged. Chun Zhao also slapped out the dark red neutron star. Boom! The ring of fire covered the entire sky above the Philip family. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. Everyone felt the power of destruction, or rather, they felt the power of destruction itself. Kobold Philip fell to the ground. Almost all of his hair had been burned away. Worst of all, the destructive power had pierced through his body, rolling and wreaking havoc inside. This was a fatal blow that his father had blocked for him at the cost of his own life. His father didn't even leave a corpse behind. Ahmed and Jalanash were locked in a fierce battle. Jalanash was in a surprisingly good state right now. She felt like she'd never felt this way before. Ahmed, on the other hand, was already exhausted. Then Shen Zhao killed the Griffin and Serpent God. As for the remaining Flame Treader, she still seemed to have the absolute advantage. But she couldn't suppress Jalanash, who was raging with battle intent. Just then, the destructive flames covered the entire sky. Amla was dazed. Jalanash was also dazed for a moment. Be it friend or foe, they all felt a power that could destroy everything. Amla once thought, the Felix family could resist any enemy, any power. But at this moment, she understood. In front of true terror, the Felix family was nothing. He was once an expert that he was proud of. He was once an unparalleled divine weapon. This would not bring about a favorable turn for the Felix family. How many clansmen and compatriots would die in this war? Do you see that? This is your enemy. As an elementalist, Jalanash had the most intuitive feeling. Must you be so ruthless? Jolene gave Amma a sneering look. In just a few days of investigation, we've already found out a lot about the actions of your Felix family. In the North American region, the number of casualties that you've caused on the surface has already exceeded 100, and the number of casualties in the dark is several times higher. How many of them actually don't have any organization or power? They're all living the lives of ordinary people. Just because they're spiritualists, or because they have some kind of magical equipment, magical books, or even materials in their hands, they're wiped out by you. Countless ordinary people have been implicated. So what right do you have to pray? What right do you have to pray? Amada was dazed. Suddenly, her gaze became firm again. Since praying doesn't work, let's fight. Jalanash, however, calmed down. You can't really control the Flame Treader as you wish, so you can't beat me now. I heard that you have a divine weapon that can temporarily transfer the magical beast's power to yourself. You can use that move. This should be your last chance. Yeah, I almost forgot about that, Amada said with a smile, but her smile looked a little forced. Using the divine weapon to borrow the power of a magical beast could indeed allow one to reach unimaginable power in a short time. But this method had a price too. The Flame Treader suddenly turned into a ball of flames and melted into Amethyst's body. Right now, Amethyst's entire body was on fire. Once again, Jalanash's fighting spirit rose. At the same time, in the center of the battlefield, it was also the Felix family's territory. Right now, it was unrecognizable. Everyone in the Felix family stared at Chun Zhao with hatred and fear. The pain Chun Zhao had brought them was even greater than the war 300 years ago. Many of them were survivors of the war 300 years ago. But now, they died in Chun Zhao's hands. At that moment, Gunter Farrell finally realized the unequal status between the two sides. His grandfather had died in battle, and his uncle couldn't fight back anymore. Gunter Felix looked at Chun Zhao, who was rampaging like a demon. Finally, he took out a golden dragon statue. You forced me to do this. This was Gunter Felix's final trump card. It was also the Felix family's ultimate trump card. A wave of aura spread out. A golden figure flashed across the sky. At the same time, there were more than 10 extremely powerful auras. Chen Zhao looked up. The newcomer wasn't unfamiliar. Giant Dragon, the Emperor of Giant Dragons. There were also more than 10 dragons at the level of Dragonfather with him. The Dragon Emperor landed in front of Gunnar Felix. However, his gaze landed on Chen Zhao. His golden pupils suddenly contracted. "Your Majesty." Gunnar Felix knelt on one knee and welcomed the Emperor. "I beg you to complete the unfinished deal from 1,000 years ago. You represent the Felix family?" "Yes, I represent the Felix family." "Then tell me what you want," the Emperor said. "Kill him. Kill this intruder." Gunnar Felix pointed at Chen Zhao. The remaining Felix family members all cheered. They didn't expect Gunnar Felix to have such a powerful trump card. A trump card that could turn the tables. The Emperor sighed. "I can't do it for a child of the Felix family." "What?" Gunnar Felix was stunned. All the Felix family members were stunned too. Why? "I can't beat him," the Emperor said honestly. The Dragon Sovereign said honestly, "He's the strongest human in this world, or rather, the strongest living being. Both the known and unknown can't defeat him." "How is that possible?" "You're the Emperor. Gunnar Felix and everyone else in the Felix family couldn't accept the Emperor's answer. I can't kill him. I can only help you and your family in my own way." The Emperor looked at Chen Zhao. "Sir, this is the second time we've met, right? You want to interfere in my war with the Felix family?" Chapter 2974. In this war, you can make your request. The Dragon Emperor didn't continue. "Kill everyone in the Felix family. 1,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Felix family made a deal with me. In that deal, I obtained what I wanted. At the same time, I made a promise that in the future, the Felix family could make 3 requests of me. As long as it was within my capabilities, I would do it. As long as you let the Felix family go, I can give you the rest of the promise." Chen Zhao sneered at the Dragon Emperor. "The feud between me and the Felix family can't be resolved. I killed so many of their people. Will they give up on revenge? So, only one side can die in this war. I can promise that they won't seek revenge from you again. I won't believe anyone's promise except the dead." "Then let me put it another way," the Dragon Emperor said. "What price do I have to pay to keep them alive?" Chen Zhao chuckled. 100 Dragon Fathers. I'm a bit short on money these days." The Dragon Emperor didn't feel good. There were less than 100 dragons in total. Moreover, he protected the Felix family because of his promise. But that didn't mean he would sacrifice the benefits of the dragon race. He wouldn't even sacrifice 1 dragon father for an outsider, let alone 100. "I can seal their entire family for 100 years and give you all their collections. If I kill them, their collections will be mine too. I'll give you a promise, just like Ancestor Felix from 1,000 years ago." "Why are there 3 of them? And I'm the only one left? Are you looking down on me?" The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Chen Zhao, he would have sent Chen Zhao to a sauna. "With your power, you can do whatever I can. You can also do whatever I can't. So this promise is meaningless to you. Whether I need it or not is one thing, but whether you give it to me or not is a problem of attitude." "Fine, 3 times," the Dragon Emperor said helplessly. "Not enough. You're too much. All you have right now is your mouth. You haven't done anything, and you want me to let them go? What do you want? Does your dragon clan have any clan protecting treasures?" The dragon monarch's face darkened. "No, don't even think about it. They need to be sealed for 300 years. I should be able to live for 200 to 300 years. Anyway, as long as I'm alive, if they appear before me, I'll make them disappear completely. As for whether they want to take revenge on my descendants after 300 years, that's their own business. I'm too lazy to care about their afterlife. If I'm still alive after 300 years, they probably won't dare to mess with me." Sure, the Dragon Monarch didn't care if he had to seal the Felix family for 100 years or 300 years. He was only doing what he could to end this war as soon as possible. The Dragon King extended a finger. Chen Zhao could feel the Dragon King's domain spreading out and covering the entire Felix family. What was he trying to do? Start a war with me? Chen Zhao looked at the Dragon Emperor in surprise. Just then, the divine weapons in the hands of the Felier clansmen began to break free from their control and automatically flew into the sky. Gunter Felix roared angrily. Dragon Emperor, I didn't ask you to do this. You are a traitor. The Dragon Emperor ignored Gunter Felix's roars and unwillingness. The divine weapons on Gunter Felix also left his body. The first to leave was the golden dragon statue. The Dragon Emperor pointed at Gunter Felix in the air. A cloud of golden dust started to spread under Gunter Farrell's feet, spreading upwards from his feet. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! Gunter Fillmore panicked, but he couldn't stop the golden dust from spreading. His feet started turning gold. Then his body, his hands, his neck. No, I can't accept this. Finally, Gunter Felix turned completely into gold. The divine weapons of the Felix family rose into the air under the Dragon Emperor's control and circled around him. At the same time, the golden dust started spreading in all directions. Human, you can leave with your people now. Is that a seal? Chen Zhao still stood where he was. It's banishment. Their bodies and souls have been separated. The souls are banished to nothingness while the bodies are sealed in the golden dust. The Dragon Emperor pointed at Chen Zhao with his claws. The surrounding divine weapons all shot toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't move. The divine weapons were controlled by Chen Zhao's domain. Let's go, Chen Zhao ordered. The matter with the Felix family had come to an end. Chen Zhao didn't want to fight the Dragon Emperor. It wasn't because of his power. Rather, it was because he represented balance. He restricted the evil dragons in the dragon race. As the pro-human faction in the dragon race, if the Dragon Emperor died in Chen Zhao's hands, the evil dragons would have a reason to take revenge on the humans. Secondly, Chen Zhao and the supernatural organization's requests had basically been fulfilled. Indeed, killing all the Felix family was the best choice. But Chen Zhao and the other members didn't care. During the battle, they had intentionally avoided hiding places in the catacombs. And it were the women and children of the Phil family. If the Felix family's combatants were taken care of, the women and children would be huge trouble. Neither Chen Zhao nor the members of the supernatural organization could kill a group of women and children. If he let them go, they might become new people to take revenge. Chen Zhao had to admit that the Dragon Emperor's intervention gave him a way out. As a top member, the Dragon Emperor didn't show any combat power this time, but his ability couldn't be ignored. His domain could control all the divine weapons of the Felix family. Chen Zhao didn't know how this ability worked, but he definitely wasn't as weak as he'd appeared. Think about it. If he could control the divine weapons more precisely to fight and attack, it definitely wouldn't be that easy for Chen Zhao to win. Also, this was just the Felix family's collection. What about his own collection? What about the dragon race's collection? Thousands, tens of thousands of god artifacts. What kind of majestic and great power would that be? This kind of control was completely different from Chen Zhao controlling the divine weapons around him. Chen Zhao could only hold them, but the Dragon Emperor could use them. Jalanash, did you win? Chen Zhao saw that Jalanash was injured again. She wasn't as heavily injured as last time, but she still looked rather pathetic. Jalanash shook her head. But I didn't lose. Chapter 2975. Alma had a narrow escape. She had never thought that she would bring such disaster to the Felix family. This war was completely different from the Felix family's defeat 300 years ago. Although the Felix family lost 300 years ago, they didn't suffer too much. However, the losses weren't too great, and the family managed to cut their losses in time. And after the war ended quickly, they left Europe. But it was different this time. No one in the entire family escaped. Only she, the instigator, was the only survivor. She was surprised that she had escaped, because she was the only one whose artifact wasn't controlled by the Dragon Emperor. Amethy's emotions were complicated. Resentment, fear, regret, unwillingness. All sorts of negative emotions surged in her heart. Revenge? But how? The kind of undefeatable power. The kind of power that even the Dragon Emperor had to admit defeat. Was there really any power in this world that could help her get revenge? Amada walked on the road in a sorry state. At this moment, she felt empty and lost. Just then, a black MPV stopped next to Amada. Amada instantly tensed up. Most people who would come to her at this time couldn't be friends. But what Amada didn't expect was a chubby middle-aged man sitting inside. He was smoking a cigar and had a big belly. Amada didn't feel any hostility from this fat man. "Miss Amada, do you want me to give you a ride? Who are you?" Amada looked at this middle-aged fat man warily. "Don't you want to know why you weren't sealed?" Amada was stunned. You know, Ametha's nerves tightened. Could this amiable-looking middle-aged fat man in front of her be a dragon? Did he chase after her because she wasn't sealed with her clansmen? Just then, a young man's face appeared in the car. "Come on up. My dad won't hurt you. Plus, do you think you can escape with 5 dragons here?" Amada was silent. In other words, the people in this MPV were all dragons. Amada knew that even if she was in her best condition, even if she had all her artifacts, she couldn't be cocky in front of 5 dragons. Moreover, she only had 2 divine artifacts with her now. However, this did not mean that she had given up resisting. After Amada got into the car, she first sized up the fat middle-aged man and his son. Next were the 2 men in black who were sitting in the front seats. As for the driver, he could not see his face clearly. However, his burly figure was still hard to ignore. "Stop looking. You can't beat anyone here," the young man said. "Why are you looking for me?" Amada looked warily at the middle-aged fatty and the young man in the carriage. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Arthur Alberta Haber, and the opposite is my father, the Dragon Emperor, you know." Emma's entire body tensed up. She had just seen the Dragon Emperor's true form not long ago. However, it was difficult to connect the Dragon Emperor who had transformed into a human with a mighty and domineering Dragon Emperor. "Why are you looking for me? Do you want to seal me too?" "No." The Dragon Emperor rolled down the window and tossed the cigar out. Amada had been waiting for the Dragon Emperor to continue. However, after seeing his actions, Amada could not help but complain in a low voice. So uncultured. The Dragon Emperor was very embarrassed. After coughing, he returned to the topic and said, "I used to have 3 children. My eldest son, Haber Timur Haber. He is my second son, Arthur Alberta Haber. In fact, the 2 of them also have an elder sister. Don't tell me that I'm your daughter. I'm a member of the Felix family. My parents are very clear. You are indeed my daughter, and they are indeed your biological parents." The Dragon Emperor did not deny it. 1,000 years ago, my elder sister died when she was very young. My father kept her dragon soul and made a deal with the Felix family. He used the bloodline of the Felix family to keep my elder sister's dragon soul until her dragon soul could be reincarnated. And you are my reincarnated elder sister. Arthur Alberta Haber said. Amada looked at the Dragon Emperor expressionlessly and then looked at her brother in the soul. She did not doubt it too much, but she did not take it too seriously either. Compared to the Dragon Emperor who suddenly appeared and she recognized, she had more feelings for the Felix family. "That's why you didn't seal me on a battlefield just now?" "No, I didn't seal you not because I let you go, but because of your own ability." "Then why are you looking for me now? Don't tell me you want me to perform a scene of father and daughter reuniting with each other?" The Dragon Emperor sighed. "How should I put it? My feelings for you are actually quite complicated. Please get straight to the point." "Well, in addition to reuniting with you, I also want to ask you for a favor. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, please don't joke around. You are the Dragon Emperor. You want me to help? Are you serious?" "Rather than help, it's more like cooperation." "Cooperation for what?" "I don't think I'm qualified to cooperate with your Majesty Dragon Emperor. Our dragon clan has a giant dragon treasure trove that can only be opened by 3 sons of Haber. I, Arthur, and you will work together to open the giant dragon treasure trove." "Why me? Didn't you say that I have a younger brother?" "He's dead," the Dragon Emperor said helplessly. "Death shouldn't be a restriction for you, right? I died 1,000 years ago in my previous life, and you could resurrect me. My younger brother should be able to resurrect too, right? He was killed by that enemy of yours. His body and dragon soul were also taken by him." The Dragon Emperor was even more helpless. Amada was shocked. The Dragon Emperor's son was killed, and he could not take revenge. Could he still take revenge for the Felix family? Haven't you thought about revenge? The difference in strength between me and him has already determined that this war is impossible. Moreover, that rebellious eldest son of mine is not a good person. Although I am angry that he killed my eldest son, I am not in any position to start a war with him. You are the Dragon Emperor. You don't have to instigate me to start a war with him. We are not at the stage where one of us will die. All right, then you want to cooperate with me, right? You are not ordering me. Of course, although your soul is my daughter, I am still contacting you as a collaborator. Then what do I get in return? For example, helping me take revenge? Child, remembering hatred is not a good thing. Forgetting hatred will only cause me more pain. Then I will give you power. As for whether you use this power to take revenge or anything else, it has nothing to do with me. What do you think? Can the power you give me help me take revenge? Power needs to be climbed step by step. What I can give you is another step under your feet, but I won't let you stand at his height directly. Chapter 2976. When Chun Zhao returned, the 23rd Blood Mary welcomed him warmly. Of course, Chun Zhao wasn't that happy to see her. After all, she didn't do anything except release a message. Then, she would get 30% of the spoils. To her, this was a no-cost deal. But Chun Zhao still had to keep his promise. The 23rd Blood Mary didn't do anything. In fact, using her identity to release the message was a price in itself. Without her message, Chun Zhao probably wouldn't have been able to wipe out the entire Tyler family. He also wouldn't have gotten such a huge amount of spoils. How do we split it? Mary asked. Can I pick 30%? No way. Chun Zhao shook his head. I don't recognize most of the things here. If you pick first, the rest will probably be worthless. In fact, it wasn't just most. Chun Zhao didn't recognize 99% of the spoils. With the 23rd Blood Mary's eyesight, she could recognize at least half. With her judgment, she could pick more than 80% of the good stuff. Then, she'd end up with a bunch of worthless stuff. Chun Zhao kept his promise, but that didn't mean he was stupid. If you don't let me pick, how do we split it? Mary looked at Chun Zhao dissatisfied. In fact, she really did plan to pick the valuable stuff. Split by weight, Chun Zhao said. Are you kidding me? No, I'm serious. Chun Zhao took out all the spoils. Then, he rolled up all the loot. All the spoils of war danced in the air, making it hard for people to keep up with them. If you tell me to stop, I'll give you 30% of the spoils, Chun Zhao said. The 23rd Blood Mary laughed in anger. But she couldn't convince Chun Zhao. Now that they were divided according to weight, it was purely based on luck. Stop! Clang! After a series of banging sounds, nearly 100 magic tools were thrown in front of the 23rd Blood Mary. They were big and small, all kinds of colors and shapes. The 23rd Blood Mary looked at the things before her. She was happy and disappointed. There were indeed many good things, but they definitely weren't as valuable as what she'd picked herself. Do you have any objections? If you're not satisfied, I can give you another chance to exchange for the spoils of war. Forget it. The 23rd Blood Mary accepted the result without hesitation. After all, changing again might not be as good as the first time. All right then, the magical tools will be divided like this. The rest will belong to me. Then, he took out some magic materials. The distribution of magic materials was much simpler. They just had to divide the magic materials according to the ratio of 3 to 7. Compared to magic tools, magic materials were the real harvest. The Felix family was a millennium-old family. 300 years ago, they launched a war of plunder. It almost scraped the surface of Europe. As a result, they needed a huge amount of magic materials. A single magical material could be measured in tons. Of course, with such a huge amount of magic materials, it wasn't easy to deal with them. The happiest was, of course, Rowan Faxburn. Is everyone done? Mary, the 23rd generation's blood, was also surprised. He even felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier that the Farrell family was so wealthy, he wouldn't have done so. She would strike before the Fullers jumped out. Yes, but do you still remember what you owe me? Last time, when she'd traded the golden apple with Chun Zhao. Because Chun Zhao had asked for half of Fenrir, Mary still owed Chun Zhao something worth half of Fenrir's magic core. It could be a magic core or anything else. The 23rd generation's Blood Mary looked at Chun Zhao awkwardly. I thought you forgot. Actually, I've already forgotten about it. I didn't expect you to remember. Haha, aren't you taking this opportunity to settle our debts? The 23rd generation's Blood Mary looked at her spoils of war and thought about it with a pained heart. Since it was a deal based on honesty, she obviously couldn't fool Chun Zhao. After all, Chun Zhao would take her payment to Baifla or Zhang Tianyi later for verification. If she was exposed, she would lose face. More importantly, she would lose their friendship. That would be a true loss. But Fenrir wasn't an ordinary magical beast. It was the legendary demonic wolf that had bitten Odin to death. It could be called the #1 beast in history. So, ordinary things really couldn't be compared to Fenrir's magic core. Finally, the 23rd generation's Blood Mary took out a hollowed-out golden ball from her spoils of war and handed it to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took the hollow golden ball and studied it carefully. Inside the hollow golden ball, there was a small ball floating in the air. What's this? Divine artifact. Nonsense. Of course I know about divine artifacts. There are divine artifacts everywhere. If you randomly pick one and give it to me, it's no different from fooling me. Please believe in my honesty, okay? Fine. You have to explain to me what divine artifact this ball is and what it's used for. Put your magic power inside. Don't put too much in, or it'll explode. Chun Zhao followed the 23rd generation's method and carefully put in his power. Just then, Chun Zhao felt a blurry aura. Chun Zhao's mind seemed to connect with that aura through the hollowed-out golden ball. Huh, what's with this feeling? This is the Winter Ball. Legend has it that it's the treasure of the winter god in Olympus. In medieval Europe, this winter ball had always been in the hands of a big noble until 300 years ago, when it was taken away by the Fellner family, the 23rd generation Blood Mary said. The 23rd Blood Mary said, "As long as you want, you can even create a small polar region. This thing can't increase my combat ability at all." The 23rd generation Blood Mary almost smashed the divine artifact into Chun Zhao's face. She finally calmed down, but her tone was still displeased. "Are you kidding me? Where do you want me to find something that can increase your combat ability?" Chun Zhao smiled awkwardly. Indeed, there were very few things in the world that could increase his combat ability. Most divine artifacts were meaningless to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao tried it. He was more familiar with it than the first time. At least he knew how to control the Winter Ball. In an instant, Chun Zhao created an extremely low temperature within a radius of 1,000 meters. This was only the minimum. Chun Zhao could feel it. If he wanted to, all of Los Angeles might fall into winter. But Chun Zhao didn't plan on going against the natural climate. So to Chun Zhao, this thing was a large temperature regulator or an air conditioner. Chapter 2977. Chun Zhao played with the Winter's Ball. If it was in someone else's hands, it would indeed be valuable. But to Chun Zhao, it was just an air conditioner. Plus, it could only be adjusted for cold, not hot. Of course, on a hot summer day, being able to walk out of an air-conditioned room and make his living environment cool was also a good choice. Chun Zhao put the Winter's Ball away, acknowledging its value. Actually, 23rd Blood Mary was also very cunning. The Winter's Ball she'd picked was valuable, but it wasn't very practical. Different people would have different effects when it came to practicality. So, it wasn't her fault that Chun Zhao couldn't use it. After all, Chun Zhao was too strong. It wasn't that the item was worthless. Plus, even 23rd Blood Mary didn't have much use for it. Because her theocracy was air. She could use air to create temperature differences. She could also adjust the temperature as she pleased compared to the Winter's Ball. However, she couldn't do it in a large area like the Winter's Ball. Then Chun Zhao returned to the headquarters with the rest of the spoils. "Ruan, you're in charge of classifying the spoils and figuring out how to use them." Chun Zhao called West and Ruan fax burn over. At the same time, divide the loot. As for the standard, you decide. Everyone participating in this mission can pick one of the highest quality. West, you're also in charge of evaluating the points. If you want these magic tools, you have to exchange them with points. West thought about it. and also felt that Chun Zhao's suggestion was more suitable for their current structure. Although the harvest this time was great, it couldn't be distributed equally to everyone. The spoils could provide them with long-term development. So, they had to plan for the long term when distributing and providing these resources. President, I heard from Xiao He that you've been dragging her and another girl out to exorcise demons these few nights. West looked at Chun Zhao. He knew that Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't torture two girls out of boredom. With his understanding of Chun Zhao, if Chun Zhao was still alive, he'd probably be sleeping instead of playing with two girls. One of the girls is my disciple. West stared at Chun Zhao with widened eyes. President, when did you accept her? I haven't formally acknowledged him as my master yet, but her senior told me to take her in, so we're basically friends. As for Xiao He, since it's the same to train one or two, I might as well bring her along. All right. West wasn't worried about anything happening. Chun Zhao really didn't have to worry about anything happening with him. It was just a night of peace. Tonight, the nightmarish knocking came again. Xiao He and Carrie covered their heads with their blankets. They really wanted to pretend that they didn't hear anything. The next moment, the knocking stopped. Jolly Win, that guy didn't leave, right? It can't be. That guy is never as simple as a trick. We'll hide under the bed. If he comes in and can't find us, we might be able to fool him. Are you sure you can fool him by hiding under the bed? Let's give it a try. Even if we fail, we won't suffer any losses. If we succeed, we can completely get rid of this guy. Carrie thought about it and felt that it made sense. The two hid under the bed, but no one came in. The two hid for a few minutes. Suddenly, they felt a bit cold. Xiao He, are you cold? When Carrie spoke, white air came out of her mouth. Xiao He was already shivering from the cold. Damn, what's going on? It's mid-April. Why is it so cold? The two could no longer hide under the bed. They both climbed out, but as soon as they came out, they saw that the room was already covered in ice. The walls and ceiling were all frozen. The furniture was also covered in frost. The two felt even colder. They hugged their arms and rushed out of the room. As soon as they came out, they saw Chun Zhao sitting on the opposite bench, smiling at them. Damn it, you did this, didn't you? Carrie charged toward Chun Zhao, panting with rage. Get in, Chun Zhao said. You still haven't answered my question. Get in. Chun Zhao's tone changed. Carrie chickened out immediately and got in the car obediently with Xiao He. This time, Chun Zhao didn't bring them to some creepy place. Instead, it was a community. What did you bring us here for? Does this family need it? Xiao He asked, pointing at a house by the road. Chun Zhao shook his head. I don't want you to exorcise this family. I want you to go in and kill their whole family. What? Who do you think we are? I won't be your executioner. Whether it was Jolly Win or Xiao He, they both had their own bottom lines. They'd submitted to Chun Zhao, but that didn't mean they'd give in to any of his requests. Chun Zhao threw a document at their faces. The two looked at the content angrily. After a while, their eyes became hesitant. The document explained the family's identity and background in detail. It also explained why they deserved to die. We should leave this to the police, Carrie said hesitantly. There's enough evidence. We're not killers. We can't replace the judge. Tell the police that they disintegrated the victims with magic and that they were actually killed by their goo bugs? Chun Zhao asked. Also, do you think a regular prison can lock them up, instead of putting them into a farm full of fodder? But Chun Zhao didn't want to reason with the two girls anymore. He threw them out of the car. At the same time, he flicked the door of the family. Boom! Half of that family's house was flattened. Xiao He and Carrie glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Just then, 3 people rushed out of the house. There were 3 people in the family, a couple and their son. The whole family deserved to die. After their house was destroyed, the 3 of them rushed out of the rubble with endless anger. You all already know what the 3 of them are capable of. I won't say anything unnecessary. Kill them, or be killed by them. The 2 girls had to fight even if they didn't want to. Even if they explained to the 3 that they were also victims. It was likely that the 3 vicious families would not believe their explanation. Chapter 2978. The young man stepped on Carrie's head and pressed it into the mud. Puff. Astra Shoal, if you don't help, we're really going to die here. Carrie yelled at Chun Zhao's car. Xiaohi wasn't much better. She curled up on the ground and spat out blood. Chun Zhao covered his forehead and could only get out. I gave you such detailed information. How did you lose? The two were helpless. Yes, Chun Zhao had given them their opponent's abilities and weaknesses. But the key problem was that the three of them were too strong. This wasn't something that could be solved with just information. Weaknesses could only be used when the difference between the two sides wasn't too big. But they were a few Pacific Oceans away from their opponents. How could they fight? The young man looked at Chun Zhao. So there's another one. Is he here to die too? Chun Zhao glanced at the man indifferently and flicked his finger. Bang! The man exploded. Son! Seeing their son explode on the spot, the couple attacked Chun Zhao hysterically. Chun Zhao didn't hold back either. He flicked his finger twice more. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. The two sat on the ground pathetically, covered in filth and blood. The two silently deleted the plan to defeat Chun Zhao in their minds. They felt that the plan was a bit unrealistic. In the past 2 days, they'd felt that they'd improved a lot. They'd thought that surpassing Chun Zhao was just around the corner. But now, they felt that this day was a bit too far away. The two of them couldn't beat this family even if they fought with their lives. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao didn't even leave a corpse behind. How's the cultivation method I gave you last time? Chun Zhao looked at Carrie. Done. Carrie answered softly. Actually, she'd been practicing quite diligently these few days. Xiaohi had also been giving her pointers. Xiaohi's cultivation wasn't high, but she'd been influenced since she was young. She knew the basics in more detail than Carrie. So, Xiaohi could still help Carrie with the basics. When a cultivator first came into contact with cultivation methods, their cultivation improved the fastest too. In the past few days, everything changed. She felt that she was becoming stronger every moment. This was also why Carrie had the wrong impression. He felt that he could surpass Chun Zhao soon. No, I feel like I'm going to die. I need a rest. Raising his hand, Chun Zhao condensed 2 water balls and threw them at Carrie and Xiaohi. What are you doing? Can't you see that we're all heavily injured? You're so dirty, Chun Zhao said mercilessly. If you dirty my car, can you afford to pay for it? Xiaohi and Carrie wanted to pounce on him and bite him to death. However, considering the difference in strength between the enemy and himself, they decided to pretend to be grandsons first. He would settle the score with this fellow after the fight was over. The two dragged their weary bodies back home. You two can rest for the next 2 days. Did you let's go? No. In 3 days, I will arrange an opponent for you. It will be your graduation exam. Will we be free if we defeat that opponent? Yes. He didn't tell them that they had graduated from kindergarten. He had to give them some hope. Sister Qing. Chun Zhao arrived at Ethan's hotel. Li Qingzheng was at the cashier's desk. Where's Ethan? You want to stock up? Li Qing said. Do you want to eat something? Chun Zhao went to open the shelf and took out 2 burgers. How's Carrie? Too weak, Chun Zhao said. The spiritual world will become more and more dangerous now. It might even affect ordinary people. Chun Zhao felt that the secret that most ordinary people didn't know about for thousands of years might be exposed in this era. This era had extremely powerful communication technology and the speed at which information spread. It was decided that every secret would become vulnerable. Since the beginning of the Spirit Tide, paranormal incidents had become more frequent, and they were developing in a more serious direction. Chun Zhao could feel it. These supernatural events were happening more and more to ordinary people. When the supernatural organization received a mission, if the target was an ordinary person, they would take out a contract and ask the other party to keep the secret. But this contract wasn't absolutely safe. It was binding on ordinary people, but it wasn't safe. Of course, for now, even if someone posted about supernatural events online, it would be instantly deleted by the network supervision section. There weren't many people posting now, though. Nothing big had happened yet. However, if there came a day when a supernatural event with a huge impact occurred, it would be impossible for them to survive. If it was posted online, the secret would explode instantly. Of course, whether it was exposed in the end or not, it had nothing to do with Chun Zhao. Li Qing had been supervising Carrie's cultivation progress. She was actually worried that she could at least protect herself before the Great Era arrived. The arrival of the spiritual tide meant that the battles in the spiritual world would become more intense. If Carrie was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But now, she was inseparable from the spiritual world. Li Qing felt that Carrie had to have the ability to protect herself. Chen Zhao, are you in contact with Qing Ping Sage? No, why? Chen Zhao asked. She came to find you? Taoist Master Qing Ping had even investigated Carrie's background. He definitely knew about Li Qing's current situation. Whether for business or personal reasons, it was reasonable for her to find Li Qing. Li Qing shook her head. I'm just worried that she has ulterior motives for Carrie. Don't worry, I'm here, Chen Zhao said. Li Qing's business was his business. Not many people could make Chen Zhao say this. Li Qing was one of them. Last time, Qing Ping Sage had said that he wanted Carrie to inherit the position of Mao Mountain's leader. Actually, Chen Zhao could feel that Qing Ping Sage didn't want Carrie as a successor, but himself. Carrie was just a substitute. Of course, Chen Zhao wouldn't be a Taoist. But if Qing Ping Sage wanted to touch Carrie, Chen Zhao didn't mind going all out. Chen Zhao sat there for a while until Ethan came back. He only left after greeting Ethan. On the way home, Chen Zhao received a call from Bader. Mr. Chen, how's your preparation? God of Light, are we going to start? No, there's still one more week. I'm just reminding you. If you haven't prepared yet, then hurry up. Time waits for no man. If it's too late, I'm afraid I'll miss this opportunity forever and you'll lose it too. Chapter 2979. He's giving you a week to prepare. He's actually making you lower your guard, Zhang Tianyi said over the phone. Zhang Tianyi said on the phone, we are all betting on you this time. If we win, the four of our families will have a good life, and we will be more qualified than others in the spirit tide in the next 100 years. But if we lose, think about your wife and children. Trust me, I won't die even if you die. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi argued with each other, but they didn't forget to prepare. Both Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi knew this would be an unprecedented battle. It didn't matter if Odin was at his peak or just a remnant soul. The title of King of Gods wasn't just for show. The God of Light alone was an existence that was close to immortal and indestructible. This was enough to give them a headache, not to mention the King of Gods. Most importantly, they didn't trust each other. They still did not trust each other and could turn against each other at any time. Chen Zhao's biggest preparation was to increase his power as much as possible. The river map was the best place for him to cultivate. Chen Zhao had to familiarize himself with his current realm. He'd just reached ascension. Some things would be understood when he reached it, but understanding it was one thing, and being able to do it was another thing. After reaching ascension, Chen Zhao's control of power reached a new level. The most obvious effect was the creation of the dark red neutron star. He could already skillfully create 2 dark red neutron stars before. But after reaching ascension, the creation process was faster and more stable. The dark red neutron star could be considered Chen Zhao's regular skill. Meteor was still Chen Zhao's biggest killer move. According to the normal flow of time, Chen Zhao had been in the river map for 6 hours, which was equivalent to 6,000 hours. In these 6,000 hours, Chen Zhao only did one thing. He consolidated his cultivation and practiced the dark red neutron star. As for improving, Chen Zhao didn't think about it for now. He felt that he was too far away from the next realm. Chen Zhao had just reached ascension. What Chen Zhao needed to do was to train it to the extreme. Then he had to think about the next realm, but he had to train it to the extreme. Chen Zhao felt that it was even more distant, because his inner world was endless. At least, he didn't feel the limit of his inner world. Every time the world soul of the inner world completed a cycle of life and death, it would produce a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth spread from inside to outside, passing through Chen Zhao's body and turning into immortal power. He didn't know if he could completely crush the world of the feathered serpent god and integrate it into his own inner world. However, regardless of whether it was normal cultivation or fusing other worlds to fill one's inner world, it was an extremely long process. Therefore, there was no need to think about it for the time being. Basically, it was measured in hundreds of years. Moreover, he couldn't estimate how long it would take. He even felt that he had reached the end of cultivation. Chun Zhao's power could grow infinitely. There was no end to the upper limit of ascendance level. Of course, it felt like it was the end, but Chun Zhao believed that there was no end. For example, Old Turtle and the handsome young man. These two definitely belonged to another level of existence. Perhaps it wasn't just the difference of one realm. Therefore, Chun Zhao felt that his feelings weren't real. He might be the strongest person in this era, but he definitely wasn't the strongest person in history. There might be even more glorious eras that were more distant from this era and older than recorded history. Chun Zhao believed that those extremely powerful or even great legends definitely existed. At least, the previous owner of the river map was the creator of the river map. The legendary mother of humans, Nuwa, must be an unparalleled existence. He couldn't feel the end of ascendance level because his cultivation wasn't there yet. Chun Zhao had been carefully observing the life and death of the world soul. He wanted to see the secrets of heaven. But Chun Zhao clearly overestimated himself. With Chun Zhao's metaphysical foundation, wanting to understand the true meaning of life and death through the life and death cycle of the world soul was as unrealistic as trying to deduce the Big Bang Theory with a telescope. However, the increase in power was real. The limitlessness of ascendance level wasn't just for show. Over the past few days, Chun Zhao cultivated in the river map for 6 hours a day. Every time he finished cultivating, he could feel his power grow. It wasn't like a drop of water turning into a spring. It was like rivers flowing into the sea. After a few days of cultivation, Chun Zhao's cultivation had increased by at least 2 times. Also, after this period of cultivation, Chun Zhao also found out what was special about ascendance level. It was different from Shangqing's most obvious characteristic, the pocket world. Ascendance level's characteristic was hidden. At least, that was if he didn't find out. Chun Zhao almost thought that the characteristic of ascendance level was that the inner world could produce spiritual qi. In reality, the inner world couldn't produce spiritual qi. It wasn't a characteristic. It was an instinct like breathing. There were 2 true characteristics of ascendance level. One was to materialize the inner world. It was an upgraded version of the pocket world. It could also be called an upgraded version of the God's kingdom. For example, Chun Zhao's inner world was a scorching and crazily spinning sun. The entire inner world was filled with violent energy. Almost no living thing could survive in such an extreme environment. Even spiritual bodies couldn't survive in such an environment. It could scatter a spirit body's soul at any moment. Chun Zhao believed that even Zhang Tianyi would be roasted into jerky if he was trapped in the materialized inner world. Once Chun Zhao's inner world materialized, it could cover a wider area than the outer world. It could cover a radius of 10 kilometers at the moment. The other was to drag the enemy's soul into his own inner world. In other words, he could trap the enemy's soul in his sea of consciousness. However, not every enemy's soul could be dragged into the sea of consciousness. It depended on the enemy's soul strength. After discovering this, Chun Zhao went to find a few disaster-level evil spirits to test it out. He managed to summon 5 evil spirits in total. 4 of them were easily dragged into the sea of consciousness. However, he didn't manage to drag one of the disaster-level evil spirits into the sea of consciousness. Of course, it might be because Chun Zhao had just come into contact with this ability and couldn't use it freely yet. Currently, the most practical one was still the materialization of the inner world. This was also the most powerful non-physical attack skill that Chun Zhao had. It didn't have to cover a wide area. The most important thing was that after the inner world materialized, the temperature within a radius of 10 kilometers could reach tens of thousands of degrees or even hundreds of thousands of degrees. Any living thing, even spiritual bodies, would turn into ashes under this. Even the earth would melt. Chapter 2980. Time was up. Bader informed Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also informed the others. When Chun Zhao saw Bader, there were a few people beside him. They were very strong. They were all in the Shangqing realm, but they weren't gods. Chun Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi, inquiring about the situation with his eyes. Why did so many Shang-Qing realm cultivators suddenly appear? Were Shang-Qing realm cultivators so worthless now? Zhang Tianyi looked at the strangers with a confused and strange expression. It would be fine if he didn't know one or two powerful hermits. But there were so many of them, and he didn't know any of them. Most importantly, they weren't old. They looked to be in their 20s or 30s. They'd actually reached the Shangqing realm. Their talents weren't much worse than Chen Zhao's. Smiling, Bader and Chen Zhao met. "Mr. Chun, you're here." "Yeah, looks like you found a lot of helpers." Chen Zhao glanced at the Shangqing realm cultivators behind Bader. "What about you? You seem to be missing someone." Bader realized that Zhang Tianyi and Baifla were the only ones who came with Chen Zhao. According to his information, the 23rd Blood Mary was also a member of their group. You know, women have a few inconveniences every month. Chen Zhao shrugged. Bader's face darkened. The woman Chen Zhao mentioned was only 1 year old. You're treating her like a relative? Plus, she's a god. Even if you want to fool me, can't you be more careful? Everyone was fooling each other now. But if you want to fool me, please be more serious, okay? Bader, you found so many people. You don't seem to need us at all. Actually, you can take care of it with these people, right? Huh. They're not as strong as you think, Bader said, chuckling. Of course, Chen Zhao could feel it. Baifla and Zhang Tianyi could too. These Shangqing realm cultivators were indeed very strong in the eyes of regular cultivators. However, compared to the few of them, the difference was not just a little bit. It seemed like they had the advantage in numbers. Actually, if they really fought, any one of Chen Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, or Baifla could take care of them all. They didn't even need to rest. From the looks of it, these people were just for show. Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi were sellers. Opposite them was a group of buyers. Of course, there was another problem that couldn't be ignored. Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi were powerful in many aspects. Many factors contributed to their strength. For example, perfected Qing Ping, whose cultivation was right behind Zhang Tianyi's. However, her actual combat ability was about the same as the 23rd generation Blood Mary. Taoist Master Qing Ping was considered quite outstanding. There were also some Shangqing realm cultivators, but their actual combat power might not even be as strong as a mortal Qingping. This was the case for the people in front of him. Of course, there were many reasons why they were weak. One of the reasons was that Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi all sensed that they didn't enter the Shangqing region through normal means. It was hard to tell, but they looked like a simplified version of the Shangqing realm. Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi were using the ultimate VIP version. If these were Baldur's trump cards, Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi would probably wake up laughing. Although their eyes were unruly and arrogant, Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi were all smiling. They were like good people who didn't want to be angry at them at all. But Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi really didn't want to have a conflict with them. Right now, Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi really didn't want to have a conflict with them. They really didn't want to have a conflict. Because if they did, Baldur would find out that the people he brought were all just for show. What if he changed the players in the middle? Baldur, why do we go to Asgard? Or do we need to take a plane? Have you booked a plane ticket? Baldur ignored Chen Zhao's nonsense. He took out a compass and looked up at the sky. Chen Zhao also looked up. There was nothing in the sky. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the compass in Baldur's hand. The light landed in the sky and formed a circle of light. Go up. Everyone flew into the sky. This circle of light was a crack in an alternate space. Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi exchanged glances and entered the crack together. But there was nothing in this alternate space. The surroundings were pitch black. Chen Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi didn't feel any aura or material. It was a completely empty alternate space. But the three of them kept their auras closely connected. As long as something happened to one of them, the other two would know instantly too. Baldur also brought his subordinates into the alternate space. Baldur, there's nothing here. Don't tell me this is Asgard. Of course not. This is just a transfer station. Baldur activated the compass again. The compass shot out another beam of light and opened another crack in space. Everyone entered again. Another transfer station? Yes. Balder activated the compass again. A third crack appeared. Just as they entered the third crack in space, everyone's feet touched solid ground. They realized that they'd stepped on solid ground. It wasn't empty anymore. There was light, land, and mountains, but there was no water or life. Everything here was very desolate. There were dark red sand and rocks everywhere. It was as if the entire world was a red desert. Old Zhang, Bifla, is it okay for him to bring us all the way to the transfer station? It's okay for now, Zhang Tianyi said. The alternate spaces we've been to so far are all regular transitions. As the god realm of the Asgard gods, Asgard obviously won't be too close to the main world like other alternate spaces. It should be a few worlds away, but this world shouldn't just be used as a transfer station. It should be a world with life. There are still traces of war here. There's still a small amount of life hiding deep underground, Bifla said, but they're all very weak and unintelligent. Just then, Balder activated the compass for the fourth time. There was a huge piece of land behind the fourth crack in space. It floated in the air. The entire land was filled with natural life. Alfheim. Surprise flashed in Bifla's eyes. You know this place? Chen Zhao asked. It's one of the 9 realms controlled by the Asgard gods, the Elven Kingdom, the Holy Land of Light. Chapter 2981. It was completely different from the previous 3 worlds. The first 2 worlds only had emptiness. There was nothing else. The third world only had barren land. But this Alfheim looked like a paradise. It was full of vitality. The air was filled with a thick aura of nature. It was an endless expanse of green. The 3 communicated telepathically. At the same time, Bifla told Chun Zhao about the 9 realms in Norse mythology. Asgard was the top, the divine realm. It was the world of the Asgard gods. Below that was Vanaheim, the world of the Vanir gods. Odin's wife, Freya, was a Vanir god. She controlled mysterious magic that even Odin couldn't. Then there was Alfheim, the home of the elves. Alfheim was almost a blessed world. It could be said to be a paradise in the 9 realms. Below that was the Midland, the human world. Then there was Jotunheim, the land of the giants. Almost all the giants in Norse mythology came from Jotunheim. Svartalfheim, a world dominated by skilled dwarves. Then there was Heim's underworld, the home of the dead in Norse mythology. Niflheim, a world of frost and also a hell of frost. Muspelheim, a world of fire and a hell of fire. Surtur was the ruler and guardian of Muspelheim. Surtur was also the terminator of the world and the final verifier of the twilight of the gods. This place isn't normal, Chun Zhao said. What's wrong? What did you find? I can't tell. Chun Zhao shook his head. Just then, Bader activated the compass again. It seemed like he didn't plan to stay here for too long. Bader, can't you open the door to Asgard in one go? Do you have to tour the 9 realms in one day? I want to, but I can't. Why? Because the world tree connects the 9 realms. The 9 realms are like leaves on the branch. You can only walk from the neighboring world. You can't move between the 2 worlds. Earth is connected to the world tree too? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, but I don't see any connected trees. The world tree isn't a plant you know. Forget it. Even I don't know what it looks like. All right, how many more worlds? There's one more. He'll be here soon, Bader answered calmly. Bader then opened another world entrance of nothingness. The 3 of them entered at the same time. However, Bader did not come in. Then the entrance was closed. The 3 of them looked at each other. We seem to have fallen into a trap. Remove the seam, Chun Zhao said expressionlessly. We've fallen into a trap. There's something wrong with this world. Zhang Tianyi frowned. My magic power is flowing away. Me too. Bafora and Zhang Tianyi looked at him at the same time. Okay, I don't feel anything. Chun Zhao shrugged. What's going on here? Why is our magic power depleting so badly? Why are you fine? Bifla and Zhang Tianyi looked at him, annoyed. Isn't it obvious? The difference in strength. I reckon that the God of Light is waiting right now to trap us here. Once our power is completely depleted, he will directly attack us. I thought he would wait for us and Odin's soul to mutually injure each other before making a move. What we do now? If we run out of magic power, we'll be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Can we find a way out? Zhang Tianyi shook his head. It's nothingness here, but the space is rather stable. Plus, we don't even have a dimensional beacon. Even if we spend a lot of effort to open a spatial rift, we don't know where we'll go. We'll probably really be wandering between dimensions. Then you don't have a dimensional beacon for Earth. Yes, but this place isn't connected to Earth. Didn't you record any dimensional beacons in the previous worlds we passed through? Do you know how to get a dimensional beacon? Bifla glanced at Chun Zhao. No. For example, in this world, we need the distance of at least 10 celestial bodies to this world to get a more accurate coordinate. For example, Earth is the simplest. It's in the solar system, and the numbers are more accurate, so it's easy to get Earth's dimensional beacon. If we're in other worlds, we need professional stargazing to get a dimensional beacon, and it might not be accurate either. Chun Zhao looked around. Then this world is nothingness, and there are no celestial bodies. What do? Then we create our own celestial bodies and throw them out with our own power to act as a celestial body, Bifla said. But usually, this kind of dimensional beacon isn't accurate because it can't last long if you throw it out with your own power. It's far from having a celestial body as a beacon. Plus, how big can you create a celestial body with your own power? In other words, the more celestial bodies there are, and the more accurate the distance between this world and the celestial body is, the more accurate the value of the dimensional beacon will be, right? Yes. It's not hard to create a celestial body, Chun Zhao said. It's not hard to maintain it for a long time. Let me try. With that, Chun Zhao released his inner world. Instantly, everything within a 10-kilometer sphere was covered in scorching heat. Fuck! Stop! Zhang Tianyi and Bifla immediately felt the terrifying heat wave. Under normal circumstances, such an environment would affect them too, but it wasn't enough to make them flustered. But now, they were in an alternate world. Their spiritual power was flowing out like crazy again. If they had to use spells to protect themselves again, it would flow out even faster. I almost forgot. Chun Zhao immediately used his power to protect the two. Chun Zhao immediately used his power to protect the two. My spiritual power stopped flowing out. The loss of my magic power has stopped. Me too. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla realized that after being protected by Chun Zhao's power, not only were they no longer affected by the high temperature of Chun Zhao's inner world, but even their spiritual power had stopped flowing out. How did you create such a terrifyingly hot environment? This is a unique ability of the Ascended State. This is actually my inner world, Chun Zhao said. I just gave you my personal power so that you can resonate with your inner world. Then, you won't be affected by the high temperature of my inner world anymore. I think I get it. Zhang Tianyi thought about it and nodded. I get it too, Bifla replied in agreement. Chapter 2982. This world is very strange. Normal worlds will automatically produce worldly spiritual energy. Cultivators can then absorb the worldly spiritual energy to create a resonance with the world. However, this world does not produce worldly spiritual energy. Instead, it is like a starving man with insufficient food, absorbing the magic power of outsiders. However, your inner world is already a complete minor world. Thus, it is not affected by this world. As for us, we are now enveloped by your inner world. Thus, we are also isolated from the negative effects of this abnormal world, Zhang Tianyi said. Will affect you if we absorb the spiritual qi in your inner world? Absorb as much as you can, Chun Zhao said, shrugging. Most of the time, I have more supply than demand. The excess spiritual qi is directly returned to the world. It's the same if I give it to you now. With Chun Zhao's supply, Bifla and Zhang Tianyi's power was quickly replenished. Just then, Chun Zhao's advantage as a transcendent showed itself. Chun Zhao didn't stay idle either. He used flame energy to create a small sun. It was a giant fireball with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. Of course, if it was just a fireball of this size, many people could do it. Actually, there were quite a few people who could do it. For example, Bifla could create more than a dozen in a minute. But this small sun had basically achieved nuclear fusion. It wasn't something Bifla could do. Although it couldn't exist for billions of years like a real star, it could still exist for a few years. However, it was not a problem for it to exist for a few more years. Then a second, a third, and a fourth. To Chun Zhao, this wasn't tiring at all. To Chun Zhao, this wasn't tiring at all. Each one required more than 10 minutes to prepare. It wasn't practical to use on the battlefield. Although the small sun's explosion was powerful, 10 minutes was enough for the enemy to escape the atmosphere. It wasn't as convenient and practical as the dark red neutron star. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla didn't say anything about Chun Zhao's actions. At this moment, Chun Zhao truly displayed power that surpassed them and the enchanting state. Is it far enough? How do we get the dimensional beacons? Not enough. At this speed, we'll have to let them fly for another dozen days before we can use them as beacons. How long can they last? I don't know. Maybe a few years or decades, Chun Zhao said casually. This thing is small, but its structure is similar to the sun, Chun Zhao said casually. But the sun burns hydrogen and helium, while mine burns pure heat. Under normal circumstances, how long will it take for your magic power to run out? Chun Zhao asked. Bifla and Zhang Tianyi looked at each other. I need about 2 days. I want to run out in 1 day. If that's Bader's plan, then he'll be here in 3 days at most. The three of them were not in a hurry. They had Chun Zhao supplies, from spiritual qi to daily necessities. The three of them were actually quite happy. Chun Zhao had brought a lot of food with him. There were even recreational facilities. The only thing that made Zhang Tianyi and Bifla uncomfortable was that they had to leave Chun Zhao's inner world every time they ate. Otherwise, if Chun Zhao released his inner world, he would be able to use it. Any food would evaporate in an instant. Actually, with their strength, they wouldn't starve to death even if they didn't eat for half a year. Now that there was food and drink, the three of them were even less anxious. As for completely trapping the three of them, basically, it was not very realistic. After all, they already had a plan. If Bader was really going to ignore them, they used Chun Zhao's method to confirm the dimension beacon in this world. Then, they would randomly open a passage to another world. If it was a world with a worse environment than here, they would return. Then, they would try a new world. If they encountered a world with life, it would be worth it. Moreover, this should be one of the 9 realms. In other words, there was a high chance that they could open one of the 9 realms. So, while the current situation was not optimistic, it was not a dead end. At most, they would just have to spend more time. On the 3rd day, the three of them felt a spatial fluctuation at the same time. The three of them looked at each other. It's here. The three immediately retracted their auras. At the same time, Zhang Tianyi wiped the oil off the corner of his mouth. The three of them pretended to be abnormally weak. The god of light and his underlings appeared in an overbearing manner. Seeing the three's weak posture, Bader smiled in satisfaction. I'm really sorry, Mr. Chun. I think something happened to me, so I got lost and wasted so many days. Chun Zhao raised his head slowly, as if he was too tired to even move his eyelids. He glanced at Bader. Tell me, what's your goal? Huh, Mr. Chun, you don't have to pretend anymore. You're an enhancer. This world has weakened you to a certain extent, but you can't be so weak that you can't even move your limbs. Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi and Bifla awkwardly. Both of them looked at him in disdain. You can't even act well. What else can you do? I say, what's the point of acting? Why don't we just take action? Chun Zhao looked at Bader fiercely. Since you've seen through me, let's do it. Bader waved his hand, and the 6 people behind him stepped forward. The leader was a big bald man with a red skull tattoo on his head. I don't agree with Mr. Bader. Even if you're your peak, you can't beat all 6 of us at the same time. But I don't mind bullying the weak, even though it seems unfair. Baldy gave Chun Zhao a declaration of victory as soon as he came up. Chun Zhao yawned. Can you hurry up? I haven't had a good sleep in a few days. I want to have a good sleep after this fight. Hey, Chun Zhao, you're raising a flag, Zhang Tianyi said telepathically. The big bald man and the others were clearly displeased by Chun Zhao's arrogant words. They were all extremely strong. They thought that they might not be strong enough to face veteran fighters like Chun Zhao, Bifla, and Zhang Tianyi. In a one-on-one situation, they could protect themselves. In a two-on-one situation, they were completely confident that they could beat the other. Moreover, the other side had all used up their spiritual power. Only Chun Zhao was an enhancer, so his body still had some combat power. Not only were they at their peak, but they also had an absolute advantage in numbers. So, they couldn't think of a reason to lose. "Leader, let me fight him." Just then, a short man stood up. Although this short man wasn't tall, his valiant aura was unmistakable. He was also an enhancer. When he looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes were fierce. "I heard that you're the strongest enhancer." "I'm not convinced," the short man said in a hoarse voice. Chapter 2983. The short man's abnormally thick limbs already proved the terrifying power contained in his body. "I'll first crush your limbs, and then, under your terrified gaze, I'll crush your bones into powder bit by bit." The short man used vivid body movements to express his thoughts. Zhang Tianyi couldn't help but laugh. Chun Zhao turned around and glared at Zhang Tianyi. "You said I don't know how to act? What's with your laughter? Are you going to take responsibility for scaring Bader away?" Luckily, Bader didn't notice the calmness in Zhang Tianyi and Bifla's eyes. Or rather, he did notice, but Bader felt that they placed their hopes on Chun Zhao. Whoosh! The moment Chun Zhao turned around, the short man moved. The next moment, the short man grabbed Chun Zhao's neck with both hands. A cruel smile appeared on the short man's face. But what greeted him was Chun Zhao's equally cruel smile. "You should use more strength. You won't be able to crush my limbs, nor will you be able to crush my bones." The short man's expression changed, and he retreated quickly. But it was too late. Chun Zhao simply reached out and grabbed the short man's left wrist. He was increasing his strength bit by bit. But Chun Zhao's smile didn't change. Still cold and cruel. "Do it. Save me," the short man roared. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Chun Zhao's back. But Chun Zhao wasn't moved. He turned around and looked at the woman who'd ambushed him. "I've decided. After I crush his limbs and crush his bones, you'll be next." "Ah!" Chun Zhao did as he said. Chun Zhao crushed the short man's left arm inch by inch. Then his right arm. Boom, boom. The others couldn't save the short man. Of course, they could only use this chance to attack Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao just stood there with his back to the other enemies. He allowed their attacks to land on him. Soon they realized their attacks had no effect on Chun Zhao at all. Chun Zhao didn't even defend himself. He focused all his attention on torturing the short man. It was as if they weren't worth his attention at all. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the short man's cries had stopped. He wasn't completely dead yet, but he was almost there. A powerful force hung on to his last breath. "Chun Zhao, can you control your expression? I think we're on the side of justice, but your smile makes you look like a villain, a crazy god at that." Chun Zhao ignored Zhang Tianyi's complaints, no matter what he thought. Anyway, he had been trapped by Bader for 3 days. This was enough to make Chun Zhao very frustrated. There was a chance to vent at this time. Was he going to lie on the ground and play dead like Zhang Tianyi and Bifla? Chun Zhao lifted a finger. The short man's body had already lost control. He was lifted into the air and then compressed. Chun Zhao pinched the red bead gently. "It's your turn now. You'll be the same as him. Don't worry. I'll take good care of the pearls made from the flesh and blood of experts." The other 5 felt a chill run down their spines. Chun Zhao looked at the woman who controlled the lightning. "Let's start with you." Without warning, the woman's body was squeezed and deformed. "Save me. Save me." The remaining 4 people's faces were instantly filled with fear. They were Shangqing realm experts. How could they be crushed by this man through the air? Bader's expression changed. Damn, Chun Zhao must have used up all his mana. His little world was still there. But in this environment where there was no air or spiritual chi, his little world was practically non-existent. How could he still be so powerful when facing a Shangqing realm expert who was in perfect condition? Bader accepted Chun Zhao's strength. After all, he had experienced it himself. That strength made him unable to fight back at all. But he had no mana now, and his body couldn't be strengthened. No matter how strong he was, there should be a limit, right? Of course, Chun Zhao was an enhancer, after all. His body had to be thoroughly tempered. So, it was understandable that he defeated the short man. The short man was also in the enchanting realm. But he wasn't a normal enchanting realm expert. He could accept losing to an experienced enhancer like Chun Zhao. But Bader couldn't accept Electrus's death. Chun Zhao held the second red bead in his hand. Chun Zhao looked at Baldy. I like unfair battles too. Baldy's expression turned extremely ugly. Retreat. Too late. The four suddenly felt like their necks were being strangled. Chun Zhao wasn't just suppressing them in terms of level. It was because his opponents were too weak. If it were Zhang Tianyi or Bifla, even if they were one realm lower than Chun Zhao, even if they were in a weakened state, Chun Zhao couldn't end the battle easily. He was confident that he could win in a one-on-one situation. But if it was 1 against 2, neither of them would be able to survive. But the four he was facing were also in the enchanting realm. But they were really too weak. Chun Zhao even felt that they were insulting this realm. It was extremely insulting. You're really weak. The four didn't die. They were still resisting stubbornly. But Chun Zhao's words stung them deeply. They really wanted to explode. But the enemy they faced couldn't be shaken at all. The difference was too great. They couldn't turn the tide just by exploding. Chun Zhao looked at Bader. Bader's face was ashen. He took out his compass and wanted to leave. His thought was simple. Chun Zhao's current dominance was his miscalculation. Maybe Chun Zhao had a stronger foundation. But how long could he last? 10 days? 20 days? Or 30 days later? Without the support of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In the end, he would still continue to weaken. His body would also gradually lose its vitality. But just then, countless golden lights flashed in the sky. Bader suddenly looked up and saw countless golden talismans appear above his head. The talismans almost turned half the sky golden. They surrounded him densely. Bader's expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to activate the compass anymore. Instinctively, he wanted to escape. But Zhang Tianyi was faster. Dharma is like a mountain. Seal the heavens, go. In an instant, countless rays of golden light shot toward Balder. Bader could only protect his body. Countless golden talismans stuck to Bader's body. Bader immediately felt that something was wrong. Oh no, these are demon sealing talismans. Bader's body seemed to be frozen. He couldn't even move a finger. The next moment, Bader's hand was empty. The compass was in Chun Zhao's hand. Chapter 2984. Bader panicked immediately. Give it back. Bader couldn't care less about his fear now. A beam of white light exploded from his body, shattering the talisman Zhang Tianyi had stuck on him. He lunged at Chun Zhao. In fact, Zhang Tianyi's control over this move wasn't strong. The real effect only lasted for a moment. It was to create an opportunity for Chun Zhao. As long as Bader took out the compass, then Chun Zhao would attack immediately. But when Bader reacted, Chun Zhao put away the compass. He watched as Bader headbutted him. Chun Zhao laughed. If you're stubborn, go ahead. If I take a step back, I'll admit defeat. As expected, Bader stopped himself in time. He looked at Chun Zhao with anger in his eyes. Sorry. Chun Zhao smiled at Bader. Looks like you've lost. Oof. You can't kill me. None of you can. Then, as the god of light, you can be sealed in this world of nothingness and darkness forever, Zhang Tianyi said. But before you're sealed, you'll enjoy 3 times the happiness. Bifla blocked Bader's retreat from another direction. Bader's expression was still firm, even a bit mocking. Mr. Chun, how many days have you been away? Chun Zhao turned to Zhang Tianyi. How many days have we been away? About 3 or 4 days. Then your family should have been guests at my place for 3 or 4 days, Bader said proudly. Really? I remember that when I left, I sent them to a friend's house who had her period. Are you sure you have them? Bader's expression changed again. Damn, he forgot about Blood Mary 23. Come, tell me what other trump cards you have. Chun Zhao grinned at Bader. Bader's expression was bitter. It wasn't that he didn't have any trump cards. More importantly, he was facing 3 people. There was no trump card in the world that could help him defeat 3 enemies stronger than him at the same time. At their level, if they made some preparations, they could indeed defeat enemies stronger than themselves. But the price of such preparations wasn't even high. It wasn't a 100% chance either. Not to mention that he was facing 3 people. Old Zhang, we're righteous people. You said it yourself. Take out a mirror and look at yourself, Chun Zhao said telepathically. But the next moment, when Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi heard Baifla's words, they felt that they would definitely be labeled as villains. I want to give it a try. Can your immortal body withstand the inextinguishable flame? Vader shuddered and almost wet his pants. Damn it, who are these people? Baifla, did you get the wrong script? If we don't play shit, what the fuck would we do? Don't you want Odin's treasure? Vader could only use his ultimate move. The 3 of them looked at each other. I'm afraid Odin's treasure doesn't exist. Do you know why I'm looking for him? Vader pointed at him. Why? Isn't it because I'm strong? Chun Zhao asked narcissistically. Hee hee. What are you laughing at? Do you want to get beaten up in advance? So what's your answer? Do you want Odin's treasure? Yes. Then we still have time to talk. But just then, Chun Zhao shook his head. Whether or not you want Odin's treasure has nothing to do with us beating you up. Vader was miserable. Chun Zhao, Baifla, and Zhang Tianyi didn't hold back at all. They didn't need to hold back either. Vader was the most perfect punching bag in the world. Even Zhang Tianyi was shocked by his immortal body. Both he and Baifla couldn't kill Vader, no matter how hard they tried. Apart from torturing Vader viciously and disgustingly, Chun Zhao didn't participate in the research at all, because he'd already tried it before. Vader indeed couldn't be killed. Reality also proved that even Zhang Tianyi and Baifla's 600 years of intelligence couldn't do anything to Vader. But this didn't mean that Vader would be happy. Regardless of whether the 3 could kill him or not, he was still a loser. The 3 weren't just ridiculously strong. Most importantly, they were ruthless. Can we have a good talk now? Of course. Can I get up first? Also, take your foot away from my face. Vader was furious. He felt like he'd lost all his dignity as a god in this battle. Baifla was the weakest among the 3, but that was only relative. In fact, Baifla had revived him the most times in the shortest amount of time. Against Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi, Vader could at least struggle a little. The difference was still huge, but at least he could live a little longer. But against Baifla, Vader felt that all his attacks and defenses were futile. Baifla would kill him instantly. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. This was Baifla's specialty. As long as the opponent wasn't as strong as him, he could kill them instantly. Vader was a living example. Moreover, Baifla's inextinguishable flame was terrifying, because Baifla used his full strength in every attack. After one attack, if the enemy didn't die, he would be the one lying down. Of course, it didn't mean that Baifla couldn't fight after one attack. It was just that he took a long time to charge up. He wasn't like Chun Zhao, who could finish things with a punch. How fast he could punch and how many times he could punch depended on his stamina. After one attack, Baifla needed to pause for a few seconds to recover. These few seconds weren't long for a normal enemy. But at their level, a few seconds were enough for them to have babies. This was also why Baifla would lose instantly if he couldn't beat him, and win instantly if he could. Of course, this was Baifla's strength. There weren't many people who could make him lose instantly. The 2 beside him were already half of them. Vader clearly wasn't one of them. Zhang Tianyi's attacks belonged to the neutral path. This was related to the Taoist concept of peace and inaction. Whether it was offense or defense, he was steady and steady. This calmness gave him a lot of leeway when he attacked. He didn't feel sharp at all. He couldn't decide the battle in one move like Baifla, but he wanted being steady and steady. Every time he faced Zhang Tianyi, Vader always felt that if he worked harder, he might be able to defeat Zhang Tianyi. Then, this illusion lasted until the end, and he still had this illusion. In the end, he cried. Fighting against Zhang Tianyi really wasn't something a human could do. The feeling of clearly winning but not being able to win was really unbearable. Fighting against Chun Zhao, on the other hand, was a different feeling. He just felt that he couldn't beat Chun Zhao. Baifla was like his own flame, invading like fire. Either he extinguished the fire, or he was burned to ashes by the fire. When fighting against Zhang Tianyi was like a mountain. He felt that he had a chance to climb over, but he didn't know that the mountain was much higher and steeper than it looked. The feeling that Chen Zhao gave Bader was like a human facing a large carnivorous beast. At first glance, he felt that he couldn't beat this guy. Chapter 2985. I'm looking for Mr. Chun because Odin's treasure needs a strong man. Strong man? You have it yourself, right? That shorty that I crushed earlier had quite a bit of strength. Bader said. He's strong, but he's not enough. Reality also proved that he really wasn't enough before Chen Zhao. No, he shouldn't compare him to Chen Zhao. It felt like they were in different dimensions. Those few didn't break through by themselves, right? Zhang Tianyi said, squinting. Bader couldn't help but look up at Zhang Tianyi. How did you know? They have cultivation, but they don't have their own path, Zhang Tianyi said. Old Zhang, is the path you're talking about a realm? I remember when we first met, you also said that I had cultivation, but no realm. Bullshit. Dao and realm aren't the same thing. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes at Chen Zhao and said telepathically, when I said that you didn't have a realm, it was because your state of mind was arbitrary and your foundation was extremely poor. Dao is your own path. If you don't have your own path, you can't break through to the Shangqing realm. Bader couldn't help but look at Zhang Tianyi more seriously. He had indeed underestimated humans. This was especially true for the most powerful humans in front of him. Yes, Bader answered quickly. They actually inherited someone else's realm. Someone else's realm? So you have a way to take someone else's realm and transfer it to someone else? No, those are the experts who were loyal to me in the past. After they died, I used a special method to preserve their corpses and souls. Then, when I need them, I will transfer a part of their souls to another body and merge with that person's soul. That method seems feasible, but those who broke through by trickery probably don't live long, right? Merging with the souls of the dead means that their souls will decay faster, but the advantage is obvious too. They could be reused. Back to the topic, Chen Zhao reminded. Bader glanced at Chen Zhao and shrugged. I need someone who can push Asgard forward. What? Push Asgard forward? That's a whole world. You think I can push it forward? Asgard is big, but it's not a complete world. Bader said, Asgard is actually the same as Alfheim. It's a floating continent, only half the size of Alfheim. After the Battle of Dusk, 1/3 of Asgard's area was shattered, so it's actually not that big. At least, it's much smaller than a world. I still don't understand. Why do we need Chen Zhao to promote Asgard? Could it be that Odin's treasure is buried under Asgard? No, Odin's treasure will only open when Asgard moves to a certain position. In the past, during the Age of the Gods, Asgard would operate on its own, but now, Asgard is almost completely damaged and has long lost the ability to operate on its own. So, if there are no accidents, Odin's treasure will never appear. Then what was your original purpose? Seize his body and use the soul I prepared beforehand to invade his body. Bader did not use any euphemism to describe his purpose. Instead, he directly expressed his intentions and goals. In other words, there's never been a soul of Odin, and your goal is in Asgard? Asgard is already ownerless, Bader said. Odin is long dead. Chen Zhao was rather angry, but he still maintained a smile. How do I use this? Chen Zhao asked, holding the compass. Don't reach out. It belongs to me now. It records the dimensional beacons of the 9 realms. So, as long as I have this, I can travel through the 9 realms freely? Bader nodded. Chen Zhao asked again, so as long as you have this, you're worthless. Is that what you mean? Bader could already see evil smiles on the three's faces. Wait, you still don't know where Asgard needs to be moved to, right? So you still need me. Since the location of Odin's treasure is hidden in an alternate dimension, it must follow the laws of magic. So, if we spend some time, we should be able to figure out, Biflis said. So, you're not indispensable. Then, do you know Vonner magic? Bader asked unhurriedly. What? Even if you find Odin's treasure, you will not be able to open it if you don't know Vonner magic. A self-destruct magic array has been set up in the treasury. If you open the treasury without using Vonner magic in advance, the self-destruct magic array will automatically activate. Who would install a self-destruct device on their safe? I feel like you're begging for mercy, Chun Zhao said. Anyway, I don't have it. Because the value of your safe can't compare to Odin's, Zhang Tianyi said. Whose side are you on? I'm just stating the facts. In other words, I can't beat him up again, cut up his body, and hide it somewhere else. Why would you have such a strange idea? Isn't it always like that in movies? The demon's body is separated and sealed. Only by reassembling it can he be completely resurrected. I'm a god, Bader said, annoyed. It doesn't matter. Chun Zhao didn't care about Bader's identity. Actually, if it were me, I would just throw you into the sun. I don't know if you can resurrect infinitely on the sun. Bader didn't know himself. He just felt that the human before him really knew how to make himself suffer. Chun Zhao handed the compass to Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi studied it for a bit and understood how to use it. Which dimensional beacon is Asgard's? Zhang Tianyi asked. From his perception of the compass, there were a total of 4-dimensional beacons. One of them was Alfheim, which meant that there were 3 more dimensional beacons, all of which could be Asgard. The one with the lowest value is Asgard. Zhang Tianyi nodded. Chun Zhao and Bifla both moved closer to Zhang Tianyi. Just as Bader was hesitating whether to go closer, Chun Zhao pulled him to his side. Zhang Tianyi successfully opened a spatial crack. The 3 looked at each other and entered at the same time. Chapter 2986. It was a broken piece of land. At the moment, everyone in the sky could see Asgard from all directions. Asgard was like a huge, inverted mountain floating in the air. Of course, the size of this inverted mountain was thousands of times larger than the largest mountain known to everyone. The plain facing upwards was a group of magnificent buildings. However, the buildings had clearly been severely damaged. Many craters were left on the ground like meteorites. Most of the buildings were in ruins. It was still majestic, but it couldn't hide the aura of decay. A corner of the ground was broken. It had probably been smashed by an extremely powerful existence. Just then, Chun Zhao felt many auras. Powerful auras. Many powerful auras appeared in the buildings of Asgard. There were more than 100 of them. More than a dozen of them weren't weaker than Bader. At the same time, Bader suddenly broke free from Chun Zhao's control. He'd even severed his arm. Chun Zhao was still holding the broken arm tightly. A muscular man with a single arm came to Bader's side. Bader, what's wrong? There's a problem with the plan. Bader looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes flashing. Chun Zhao sighed and tossed Bader's arm away. I knew it would be like this. Bader's arm moved a little too. When he looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He looked at Zhang Tianyi and Bifla. You too, this shouldn't be your battlefield, Bader said. It doesn't belong to you. The 9-world waymark is in your hands. You have a chance to leave now. Leave? Really? Bifla, how about we leave? Zhang Tianyi's face was filled with exaggerated terror. Bifla nodded coldly. Sure, when do we leave? Have you booked the tickets? Bader's words obviously wouldn't make Zhang Tianyi and Bifla waver. What a joke. They weren't kind people, and he was threatening them right in front of them. If they abandoned their teammates to survive, they might even run away in fear without fighting. Not only would they be unable to improve their cultivation for the rest of their lives, but they might even fall out of the Shang-Qing state. Is your grudge against me that big? You've schemed for so long just to deal with me. Chun Zhao looked at Bader helplessly. Bader's expression was also complicated. Mr. Chun, actually, I don't hate you at all. On the contrary, I admire you very much. Then I don't understand. Since you admire me so much, why are you still scheming against me? After all, there is a reason. Bader smiled. Whether you understand it or not, whether you accept it or not. Just then, Chun Zhao, Bifla, and Zhang Tianyi looked up at the sky. The enmity of the heavenly Tao, the greatest enemy of the world. The sky above Asgard was suddenly raging. A terrifying giant was formed by the gathering of wind and clouds. It was a bearded giant wearing a horned helmet and dressed like a Viking warrior. The giant held a long spear formed from thunderclouds and wore an eye patch over one of his eyes. This image almost indicated his identity. Odin, the king of the gods in Norse mythology, Balder's biological father. "My children, fight for me." Odin let out a deafening roar. At the same time, Odin pointed a spear at Chun Zhao, Bifla, and Zhang Tianyi, shooting out a rainbow. Chun Zhao's inner world materialized and assimilated Zhang Tianyi and Bifla's auras. That way, they wouldn't lose because they didn't have enough energy to fight in this world. The world of flames immediately blocked the rainbow. At the same time, it made the nearby gods retreat in pain. A few of the slower ones were immediately ignited by the furnace. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla also made their moves at this time. "Looks like we'll be the ones to start the second dusk," Chun Zhao said, chuckling. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla laughed too. Of course, the situation they were facing right now and their emotions weren't as relaxed as they seemed. They were facing more than 100 gods. There was also an unknown king of the gods. From the looks of it, they definitely weren't weak. The dark red neutron star in Chun Zhao's hand suddenly shot into the crowd. Instantly, more than a dozen gods were covered by the dark red neutron star's impact. The ground of Asgard was also baptized by the dark red neutron star's impact. The gods that were affected by the shockwave dissipated in an instant. Both sides were shocked by Chun Zhao's terrifying attack. The three didn't even have time to be happy. Suddenly, they saw the gods that should have been destroyed reappear. Once again, they appeared in front of the three of them and scathed. "What's going on? No way. Are they like Baldur? Immortal bodies? If that's the case, then we're in big trouble." Baldur wasn't very strong, but the trouble was his immortal body. Apart from sealing him, there was almost no way to kill him. Just like Chun Zhao's firm opinion, when the opponent couldn't kill you, you had the chance to choose how to kill the opponent. Chun Zhao frowned. "No, they're not alive. They only have souls. At least, most of them only have souls. How is that possible? I didn't notice anything." Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. He thought that he had good eyesight. He wouldn't be unable to tell if the enemies were alive or pure spirits. Chun Zhao didn't just see it. He realized that when the bodies of the gods he had destroyed were being reconstructed, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered towards them. It was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that had reconstructed their bodies. It wasn't their own abilities that had caused them to be interrogated. It was the world that had reconstructed them. Chun Zhao could notice their abnormalities. Because Chun Zhao could do it himself. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. He suddenly thought of something. "Old Zhang, Bifla, you'll be in charge of the battle later. Block any attacks for me." "What are you going to do?" "Use a new big move," Chun Zhao said. Bifla and Zhang Tianyi nodded. Their trust in Chun Zhao meant that they didn't need to question him. Suddenly, a dark cloud covered the three of them. Then it started pouring. The rainwater fell into Chun Zhao's furnace. The world was immediately evaporated. Large amounts of steam covered all of Asgard. In the blink of an eye, everyone lost their vision. Whether it was the people or the gods present, they could only judge the situation of the battlefield through their senses. To the Norse gods, it was undoubtedly more advantageous. After all, they were protected by the world.